When party? Now party. It's Best Ball Mania, Drafters, DraftKings, whatever we want to do party. That Fantasy Sanctuary today with a bunch of guests, 6, 7, 8 hours. We're going long. We're going hard. We're going to have a blast of a time with all of our lovely guests, giving back in our thanks for supporting the Fantasy Sanctuary channel party day. And, week one's right around the corner. So it's time to rip it, stick it, look back fondly, look forward fondly. We've got a few more days of hopium before it all comes crashing down. So let's just vibe, have a good time. And thanks for joining us, guys. We hit 3K. Week one's coming around the corner. My God, it's just a great time. Let's be vibing. Let's get into it. And our first guest of the day, good friend of the channel, good friend of mine, Chris Spags of Splash Play, who just got done with his 200th and 201st Drafters stream. Chris, I'm going to call you Spags. Chris feels too formal. Spags, how you doing, bud? Welcome to the channel.
I'm feeling good, mate. I've been trying to work on my British accent for a while here. I had to fill in for some of the lads who can't be here today. We're getting a little bit Australian down the home stretch here, but no, I'm excited to be here. I haven't done a stream with you on Fantasy Sanctuary before, at least that I'm aware of, unless did I? I don't think I did, right?
We both did some mushrooms and forgot about it.
I know we had done one. All right, did we do one here? Fuck, I guess we did. Well, I wanted to see Tom today, but I'm excited to be here, excited to be part of the stream. You guys booked a lot of great guests for a Labor Day weekend stream, so I even threw the redirect to try to help out with what limited following I have here, but excited to be with our boy Tyler. Tyler has been working hard. Same thing for Tom, same thing for Rich. Those guys do a great job on this channel, so stoked to be here.
Hell yeah. We're going to jump into a marathon. I know it's going to take a while to fill, and there you go, guys. If you want to come draft a marathon with us, much like Drafters, except half-point PPR and only 18 rounds, going to have a little bit of overlay, and I think we draft smarter than most of the crowd that does this contest. But yeah, and then, see, you dropped off the British bit. Now I kind of want to,
It's so much fun, isn't it? It's so much fun. We gotta have a good time here, draft some boys. We got a couple pints brewing right here. We gotta have a good time. I'm doing all different ones. I just try
all over the place. Let me shout out to the chat welcoming us on our inaugural marathon stream. We got Omega. He's gonna take a nap and then crash some drafts. Fucking love it. Historical Anomalies doing the cheers. No Cap Matt. Dude, welcome. Coming over from Dog Pound's stream. Obviously, good friend of the channel, Robert Griffin the Turd, who had some nice limelight. Got to see him face-to-face from a Petco. That was fantastic just a while ago. Dale, what is good? GM Katie, how's it going? 40 Wayne, cheers, brother, cheers. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were in the Splash Play channel just a while ago as well.
No, Kevin, a regular lately, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin Tompkins here. Kevin's doing some business. Kevin was a free agent for a minute in football, saw his quest. I think he's got a few good spots this year. Excited to see Kevin here.
Yeah, it was Tom and I had a really good time having him on a few weeks ago, drafting a BBM.
Great Twitter follow, Kevin. Full shout out to him.
It's not racist if it's comedic.
Is it, Governor? Oh, sorry, historical anomalies. I guess you can't get on board here with the fun we're having on stream on a Sunday and this American this Yank holiday. Am I right, Tyler? You're a Texas boy, you know.
Yeah, do I then do like the most surly fucking Texan
accent? Shitty Texas accent. You have to do the worst version like I'm doing in terms of quality for British.
Yeah,
is this like offensive? Like Tom's gonna see this and be like, I'm mad at this guy again. I don't want to offend Tom.
Well, goddamn, Spags. It's just, I rode my horse to town and my fucking nuts are fucking sore, but we're going to crack on because it's Texas and that's what we do. We drink beer, we barbecue, and we thank the good Lord for every day that the horses and cows come back to town. Thank you, Lord.
See, I want more Yosemite Sam. I want you to be like, Tar Hootie, we're going to shoot off some guns today. We're going to have a great time in honor of America. Yeah.
Who do you want to go here at 4? Brees Hall, Amon, Bijan?
Oh, I don't know.
Brees Hall is. We don't give
Brees, don't you? You fucking Brees lover.
You know what? Brees baptized all the non-believers last year, and he's going to do it again this year. What are you going to
do? We not assert? Okay, so like I haven't talked to a real like Brees lover in a minute, and that sounds, it almost sounds racially, a real filthy Brees lover.
Dirty Brees lover.
But like, really though, are we not worried at all about the fact that like they're bringing in so many RBs to try to take some pressure off? Braylon has a good preseason. Braylon Allen has a good preseason. Like, are we not worried about that a little bit if you're taking him at number fucking 4 and he's got to be like a guy that gives you 30 touches a game at that point? It's like,
No,
payoff.
I'm not making my bet based on volume. I'm making my bet based on if he sees a similar volume that he saw after the ramp up, which was anywhere from between like 17 and 30 fucking touches in a week. Seeing what he can do with that is the big draw. Like it's that he is so athletic and so explosive and so integral to the pass game. Like if Braylon's taking carries away, I don't care because he's so explosive in the pass and their pass game is so thin outside of Wilson. Like Mike Dubb, I'm not factoring in that much. A 30-year-old coming up in ACL who missed like most of camp, who's not a good separator. So he's going to like struggle with explosiveness with a quarterback that unless you have like a mind meld with him, he's not ripping it in. So then it's like what? Conklin, Lazard, Corley. And the answer is Achilles, Rodgers just dumping it off, quick passes to Wilson and Brees. Like that's my thing. I don't think that O-line is going to be very effective rushing the ball. And so Braylon just being there that they can just share some of the grinder load, I don't think is like, I think Brees Hall is going to, the two best weapons in the red zone. And Rodgers day one came into camp and was like, holy shit, Brees is a dog. Like that's the bet. He's explosive, he's talented, and when the shit hits the fan, they're going to be feeding their best players.
So you're in on Wilson too. So you just think like, is the defense going to be
worse? I don't
worse
like Wilson as much.
Okay.
Just because I'm a little worried about like how much we're projecting outside of that for him to like truly. My worry is that Brees Hall has already proven to be a smash first-round pick on the stone worst situation possible last year, coming off an ACL with no quarterback, with no offensive line. The situation cannot be as bad as it was last year. You want Nico, you want
I love Nico here, yeah. Especially because we went this dirtbag Brees.
Yeah, so Jesus. So that's the thing. It's like it can't be worse than last year situationally. Because like Braylon just doing more with the same kind of Dalvin Cook work is negligible. And at the same and he's also not as talented as people want to like make him out to be. He was a 3rd round, 4th round running back, like whatever. And then like the thing with Garrett is that, like he's priced much like Drake, where it's like it's gonna be hard to truly beat the price. You're hoping he just meets the price. And my thing is like I won't be surprised if Brees outperforms him just because like I think Brees talent-wise can do more with that because we've seen how Rodgers can just feed like that. He's just more explosive, more talented Aaron Jones. And I think Wilson and Rodgers haven't had as much time to connect. It took him and Adams years to like truly find that rhythm. And I understand that Adams was like a different talent, like growth spectrum, but you know, it's just, I won't be surprised. And I think there are receivers I like better. There's not many running backs I like better for like overcoming situation.
Look, I love Brees's talent. I just think the situation where you have a dedicated, desire to get more receivers in, you're bringing some RB or some tight ends rather that you're trying to also get up to speed. Jeremy Ruckert's a guy that the Jets have liked for a while who maybe takes some work away. Like you also have the RBs, again, dedicated commitment to that. Let's make the pick, but Olave would be fine by me. I do like all these guys. I'm still like an ADP, like kind of believer, I guess, but Olave or Metcalf would be the two.
You're an ADP slappy?
Yeah, like, I mean, even at this point, it's just like we know what these guys have went the entire time, so I still think trying to take the most value possible makes sense, and that is Olave. Olave was going to the 1-2 turn for a minute and a lot of different.
I don't know if he was going the 1-2 turn in Marathon, though, because I think Marathon, you do see ADP docs for like good teams versus bad teams, wide receiver 1s versus wide receiver 5s. From what I've seen, because I dabbled a little bit early on because I feel like I have an edge in this season long stuff. So like if like day one, if I could just avoid all of the injury optimism, like Hawk and Chubb might avoid Pup, just avoid those landmines and then just draft early for whatever prices might shift up. But yeah, I think he was always like a mid to late second because like there was that risk of like true red zone scoring role for Olave, and then like how good can
he clicked with Carr down the stretch, and I think people missed that for both Carr and Olave. But I get it. I do want to hit Katie's super chat though because like I'm
getting there. All right, James, best ball on call. Hello. Smart
it's a super chat. It's a $4.99 super chat.
Okay, I am the KY. Hold on. I was asked to do a horrendous Texan accent, not my Texan accent. Relax. Let's see. Still Bree, 1 of 1. What up? First time here. Looking forward to seeing your point of view on this season, Tyler. Hey, appreciate you, bud. Welcome. No cap Max saying to let Spags shame you for the Brees. I mean, You know, I take no shame. I like my elite running backs. I'm sorry.
You loved Brees since last year. You were buying in. You were saying the
oh,
bathe in the blood of the non-believers thing. It stuck with me. I get it. I look. I could be
man?
wrong on Brees. I just when Amon-Ra Chase outscore him, we'll all look back.
It's Amon-Ra season long. I don't mind the pick at all. I truly don't. I think like it's building around safety season long is not bad. It's actually very good.
Elite RB is like really helpful in season long.
But yeah, like Brees and Bijan have the like 101 overall young like legendary upside season, and they also have like 30+ point week ceilings, and I think that is valuable if I have question marks about the receivers going early. Let's see. Dark Side, what up? What up?
I still haven't heard Jamaican accent, and again, I don't think it showed on StreamYard, but that was a super chat because I'm looking at the YouTube version, so I feel like you have to do a Jamaican accent.
Small up, me man, me brother. I'm not doing much more than that. I don't want to get canceled.
You don't read about Brees Hall. Watch him catch 10 targets from a QB who can't throw it more than 5 yards. You got to keep drafting him. He's going to keep doing that forever, man.
They call him Big Booty Brees because they go boom, the boom, the boom, the boom.
The biggest PPR scam going Kickstarter is Brees Hall. He just keeps ripping off more catches when QBs can't throw the ball. What happens if QB can? Oh, I'm getting Italian.
You're getting Italian Jamaican, and it's truly incredible what kind of crossover we're seeing here.
I can do Tank's nice value at this point. Yeah. We got our elite RB. I feel like you got just keep loading up on receiver.
Yeah. You want Tank?
Yeah, let's do Tank.
All right. I'm just kidding. I was just fucking with you. All right. Well, let me catch one in the chat. Jesus Christ, getting canceled. Let's see. Best ball guy, aka Eric.
That's a big one. Best ball. Best ball guy's one of your guys, right? Like, who's part of the Brat Pack of you and like Bindles? I feel like it's Best Ball Guy, Tyler. Like, who's part of this group?
Yeah, it's PPRTyler, myself, BBG, Bindles when he's not on hiatus. Bindles, much like Incubus these days, fades into the background of hiatus. I swear to God, every week I get called a fake cowboy. Jesus Christ, y'all! My God,
you are too pretty to be a cowboy. Like, really? Like, you're not.
You know what? Meet more cowboys, assholes. Tell me, I'm sorry, you bunch of stereotypical fuckers can't get with the times.
No, you gotta have like the fucking like the Marlboro Man skin where it's like I've just seen too. My skin looks like a fucking catcher. Hey y'all, my skin looks like a catcher's mitt because I've been doing this for a while. I've been lassoing all sorts of animals. And we're giving all sorts of accent here. We're good.
Yeah, here's the thing. First of all, yes, Big Booty Brees, brother. Smart up, yeah, boys.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, we gotta stop.
We're 1 hour into getting canceled on an 8-hour stream. The protests start filing in by hour 2, hour 3.
I feel like the demonetization over under was way too generous at 1.5 hours. Jesus, what the fuck was I
also can I real fast? I have to give the shout out to Tyler and Tom and Rich we went an hour. These guys went an hour early today because I was like, I can do 1 o'clock. It's much easier for me following the stream because the kid's gonna be up from his nap and shit. So shout out to these guys for being accommodating and going the extra mile. Like it is. I know the UK, they don't give a shit. They had their bank holiday last weekend, but it is an American holiday weekend and you're doing the work. And I want to give you the shout out and the little flowers for it, doing the work on the holiday weekend. Nobody wants to do it.
My wife is thrilled that I have made
no, they love it. They love when the boys are like, I got to stream till 2, baby. I got to stream till 8 p.m.
I tell her that she forgets. She's like 8 to 10 and then 6 to 7 and then all day. What's wrong with you? And I'm like, look, I understand in hindsight it was a very poor decision, and I take full responsibility for overbooking. What are you gonna do?
You're committed to your art. And that's what being an artist is.
It's true. You want
elite tight end, not bad here either.
So I feel like elite tight end and cumulative scoring is bad unless you get
really
like tight end over 1. Thoughts?
I mean, I think Kincaid is potentially that guy, but I can do a receiver if you really want to do that. I think elite tight end has more merits in a marathon / drafters full season format than they do.
Okay, well then I'd rather take Andrews than Kincaid because if one guy is going to smash, it's going to be that Andrews Monken offense, like operating as the true alpha one.
You're not worried at all about and people were bringing this up in the last stream, so it is a little bit top of mind. You're not worried at all about it's just kind of weird that he's not playing and practicing right now. Yeah.
He was in a car wreck and they're just letting him rest.
But he was supposedly okay. And they were like, oh, the rest day is just because he had it was, he already had this rest day and then now he's not practicing for 2 weeks.
I don't trust any of the fucking Ravens when it comes to injuries. So
yeah, they've been shady for a while.
I am worried, but the projection of Andrews in macro versus the projection of Kincaid is something I'd rather just bet on the talent, bet on the history of doing it. I'm just not gonna be surprised if Kincaid's like kind of a silent killer at ADP. If like he has to see all the targets, he has to see red zone work, and he has to be good to lead this team in doing it. And that's a lot of has tos that I'm just not comfortable glossing over for like not an elite talent by all accounts.
That's reasonable. I guess like the Buffalo share to me is just it can be one that they all have 15 to 20% and week to week. Somebody's got 25 to 30, and like that's where Kincaid to me can pay it off. Like maybe he's not great every week, but he's giving you probably 5 to 8 every week, and then the upside is maybe 20 points occasionally. I could live with that. That's sort of my assumption for him in particular. Right. But I'm low on him this year. I got all the young guys. I'd rather have McBride, rather have Laporta. So I get it to some extent.
Exactly. So in this format, I'm just okay saying like, oh, a guy that's been the number one overall tight end and led everything. I'll take the guy who's still in his prime. By all accounts, outside of the fluke injury, was crushing with volume and with efficiency. Was a favorite early in camp whenever everything was going well. I don't expect Bateman to be much of a problem, and so I just expect Zay and Andrews to eat. And at that point, I don't know. It's just I think Allen's going to be more of a threat to steal scoring work away from Kincaid than Lamar is for Andrews.
I'd agree.
And so like the tail outcomes, I just want to have to say less ifs. I don't know. It's just a price thing. I don't love Kincaid's price being priced as if like that's burned people before, like just pure projection based on like age and like shit like that. I don't know.
He was so great at Utah. Like I'll never forget the fact he's like one of very few tight ends in the league right now that we're drafting as elite. That like 200-yard games in college, like at least his last year. So like I'll never forget that for Kincaid. Obviously he did it against USC too, so that does hold the extra sting for me. But I hold him in a little more esteem. But I didn't go out of my way to draft him, so I guess I can't really kind of.
Also, like a lot of the drafters and season-long things that have a winning elite tight end, it's almost always like Kittle in like a 3 or 4 quarterback build, tight end build with like those huge nuke weeks. But we'll scoop up a little value here.
I love Kirk here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kirk in season-long is fantastic. All right, let me catch him.
Almost at 70. Like that's crazy value on Kirk at this point. I mean, I don't know what the marathon's been historically, but yeah.
All right, look, last defense. You're all here. I'm not defending my Cowboy shit for the last time. First of all, it's a moniker. Relax. Second of all, at the age of 9, all right, I was baling hay, shoveling horse shit, spreading horse shit manure, and taking care of stables.
Oh, you're spreading horse shit, all right.
I'm spreading a lot of horse shit. I rode a horse at the age of 5. Like, get off my dick, okay? Quit marginalizing me just because I have a bit that's not all cowboy assholes, okay? Some people like sexy cowboys, and I'm giving the people what they want, all right? I don't want to hear it.
Again, I just feel like the big issue is that you're not dirty or weathered enough to be a cowboy. That's really how I feel about it fundamentally. To your credit, you look great. You look hydrated, moisturized. That's just not how I view my Cowboys.
I have transitioned from cowboy to space cowboy, and it's really pissed people off, apparently.
Oh, well, yeah. But you're going to get craggly in space. I don't think it's like cool. It's like great air. You're not getting a lot of moisture in space.
No, it's not at all. And in fact, one of the favorite sayings around FOD Flight Ops Directorate is yesterday's coffee is tomorrow's coffee is yesterday's piss. Is tomorrow's piss is yesterday's coffee is today's coffee.
Oh, because they're using the pee to make more
95% water recycling. Yeah,
nice. Classic Waterworld style.
Exactly.
Or also Mexican boxers. That was in the 24/7 documentary. Drink your pee, gets vitamins back.
There you go. What up, Hartman? I love that Hartman has Bendel shirtless doing the nipples Abby screen cap. That's fantastic. Emo Cowboy is Rasta Cowboy. That's true. Let's see.
You're more Rasta than you are a true cowboy.
Back at practice. What do you want to do here? You want to do the Najee thing? You want to do the Christian Watson thing?
I'll never be mad at Christian Watson. I could do either way, though. I mean, I feel like getting the 5th receiver, and I still want to do and everything if I can. Round 7.
No. I like his ability to spike. I like the Packers opening schedule. I like the quarterback potential stack. I like going after potential top 12 offenses and all that good shit.
Where do you land with the whole like 5 receivers and 7 rounds thing? Because like I do think that that's probably more important than ever. And I know watching content, I feel like people have done that less than ever. And I kind of think that's going to be one of the stories of BBM. But who really?
Also in BBM, it's definitely something to be mindful of. But I think doing it with. I think the problem every year is like it's structurally sound within reason, but like there are fragile landmines, like the receiver cliff last year. Like you get your fifth receiver being a very fragile projection guy that's being pushed up in price just because, that's where I want to. If my fifth is going to be that guy, I want to be mindful that I want to go after a similar tier, even if it happens 2 rounds later. Like Sutton, Palmer, Shaheed, those guys all summer long were not that different. In fact, may have been potentially better than like the JMO. What are we looking at here? I'm just going to see.
I mean, Sutton's low key undervalued. Like I didn't
That's what
buy
I'm
his
saying.
price rising, but yeah.
So it's like that fifth receiver always being a similar tier, but a potentially worse, more fragile bet. So it's like 5 through 7 most of the time, yes. But I think the types of archetypes and the types of guys needed to be either more diversified. And so it's like if I'm getting that same type of bet 2 rounds later, I'm not going to discount myself and feel dead because the market's telling me that's outside of the zone. But again, it's like if I'm building through like similar tiers of guys, or I'm just going after like the year 1, year 2 guys, then I'm getting access to the same type of structural power and archetype power without potentially like stepping on a landmine just for the sake of structure.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable way to look at it. Yeah, like I feel like some of those guys in that late wide receiver 5 range are a little bit better than others, but I just like getting the certainty of knowing I'm getting, 5 in the top 7 rounds. I know my baseline receiver is good enough. If I have an elite RB, an elite tight end, that feels pretty good as well. But it's one of those things where like, people are so cozy taking RB in those first 5 rounds. I just feel like people think there's going to be so many 0 RB teams this year. I find it hard to believe there will be across every tournament because it's so cozy to take 1 RB, 2 RBs, maybe even 3 RBs in those first 5 rounds for some people.
And I've said this a couple times. And so like one of the things I want to be mindful of, like Leone found that like the top 50% of BBM final essentially is like the sharpest drafters doing the most stacking and correlation and sound structures. So it's like, I want to build for week 17. And to me, that's being mindful of the types of players and the types of teams I'm going to see in the top 50% to outdo. And so I need to differentiate myself the same type of sound building and sound stacking and correlation, but potentially mixing in players that they don't like or didn't like as much in order to gain leverage. So like being very even with Najee and Warren is like a nice lever point for my teams going into the finals because I'm not always favoring the player that the sharp players are favoring a majority of the time and things like that. So I want to try to build similar sound structures, correlations, and things, but utilize my player takes. But if I'm not super sold on it, just for the sake of like differentiating from those other sound teams, something I want to be mindful of. We've got the quarterback stack. Brock Bowers is another reason why like he could be like the Laporta type, like tight end.
I do like Brock. The foot stuff to start the year is not great. I'm okay with Love or Bowers. If we get Bowers on the way back, that'd be great. But
that's the thing is, I was just gonna say the Bowers thing is why I'm not feeling the need to elite quarterback and elite tight end. I'm not feeling the need to go after early in these contests because if one doesn't separate in a truly huge way, I have arbitrages in like Bowers and Jaden Daniels, at both onesies. And I think if I can build the same type of team, but just swap the type of player, at wide receiver or running back, that benefits my rosters a lot.
So I have a question for you, and it's just kind of a general thought starter for the chat and for you. Do you think a team like Pat Crane's BBM winning team and BBM 2, or was it 3? Whatever it was. Do you think you could win with that kind of team? Because I feel like with wide receiver ADPs, I really don't think bimodal RB can win right now.
Well, that's the thing though, is if in that universe, it would be 2 running backs that smash and are top 5 running backs.
But then you have to get enough receivers to balance it out, and that's harder than ever.
Points in his
like a Tyquan Thornton can't make your roster in 2024, I don't think, or 2025.
I think the way he built with the way like the types of players he's still targeted like Tyquan Thornton, right? Like that type of archetype. He's still targeted like young, cheaper players to be able to be like these random late spike hammers at different points in the season. Running back, like getting the running backs, and like so in his pod, he built that he could crush in his pod and barely escaped through. So I was like, it's pod. It's very pod dependent. Is what
Yeah, the pod part is
want.
like the biggest thing that we can't account for. That's probably the most important part of
Exactly.
everything.
Yeah. So it's like if you're shifted in like really strong receiver rooms with really weak running backs, that's going to come at a huge problem. Warren here around ADP.
Yeah, we should have an RB at this point. That works.
Well, at that point, I'm assuming you have Warren in a different tier than these guys.
Yeah, like Warren, I mean, the discount for him is just entirely because of the hamstring thing, which we know is supposed to not be an issue for week 1. The adding Boston Scott makes me worry a little bit about the hamstring thing. Like he's been,
I think the Boston Scott thing
how
is
bad
a
it is.
Cordell Patterson thing.
It could be. I mean, it's also an Arthur Smith thing where you just like more RBs, the better. Let's see who can win out. But Warren at this price point, when he's going 80s in every format for so long, I think feels pretty good.
Yeah. Rory asking the tough questions. Those 2 astronauts stranded in space due to my best ball streaming commitments.
Could you imagine if you accidentally, like, I mean, they're going to come back at some point, I assume. But could you imagine if you accidentally killed some people because you were entering the fucking mini Schnauzer 9? You're like, oh, I was a little distracted here. I forgot to calculate that 45-degree angle correctly.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much I want to disclose and make jokes about live on stream. I will say, like, a great, phenomenal joke, but it was more of a like safety decision for the crew, given the star. It was a Starliner, right? The Boeing Starliner. Yeah.
Did you have to inform your job about you doing content, like, or is that a thing that you're?
No, I didn't have to disclose that. Oh, we have a special surprise guest. Speaking of Mr. Gifting himself, Eric, aka Best Ball Guy. Cheers, bud. Welcome to the marathon stream. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, perfect. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. I'm happy I was able to make it on this Labor Day weekend when I'm out of town right now. But we got the laptop, we got the earbuds. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I love that the as Spags called it, the young. Oh God, fuck! What'd you call it?
The Brat Pack. I think.
Yeah, the young Rat Pack. I've watched that show, by the way. The original show. This young Rat Pack is notorious for being like, I can't make it, and then like, my girlfriend or wife is gone for a couple hours. Let me hop on and chop it up with y'all.
Yeah, basically. She plays ultimate frisbee. She's at practice right now, so I got a nice little 3-hour window, just hammering some marathons.
Well, I feel like if anybody's going to break my record now, which again the public's not going to be enough credit for, but 200 stream drafts, fucking Eric's going to break it like next year easily because he's been putting up like, ungodly amounts of streams.
If it's total number of drops, not total times I went live, I already got way over 200 because I did one.
It's got to be live stream drafts, I think, is the thing. But you've maxed out tournament, but multi-tabling doesn't count. Like you got to pass the stream hours and stream.
Multi-tabling doesn't count. You heard
no
fucking
hours.
can.
No way. I'm not getting there.
Yes.
We like Rico here, y'all.
The public loves Rico. I'm a Team Zeke. I'll die on Team Zeke being like 20 picks cheaper and probably the better play. But you know,
I want to take Zeke here. Or do you want to push him around?
No, take Dowdle. Take Dowdle. I'm not going to fucking ruin your team with my old
brother. It's a marathon team.
Still, but like for the ADPs, we got to take Dowdle. Wicks. What is this shit?
I mean, I like Wicks a lot. I like it.
But oh my god,
we're gonna stack this bitch up.
Wicks becoming the do you know ball take is such fucking bullshit, by the way. Like, it's do you not know ball? Do you not understand how wide receiver depth charts work and the fact that he's not going to play unless somebody goes down? Great. Congrats. You got the Jordan Mason of receivers. Good job, guys. Good job, Tyler.
What if no. What if he take no, actually, I'm pushed back on this. The no ball take is not saying. I think earlier you could posit, hey, this talent could earn more of a role over the middling talent Dobbs. It became very apparent, though, a couple months in, that Dobbs isn't going away. He serves a role on this team. The no ball take is I take Wicks stacked because they have personnel groupings where they rotate guys for certain plays, and that camp has confirmed when these guys are on the field, whether it's Reed or Wicks in these packages, they are like the priority reading target. And the nice thing for both those guys is it's in the red zone and it's for deep shot plays. That's the no ball take. So if I'm going to bet on a guy, I'd like to bet on a year 2 player who is a priority target when he's on the field and let chaos, do its job. Because I think there's more ways that pans out over the season, ignoring cost, than like a guy like Jacoby or Lockett who could, fail for a multitude of reasons that are environmental as well. Not that I like Jacoby. I'm just saying, like, in this stack, it makes sense to like go for that potentially if there's not a strong lean.
It's going to ping pong is what I'll say, no matter what. And you get enough ping ponging for Wicks. I'm not confident in it, but it's become a
wide
popular
receiver
take.
Wide receiver 6. He's not my wide receiver 4.
No, that's fair. That's fair. For you, it's fair. For people who've been staking their brand on him, like, I don't know. Yeah, that's how I feel about
totally
that.
Fair. All right, let's get some Dusty Zeke.
Do we have Jordan Love on this team?
Yes, that's why we took
Oh,
it.
okay. I like
we got Love, Brees, Warren, Nico, Olave, Dell, Christian Kirk, Christian Watson. 2 Christians. Big Christian household in this roster.
Yeah. Big Christian Texas people over here.
There was totally related to Chris. This is not a conversation point we have to go into, but I'm going to say it out loud because I think it's interesting. A lot of the reason that people apparently don't talk to their parents as adults, there's a New Yorker article that came out following like a Times one about it's more common now to like not talk to your parents as an adult. A lot of people that do that are because of religious reasons, because the parents are like super religious and the kid is like, I'm agnostic. I learned in college or whatever. I thought it was interesting that like that's like the deal breaker, and us talking about.
I could have sworn it was like the familial.
I want to introduce weird, different concepts to you guys on stream here before we have to do a 7-hour football stream. Let's think about God and how it affects our relationship with our children.
Well, we have Jordan Love, and Love is Love. And to answer Richard Cooling's question about Love, I'm not too worried about the tough schedule because, I think the opening schedule gives the confidence. We saw how volatile he was while still being a very valuable, high-scoring fantasy asset. The offense now has gotten more time to plan through packages, personnel, and the young receivers have had more time to sharpen their skills both in the playbook and technique. So a tough schedule to me just means more high critical games where they can't just feed Jacobs if they want to. It has to be legit play ball, no bullshit type of thing. That's my 2 cents.
I also couldn't care less about the
second
half of schedule. He's either running hot or he's not. That's basically how it's going to go for most people.
What was that, Eric?
And defense is not sticking year to year too. People forget that.
I was just gonna say I've definitely been mixing in Emmanuel Wilson on these.
I hate that. You're right to do it, but as Team Marshawn till I die, he's just filling in for Marshawn when Marshawn's ready.
I got 18% Marshawn through 500 drafts. I'm all in on that.
Numbers.
I would just fear that with a hamstring, whatever, I don't know if it's hamstring, groin, whatever it is, but with these soft tissue injuries as a rookie in the training camp, not getting to practice as much, and then if it re-aggravates, I think Emmanuel Wilson was pretty talented as just a prospect and a player last year, and I think if he could just run out basically as the running back 2 or the 1B with Jacobs the whole season, basically, and I don't want that to happen, but I'm kind of using these marathons to almost hedge against bets I already made. I have a lot of Estime and Javonte Williams. So I'm taking a lot more Jaleel in marathon because I still believe in the Denver run game. But just in case I got that wrong, that's kind of how I've been playing it, though.
I think it's smart because the marathon is about leveraging chaos and league winners, and it's a very different game. Your takes could be right and wrong and the same in different ways in these 2 different contests, right? You can have a guy that shits the bed all season, but if he's on your finals team and he pops in the playoffs or in the finals, then it was
right. I don't want to capitulate and take guys that I wasn't taking. I'm not just going to start fudding and start grabbing a bunch of Nick Chubb. I still don't believe in that working out, but and just trying to. This is anyways. We're on the call.
Who do you like here?
I think we need another RB, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Algier, Jalen Wright, Charbonnet.
I'm so low on Charbonnet, man. Charbonnet's contingent value for Walker. Now, Walker won that job this summer. The way they've handled him, the talk about him, it's so much higher than Charbonnet. I love Charbonnet last year. It's not ambiguous to me in Seattle anymore. Walker is one of the steals of the draft currently at his price.
Yeah.
I think that's because he's been missing time with some injury, though, if I'm not mistaken. And
they've been holding. He's been okay. They've just held him out. Last year he did, for sure. This year, no. They just held him out because they think he's that important. On third downs too.
I could have said I just saw a thing about him.
Really?
It's possible I missed something amidst the constant deluge of things, but I don't think he's been hurt. So Charbonnet was hurt. Charbonnet missed part of camp that wasn't reported. Was the thing that I saw on The Athletic recently, which is why Charbonnet played that one game that nobody else played in because they were you haven't played enough.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, Charbonnet is my most drafted player, and I really hope that works out because I really liked him at his price.
Yeah,
he has not played.
The last 2 weeks, Zach missed that joint practice with the Titans, and I think
Walker's been good for everything that wasn't a game. They just didn't play him in a game.
Yeah, so Charbonnet did not participate 2 weeks ago because of a tight hamstring, and apparently that lingered for like 2 weeks, and he just started returning back to practice. FYI.
Okay.
Yeah, like Walker to me is like one of those plays where I wasn't on in the beginning, but I think the signal has been quietly good enough. And Seattle too, like being good, bringing in that Ryan Grubb offense from Washington, which was all downfield balls, setting up RBs in easy spots. Like it's a really, Seattle might be the team you need in fantasy this year, would be my guess.
Dan, I would say go attack some of those DraftKings tournaments with overlay. You haven't missed out yet, brother. Go chase some overlay on DraftKings. Get you some good sharp teams in there.
Absolutely. Even on marathon or sprint too.
Well, in the UK, they only have access to
sorry.
DK and I mean drafters. We're not legally allowed to say that.
Yeah, drafters promo code SPLASH should be all the deposit there. Give me $50. Also, Nick Hedgel in the chat too. Nick fucking crushed it with the Fantasy Feud stuff this week. By the way,
yes,
shout out to that He's production team.
Yes, he is. What do you want to do?
I take Dobbins.
God damn it! Really? That's what we're doing here?
I mean, no, you can take Vidal later, but I want one of the Chargers running backs. The O-line is so damn good. So
yeah, I can live with that.
Quick pivot.
Receiver is nothing that we need right now either, or QB rather, with no receivers that we have.
Also that.
Yeah.
We are drafting a marathon, Nick, getting a little bit of EV overlay chasing, and it's all vibes, baby. It's all vibes. But yeah. Oh, Updog, I wonder why you're a big Drafters fan. Could it be that you finished second overall for a shitload of money?
He tasted the forbidden fruit last year, getting a couple 6 figs from.
Oh God, this is a good bit. This is a good bit.
Yeah, fucking Nibs. Like last year, he said he deposited my code, was doing it as a bit, but I don't trust him. I don't trust the Nibs as far as I can throw him.
It's splash play, right?
Speaking of Seattle, is Lockett still hurt and not playing?
He just recently re-hurt his hamstring, I think.
Yeah, he's been out most of the summer. Yeah.
Wow. I'm so bullish on JSN going into the year. That feels great.
Is that Splash? So thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom, running the channel. Or Tyler, whoever's doing it.
That's me trying to multitask.
Yeah, yeah. Promo code SPLASH on Drafters if you want. They're not in the UK, so these guys can't get the money. But yeah, use Underdog, use Sanctuary on Underdog. But yeah, Splash on Drafters.
Getting scooped on the marathon.
Hartman knows. Yeah.
What y'all got planned for Labor Day?
Just going to the wife's parents' house tomorrow. So today is my last day of work. I get to take off tomorrow. I haven't taken off a day in a minute, so excited to do that. But I don't know. I mean, Eric's got better shit going on, right? He's in a place with a ceiling fan, so he's somewhere.
Well, in California, we don't have AC, so we got to roll when it gets super
in
hot.
NorCal, in downtown LA, I had fucking all the AC I could handle.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this property does not. No, unfortunately, I started this new job. Great job, but there's a 90-day window to where you get paid for holidays. I've not met that threshold yet, so unpaid holiday for me. So what I'm doing is I'm actually reaching out to, I do personal training and physical therapy. I have some private clients, and I'm like, hey, you guys want to do a session on Monday? Because I need to make some money, basically. If they're going to withhold,
they're all the best ball expenses. Like, I got to get some fucking dough in for the fall.
I do, man. The bank account. Like,
how no, besides that,
for those who know me, they might know. I play a lot of disc golf, and I will be in the afternoon. I'm playing around at disc golf. So.
How are we feeling about Akers versus Pierce? Because I think the vibes say Akers, and I've been feeling that way for a while because I have not been buying into Pierce all summer long.
I think if you want one, you probably want Akers if it hits, but Pierce could still be the answer, but I don't think he'll be good. So
yeah, Pierce could be the guy that steps in if Mixon were to go down. I think that's the only way these guys, either of them, really get there. But Akers at this point, I would take the shot at the lower owned guy because Pierce has now lost the trust for 2 straight summers, which is usually not where you want to be as an RB.
Okay, so I'm having a hard time understanding this take because in my head, God damn it, I'll get back to this after we pick.
What do we need here? We need another. Who's our second quarterback Ryan down for this team?
It's probably
Derek Carr.
It's probably Drake May. Anything about that?
Are we on legendary upside channel? We're doing fucking Derek Carr, the guy who's actually starting and has a role.
Yeah, Derek Carr's 18.5 points a week are gonna slap.
They would. They would be fantastic. Are you kidding me? He fucking carried teams down the
Nicky
playoffs
Drake
last
made
year. And nobody missed the
22.
fact that he sucked the first half and he figured it out. Carr has a value in every format. Carr is going to be the thing people regret. I know I hate to cape for the guy who's like old, but he's getting fucking 40 mil a year or some shit. They have nothing else. Rattler's not the guy.
He's playing the whole year for sure.
He's absolutely if he gets hurt, Rattler will come in and Rattler's going to throw some picks and fuck up. And like, that's,
You know what's been fun is like following Nick Underhill, and he's just like, it's funny because like every time Nick Underhill is like going to the strip club for the first time with Spencer Rattler in the preseason because he just takes that hose out and just yanks it, and Nick Underhill and the team is like, oh, we didn't know arms could do that. That's a hose. And
as Usher is playing in the background, as Oh My God is playing. No, like I think Carr, to me, like Carr figured out what they have to do last year. You know, the thing that stood out to me too is that there's been no QB snaps for Taysom Hill in minicamp and preseason and off. Like, there's been not a single one. So you're getting the run out you want out of Carr. People haven't realized that because Carr was giving up so many snaps last year to Hill. It's not going to happen this year. Like Carr could suck, but you're doing a rubber meets the road bet, and it's like he's got the money, he's got the backing. Rattler's got no draft capital, really. It's like it's Carr's team.
I don't disagree with that at all. In fact, I took a lot of Derek Carr in the big board. I'm basically with you
he's
there.
free. Like, it's so hard not to me.
I know. That said, it's just like
that's the whole reason. He's literally we could probably take him in the 18th round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, like, put your fucking stamp on it, bitch. Take him now.
Well, him and Juwan, it's like those two in the last two rounds, and for most of the summer, it's been like a godsend. Like that's your bailout this year. That's one where it's like it's going to bail you out. It's probably not going to kill you.
How do we all want to build this team out? We have a 1-5-6-2. We have 4 more picks to go. Do you want to do two QB, 2 tight end?
Yeah, I like 2 QB.
I think getting Carr now wouldn't be crazy. Doing Knicks and backdooring it wouldn't be crazy either.
Is there a receiver you'd rather take than Carr here?
I like Bateman and Wandale here, but
Jesus Christ.
I'll let Eric get it. And when the team doesn't win, we'll look back at this moment and go, Eric should have been on vacation. He should have been here.
Taking Rashad Bateman on this American holiday like a fucking chump. I just want to like answer quickly, like the whole J.K. Dobbins is either a league winner or he's a total bust or he's a middling non-producer for your team because he's got no juice. He's sharing the backfield with Gus and Vidal, and he's just a roster clogger. Like, I think people are ignoring that, like, an unhealthy running back coming off an Achilles tear year 1, like, it's going to take him to, like, week 8, 10, or 12, if ever, to, like, regain the juice. And you hope that by then he hasn't re-injured himself for the.
Yeah, but that's fine. He's our 5th running back, and it's once again amazing O-line and also coaches that love him like to death. And I can't believe he made the team. I can't even believe he's practicing.
I can't believe we're citing Coach Love as if like this is like a fucking Saturday morning.
Well, here's what's going to help. The chat is saying in on real time, pointing out, Bateman. Hey, we go to the beach. We get some Bateman. We didn't hear Eric's accents. We got to hear his Jamaican, his Texan, his British accent. Eric, you got to contribute them all.
No, according to Spags, he's British
I can maybe do
It's like, Jesus Christ.
That's how we talk in Jamaica here in Staten Island.
Come on, man. Rashad Bateman burn him like a blunt, man. Come on. You go down the field like a zigzag, and he burn him like a blunt.
There we go. All right, now what about British? Give me British.
That was a joint rap and a blunt reference. And more.
No, Eric, no, British next before we get to the next pick.
British is hard because I always end up Australian, but we can do like mate. We got Tyler Conklin. He's backing up Mark Andrews. You feel like it's a nice kind of counterbalance between the two. You have what could be Aaron Rodgers' preferred number 2 target coming out early in the season with Mark Andrews just smashing most of the time. J.K. Dobbins running behind a beautiful O-line. He's got gaping holes left, right, and center. He picks which one he wants to utilize, and boom, for the score. 10 touchdowns on the year for JK, 1 leg.
That wasn't bad. It got a little Irish at times, but that wasn't bad. That I was in on it. I feel like your face got more British as we went too. Sorry, no offense to.
We can low-key push Carr if you guys have someone else. I'm telling no one's taking Carr.
Just say Carr. We need a fucking QB.
Spags' butthole is so tight right now. Oh my God.
It's gotta get somebody. Okay, now we need the cowboy accent to complete the grouping for Eric.
Oh God. Yeah, my name's Emo Cowboy, and I like playing fantasy football and
Sling
owning
blade.
big crystal glass dildos that I bring live on stream and put them all light up like and take a nice shot of bourbon and pet my white lab dog and my dog's name is Moose. I got a dog here too. Ringo. Come
Get
here.
over here, Rango. Get your ass over here. We gotta do some
Ringo,
talking.
I need a Texas dog.
No,
Come here,
Ringo.
Ringo.
Jesus.
Oh wow, look at those ears.
Where'd you go? There you are.
Oh.
Good girl.
Oh, that's a good girl or boy. A good boy. Good boy.
It's a girl. It's a girl.
Good girl. Oh, okay.
That's a great dog.
Probably plays better drums than the actual Ringo too.
Ringo, you're a big fan. You're a big. Oh, come on.
Gotta give Eric his props though. He crushed every one of those impressions. So cheers to that. Hey, here's the Sprite.
Cheers.
Spite. Here's the
Yeah,
Spite.
so someone's
I don't
asking
have
about the
anything.
Splash Bite sticker.
What do I have here?
It's Diet Spite, all the bitterness.
Yeah, I don't know if
got a
Pete has a
softball.
Splash Play sticker on the store. You
Yeah.
couldn't have one if you wanted one. What are we doing here? We making a pick?
No,
we did car. We got 2 more picks.
How
Do y'all
about
want a
Malik
third tight
Washington?
end, or do y'all want a 6th receiver, or do we want to do 9 receivers?
I like Malik Washington.
I like Noah Brown.
Noah Brown.
I like Noah
Either
Brown.
We get them both. We get Malik and Brown, probably.
Hey, Tyler, what are you doing? God, you scared me.
Noah Brown. There we go. The better Brown. Him and Diami Brown. Let's go. What can Brown do for you?
I'm interested in that. So we're taking Noah Brown as maybe the clear cut 2 on that team, or not clear cut, but just like as an optimistic.
No, I think
Spike week 2. Yeah, if I had to guess.
I think he's the favorite to win the 2 because Diami Brown is not a real player. And
Right. I'm more
Brown-
so concerned with Luke McCaffrey just with the day 2 draft.
He's the slot
capital.
guy. Noah Brown's the outside guy. That's the
Okay.
bet. Yeah.
Okay.
McCaffrey could work outside, but they haven't used him that way yet. Which like he's made good plays. He's had like fucking 15 yards per catch in the preseason. Like McCaffrey at some point is going to get there, but probably doesn't hurt a Noah Brown who just maybe
No, on
sometimes
a
gets some
marathon
yards.
team, I like that call. Just like identifying that wide receiver 2 for Jaden Daniels.
Noah Brown carried the shit out of Houston a few times last year. Like to the Houston, I mean, Tyler knows better than I do, but Houston beats are like he won us 2 games, 3 games last year because of just what he did on the field.
And
I
he's
think
done
he
it
had a
with
game or 2 on the Cowboys too.
Yeah, he wasn't bad in the Cowboys. He was a better Cedric Wilson, for whatever that matters.
Yeah.
Cedric
We could
Wilson on
Cedric Wilson, we
the
do Derek Carr.
He's draftable. He's draftable in a card team. Cedric Wilson.
Yeah.
is.
Probably a running back though to finish. A man named EW.
Loved it. I got Noah Brown. I can take whatever you guys want last. I got Derek Carr and Noah Brown.
I've really been having fun with these 18th round running backs. I'm trying to take guys that no one was taking like at all until the last couple weeks here.
Be nice,
Emmanuel
Star Killer.
Wilson
It's an away game laptop
Eric
audio
Gibson.
situation.
And Eric contributed some fantastic impressions too. But best ball guy. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Did you guys ever play like in college? Like there was those games or whatever high school. It was like there'd be like make a rule, and people would always make the rule do an accent. It'd be like you have to do the accent until the next time it's your turn or whatever. So that was like the number 1 rule everyone used. Like, oh, you have to do an Australian accent until you're done drinking your beer.
Where are you on vacation?
I'm in San Diego right now.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna go see Pat Corain and go like, hey, like let's talk some shop.
I've made a Pat. I'm like, Pat, let's go surf. I'm near you. I will teach you to surf today. Let's have a good time, Pat. Come on.
Leave your baby at home.
Yeah.
I think
Leave your 6-month-old child at home and go hang out with this guy on the internet who
Leave
also
the
likes
baby at home with your wifey, all right? Come and hit the surf with your best ball guy.
Come on, Pat. I know
Hey
you're
man,
so
we're in
fun.
San Diego. Did you make it? No Jamaicans ever lived in San Diego in
Come
their
on,
lives.
dude. Come on, Pat. Let's go burn a fatty and get a couple waves, Pat.
Let's get some
dude.
California
Let's take it
burritos. Let's
home.
put some fries in there, buddy. Let's go.
Dude, I got a little wetsuit. Your baby can come surf too.
All right, how are we finishing this team up?
Emmanuel Wilson.
Jesus, really?
Justice Hill would be okay.
Team and he's starting. Like, what are we talking about?
I hate you so much. This is such a shit ass pick.
Oh
It's
my
not.
god.
It's
Can't even spell him right. You're gonna draft Emmanuel Sanders. So trying to get this dickhole who has no role.
No, stop it. Emmanuel Wilson's a football ass name too.
It was a shit ass pick, but yeah, great football name.
How is it a shit pick? Tell me how.
Marshawn Lloyd, he's second round capital. He's fucking ready to go.
Yeah, but this guy was good last year, and we missed Marshawn Lloyd. We should have taken him when we had the chance.
He's going to be back there. Like, even the way they talk about it, they're like, oh, when everybody's healthy, we're going to know what's going on. Like, they're not even giving Emmanuel Wilson flowers. They're like, he played some snaps. Like, he knows what he's ready to do. He knows what he's got to do.
He'll do something.
You know what? A team with J.K. Dustbins needed a dusty nobody like Emmanuel Wilson.
That's hurtful, J.K. Dustbins. I don't like that name for him.
That's pretty good.
He's got a hope. It's like J.K. Hopens. We're hoping for him to overcome the historically bad injuries.
So you do believe in God?
Only when it comes to J.K. Dobbins. That's it.
Because the only thing saving those knees is Jesus Christ.
He needs intervention from a higher power.
Dip those fucking ankles in holy water, my God. I can't escape the devil.
The vampire J.K. Dobbins, because he doesn't dip his legs in holy water, and that's like he's falling apart.
Just call it Emmanuel Wilson team.
Yeah, the Emmanuel Wilson team.
I got 7.5% Emmanuel Wilson in the big board, baby. Let's go.
No, actually, the irony is that Emmanuel, if you know your Hebrew, is another.
I was gonna say that's a Christian ass name.
It's a biblical ass name, brother.
Jesus Christ Dobbins with a K.
Dr. Evil nailed it. What a winning thing! Oh my God! And Katie's apparently surfing right now while chatting on YouTube. So
wow.
you love to see it.
Damn,
nice life.
I don't think he's gonna be redshirted if he didn't get IR'd, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like Coach speak since day one was that we want to get him out there as much as possible.
They're like desperate for him. They're yearning for him right now to be out there, be healthy, and be.
They want him to be out there, but he could re-injure himself with the soft tissue. I mean, he hasn't played like the entire offseason, so.
He's young. He's youthful. He's exuberant. He's gonna get back out there.
I love it. No, trust me. I would much rather have Marshawn Lloyd hit than Emmanuel Wilson. But at this point, we got to stay water, and the guy's not.
Dude, I got like 30%, 33% Lloyd. I'm so team Lloyd. I'm rooting against everything in that backfield. I'm just hoping it goes to chaos, and Lloyd just like, hey, I'm here, buddies. I'm ready to go.
We pull up some next gen stats on Emmanuel Wilson.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel Wilson matters for like 10 whole snaps week one. And then,
Dev, yeah, they didn't put him on IR for a reason. Dev knows.
I mean, that was the bullish thing, was that he avoided IR, which was like
shocking. Yeah.
With Green Bay's staff, they love to fucking use the IR and sit motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. And also what they went through with Watson last year. Like, I thought they were going to err on the side of caution and just IR up and be like, well, let's get your muscle up or whatever they have to do. They didn't do that. I was shocked.
Spags, he expected Green Bay to like just put him on that table and just work that muscle till it felt
right. just give him some rubs, get all the juice out of him.
Oh, fantastic shit. Let me swap to the three as we
Emmanuel Wilson. We got 6.1 yards of carry last season.
Jesus. All right,
the Hubbard of Green Bay, Emmanuel Wilson.
He's got a great run block.
Not even.
At best, yeah, no, he's not even really. Yeah.
Oh my God, y'all like. I wanted to hit the nut button so bad with that team, and at no point did I feel like doing it after the second round. So that's
I think we built a good team. I think that was a good team effort. A little bit of all of us in it. We can live with it.
Yeah, this is definitely a communal spunk bank for sure. It's structurally fine. I just, oh God, what if Dusty running backs what you need? Spags, thank you so much for joining us here to help us kick off the first hour of this televised marathon here on Public Access. Just kidding, Fantasy Sanctuary. Tell the people what you got going on, Spags, and appreciate you coming on.
You know, I'm happy to be here with Tyler. Shout out to him, continuing on for another 6-7 hours. Glad to be here with Best Ball Guy too. I think he's been grinding as hard as anybody. Like, try to build themselves up, be part of that brat pack that these guys are doing for themselves. But no, glad to be here. Follow me at Splash Play. I'm going to move on to NFL DFS starting on Tuesday, and it's been a grind. Put up 200 drafts on stream this year, so it's been a fun. It's been a journey, but I'm stoked to be here. Stoked to be a part of the Fantasy Sanctuary stream here. And yeah, that's it for me. And then yeah, I'll give the floor to the guys who are going to work harder than me in the next few years, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, Spags, one of one, been crushing all season, all year long, every day, every week, just grinding his cock down to a nub. You love to see it.
Oh, there's nothing. I'm just a Ken doll right now. We got nothing. I try to pleasure my wife, and she just sits there and looks at her phone and browsing TikTok, looking at some meme. It's just the work, but that's the work we put in here every day. That's what the sacrifice is. You give up. You're so good at football. At a certain point, you don't even need a dick. You're just like, that's my dick is football. That's all it is.
Many people don't know that the D in DFS stands for dickless. So, just
Dickless Federation of Scrubs.
Eric, aka Basketball Guy, thank you so much for joining us halfway through from your home away from home office to help us shed some third eye gigabrain light on this team. Obviously needed it. Tell the people what you got going.
Yeah, I contributed the worst picks. We got Bateman, Dobbins, and Emmanuel Wilson. Just came into sabotage. No, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It's just real quick. Who Hames? William 1, these are your YouTube usernames, or Jason Calhoun. If you're in here, you need to get in my DMs on Twitter so you can be in the redraft league because you won the raffle. If you do not,
Jason was on stream with me last round. He better show up. That's fucking Huron River Rat. Yeah, he's got to show up.
Huron River Rat, Who Hames, and William 1. I hadn't seen you much, but you did want to be a part of the raffle, and then you won. So if you guys are in here right now, slide in the DMs on Twitter, bestballguy, or I'll give my email too, bestballguy@gmail.com. Easy. Just let me know. Hey, here I am. I will add you to the league. If you do not get there by Monday night, I'm calling on the replacement. So just want to throw that out there.
I did you a solid.
Send him some Trump and Kamala emails at bestballguy. Whatever one it is, just give him a bunch of spam emails. Somebody trying to get some votes.
Yeah, this is the first and last time any streamer is gonna plead with a bunch of randos to hop into their Twitter DMs.
Mm-hmm.
I sent River Rat a little chat. All right, boys. Thank you so much for all your time. We got a couple more guests that we're gonna swap on to as we keep this thing popping and rolling. Appreciate you, Spags. Appreciate you, Eric. Go check their content out. They stream every day, every contest. A lot of sharp stuff. Super big homies. Love them. Love the community. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all, and I'll catch you around.
Thank you, Tyler. Have
a
good one, guys.
Thanks, Tyler. Catch you guys.
What is up? Yes, I'm cruising in here after Tyler's held things down for the first hour, which seemed like a pretty fun stream. Got to admit, dipped in and out whilst dealing with the kids' tea time and all that kind of crap. But the headlines, joined by two of my favorite people in the best ball space, Josh from Fantasy Unleashed, who's been grinding his cock off when it comes to the ADP data alongside Cash all off season, and Steven, you might know him as FlavorizeThis, a very sharp man in the best ball streets. Steven, how you doing? You're on mute, Steven.
I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun, guys. I've been looking forward to it all week. I can't wait to see what kind of teams they come up with here.
How close to the end of your best ball drafting are you? I know some people like to be done by now and get around to like week one brain, but are you still going?
I'm still going. For me, I might do it a little bit differently next year, but I'm still chasing. There's a lot of overlay out there, and I'm chasing a lot of the overlay in drafters, DK. Even in Underdog, there's some marathon right now is starting to look like it's going to have some decent overlay. So I thought I was done, but this is this kind of stuff that just kind of pulls me right back in when I see that overlay, and then the money. It's just money that I should get is how I look at it. And so I'm like, that's my money. If I don't put money in, I can't get money out. So, I'm just chasing the big bucks right now. And I'll be doing that for the next, through Thursday or what have you. I guess DK does it a little bit later, but there's even on DK, there's a week 1 through 4 contest that's barely filling. And so it's like 100 there. It's supposed to be like 8,000 entries, and it's going like 100 entries a day, which is ridiculous. So I can't even stop with that one. I have so many slows going with that one. It's ridiculous.
I think that's the one which is really going to be interesting how quickly it fills. Josh, we kept you quiet far too long. How about you? You got many drafts you planning on doing at this point?
Yeah, what the heck? Chomping at the bit here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure the tech's all up. Yeah, you guys were capping off a big fantasy weekend for me. Had home leagues yesterday, this morning, 7 a.m. Draft this morning. So I'm like
7 a.m. draft.
Yeah, because they do like a big golf tournament afterward. So like
Okay.
everyone went to go do that after, and I came here to be with you guys. So this is the cherry on top of a big weekend.
Yes. What about yourself? Are you planning on chasing much overlay?
Probably no overlay chasing for me. I hit the hound dog this past weekend. I did get a big dog in. I think I didn't check. I'm guessing that's not going to fill right. So one bullet in the big dog. Does that count as overlay if there's some there? I don't know. But
I'll take it.
Silver bullet, baby.
Yeah. That's all I got. But
So,
no, I'm ready for the week one brain for sure. Yeah.
Because you guys do plenty of DFS content as well, don't you? Like for anyone who isn't familiar with Josh's work and the Fantasy Unleashed podcast, absolutely go and subscribe to it because it is one of the smartest and most entertaining podcasts you'll find out there. Tyler, what are we drafting? Has Underdog dropped anything else for us yet?
Unless I missed something, no. I think we're still working with Marathon Sprint and Big Dog Overlay, although Big Dog kind of catching up with 90% fill. So I'll hop us in a Marathon and we can get that going.
Nice. Guys, have you been drafting in the Marathon much? Stephen, you mentioned that you've been doing a bit of that. Is it a contest you like the format of that, or is it just one where you like just chasing the overlay?
That's always been, I think, my strength is trying to get the total points till the end of the year. Once you rely on weeks 15, 16, 17, and it's kind of like what pod you land in the regular BBM tournament, that kind of stuff is what ends up screwing me over. So I always have big teams that score a lot of points that lose. And so I think the draw of the marathon is, if I'm going to get a points, it's going to equal some cash for me. So the overlay plus, I think the system fit for me works overall. So.
Yeah. How about you, Josh? Have you done many in this?
No, you guys are sick that do all these different ones. I just stay traditional best ball. So it'll be fun to close it out and try one of these. What's the biggest changes here strategy wise for doing marathon versus, anything, or is it just kind of negligible type stuff?
I think there's a real edge in avoiding like the injury and slow ramp up guys, especially at like high cost, and then just like really wanting to find like the league winners, right? And then also like chasing players on bad teams could be a huge like silent killer downside unless they're like just out producing and crushing, their expectations. So I think, and then rookies late can still be very viable here. But ideally you kind of want to target like profiles that could truly outperform expectation, because you really want more than like a single week, ideally, unless it's like a nuclear week. I think this is a format where I don't think you can pull off elite QB and tight end on the same roster, and you kind of want to pick one or the other, if not avoid both, just depending on cost.
I think let's make our pick here. Steven, do you want to kick us off with a first round pick? Which of these guys at the top are you really liking?
I've been going what's left? I would say let's go St. Brown. I have a lot of them. I think they're going to be, Goff, I think, is going to be close to an MVP season if he doesn't get MVP this year. So it's kind of a bold take, but they have a lot of games that they're playing indoors, which just fits his game perfectly. That's when he excels. I think it's 16 out of 17, something like that. Of their games are indoor. So,
yeah, and I think what you get from Amon-Ra is quite valuable in this format because, I forget the exact numbers, but you look back over the last few years and he's either put up like 70 receiving yards or a touchdown in a huge majority of his games. So banking that kind of high floor play and as well as having a high ceiling is really useful. I think for me in this contest, going back to what Josh was asking, I try to just be mindful of the combinations of players that I'm taking. It's like where sometimes when you're drafting, it's kind of going on to autopilot and just stacking and taking the best players. Kind of going, okay, well, if I'm taking Chuba Hubbard, who am I pairing him with that can ping pong and bring me that kind of really high upside later on within the draft? But yeah, aside from that, nothing too crazy. We've got Breece Hall and Bijan going in the top 5 picks. It feels like over the last 2 weeks, that's kind of really been something that's been pushed up. Josh, I know you guys kind of recorded your last podcast a few days ago. Is that something you saw in the ADP that it just seemed like a real upward trend for those top 2 running backs outside of CMC?
Yeah, especially the Breece stuff. I mean, just drafting when I realized just over the past week, like seeing Breece move up that high, just, clearly above Bijan and just moving his way in that top 5. Seems like more people now down the stretch here going running back early, feeling comfortable with that.
Yeah. Tyler, have you been taking more of those guys over the last few days? Because I've found myself in some of the more time box contests I've been doing that I'm quite happy to just eat that, the fact that they're getting pushed up.
Well, my spicy take is I've been doing this since April and May. I've been pretty light on Jamar and Justin outside of Justin, I thought had some outs to JJ McCarthy being, the Stroud black box type of upside. Darnold presents more of that downside to the offense than people want to really truly give credit for. And so I've viewed Bijan and Breece as those legendary elite running backs who could separate themselves not only at the position but as of hit the ground running, nuclear single week ceiling plays. And I know that my compatriots are a little bit more worried about building good teams with that. So yeah, definitely been taking those guys plenty.
Josh, where do you want to go with this pick? Obviously, we're not
Nico.
Nico.
Grown ass man.
So how high are you on Nico?
Pretty high. I think he's my highest owned wide receiver for sure.
Nice.
I just think he's bona fide alpha, and I feel like the thing with him, just because he wasn't a big prospect coming out, kind of slow start to his career. I feel like people are kind of slow playing, how good he really is. And I get the target competition, everything, but I feel like they're going to throw more. And I think he's the clear number 1. I have Nico and Tank Dell are my 2 highest exposed wide receivers. So
hard to hate on that.
Is that kind of aggressive approach on him coming at expensive anyone in particular in round 2, or you just kind of find yourself just reaching just slightly for him, scooping up all the times he falls?
Basically everyone in the middle, late round 2. Just because round 1, it's harder to take stands on, but round 2 this year, as everyone's pointed out, it's just been so flat. That just felt like a good place to take a stand in that round. And Nico's just a guy that I went to early and kept going back to him.
Nice. I like that. I think, I'm definitely Nico's somebody that I've been trying to get more of lately because I'm sitting at about 12%. And I was like, if I can push this up a couple more notches by the time things close, I'd be pretty happy.
He's Josh Gordon, man. Josh Gordon. That's my comp. Look up the player profiles for him and everything. They're exactly the same. So
okay, so Devontae Adams at the top of ADP, falling a good few spots. I can't click Devontae Adams. I find him a really difficult click. But Steven, if you can make a compelling argument for him or someone else in this range, let's hear it.
No, I've been big on Evans and Metcalf right here. So I think I got Evans a little bit higher, and he's been my guy.
Tyler, break it one way or the other on Evans or Metcalf.
I mean, we get the slightest of values, and I mean, if this offense doesn't regress like people think it does, and Evans continues to be the red zone threat that he has proven himself to be both over his career and in camp this season. I mean, all the reports coming out where McMillan's doing awesome. Godwin looks back to himself in the slot, and Evans just scored another touchdown in 2-minute drill. So yeah, I'm very good with that at wide receiver 3.
This from Yosh seems to be a common kind of thing that everyone's saying at the minute, that $50 sprints just aren't really in their price range or something they want to chase a lot of. And I think that's kind of what you see with a lot of these contests, that if you're really going to chase the overlay, it needs to be a range where people are happy drafting it, which I think is why drafters always ends up going a bit crazy the last week, why this content still probably do quite well. But Josh, are you drafting anything in the sprint, or just leaving it alone? Just no no real
No.
love for it.
I'll do if they do like a little last minute pop-up tourneys, just the traditional
Yeah.
stuff. I'll probably hit a couple more, but nope, just turning the page here. Long off season, man. That's a long
Let's go,
grind starting in
Marshall.
I
February.
can't not highlight this. I'm sorry. We may have culturally brutalized several accents the first hour. But Tom is obviously crushing the British accent bit right now.
I mean, yeah, I had you on mute, but sat on my phone. I was just like keeping an eye on what was going on, like in the chat and stuff, and enjoying that. And I saw a lot of talk about your Jamaican accent, Tyler. So
we don't need to talk about that. We don't need to talk about that. Exactly, it didn't happen.
as long as nobody's getting cancelled before the end of the stream, we'll just keep it to afterwards. But yeah, definitely just pleased to see you've got your top on after clicking through a bit of Fantasy Dog Pound's stream last night and seeing a lot of naked men.
Everybody wants me to pop the top off. That was a randomizer wheel, and I kept getting stuck in the guest slot when the tops had to come off. So and then I'm not gonna keep putting it on and taking it back off. I'm gonna go to bed without a top on. I'm gonna wake up without a top on, and it is what it is. So if you want the top off, you gotta pay to play around here. No randomizer wheel is gonna dictate my life today.
Yeah, I jumped on with Pat this morning, and he was definitely flagging. We're 1 week away. Monra St. Brown, Nico Collins, and Mike Evans. Josh, you took Nico quite aggressively last time. Stephen, is there anything that you feel as passionate about at this point?
I mean, they just took Laporta, but I'm looking. I love KW3. I think the increased pace for the Seattle offense, I think they're going to surprise a lot of people, and I think they're great in the marathon format to grab pieces. Yeah. They're cheaper than most teams, and I think they're going to score a lot.
That's a fun show.
Yeah, I think the team that won on Drafters last year was a 0 RB build. I might be remembering that wrong, but I think a decent chunk of the top 10 were all teams that had taken running backs within the first few rounds. So, I mean, I've not seen any data on that format, particularly whether it's kind of a case that historically running backs in the first few rounds have been a good way to kind of get through things. But I'm kind of okay with it. I think, when you build 0 RB teams, and Sean Siegel's talked about this a lot, you are building for week 17. You're building for dominating down the stretch. Whereas at this point, if you can make sure you've got some level of floor at the running back position, it feels like a smart choice. Josh, what kind of percentage would you say of your builds this year have been 0 RB builds?
Fewer than I would have anticipated. Probably like during June, started going earlier running back, kind of like Tyler said. I liked Bijan and Brees early just because I thought it was a chance to get different. And then like mid-June, I started hitting A-Chan a lot. So I was actually getting some early running back more so than years past. But then started mixing up, did some harder 0 RB stuff like down the stretch, over the past month once we got more clarity on some of those things. But this year I just feel like maybe it's just from drafting so much, but it felt more comfortable getting a couple running backs like in the first 5 or 6 rounds. Like Ken Walker was always what target for me, but then compared to years past, I don't know, I felt like I could be able to pull it off at receiver.
Tyler, are we hitting Dalton Kincaid here for an elite tight end, or are you just happy to kind of push on this and go in a different direction?
I don't mind punting tight end and cumulative scoring, but if y'all have a very strong feeling that Kincaid can be,
I'm fine with that.
Top 1 tight end, then I'll capitulate.
You make the pick, Tyler. Send us in a direction you feel is good.
Here's an offering to Tom and his Ravens fandom. Let's take a year 2 receiver.
See, I know what you did there. You took Zay Flowers, so we don't have to take Rashad Bateman later.
I don't know what you're talking about, Timothy.
That's a shame.
What a goddamn shame. No, I mean, I think people being afraid of Zay Flowers going to the 3-4 turn in Best Ball Mania and then him falling around like Christian Kirk. From a full season projected standpoint, fine. But if you're talking about again, in this format, players like Kirk serve a purpose. But Zay Flowers' profile, year 2 receiver, who had a very solid, very especially late crushing stretch last season, is set up really well to dominate in the deep and intermediate area, not just the short area where he was featured early on with an offense kind of in whack with, a Rashad Bateman much more hampered by injuries than they expected coming out of the summer, and then losing Andrews midway through the season. So now he's got a full off season. He's seemingly had a strong camp by all accounts. And so if we're talking about guys that can way outperform ADP and be like a vehicle to help a full season finish, that's going to be like your rookies, your year 2 breakouts, your random year 6 breakouts, and then your handcuff or, chaos 0 RB guys, really and truly. So I want to target breakout players who might be underpriced because of just some projectable volume concerns, not taking into account like the ceiling outcome is what I'm chasing with these players more than the floor, because this isn't an eliminator, it's marathon. So I want to score the most points. Who are the guys most likely to score the most points?
Rory living on that one Rashad Bateman memory that we all have.
We'll never forget it. We'll never forget it. I gotta say, Josh, I love that you talked about your running backs like drugs. You're like, I started hitting the HN in July, and then I hit the I started hitting them hard. And I like
subtle slips.
Freudian slip. Running back is a gateway drug, guys. Don't let it steer you down the path away from zero running back.
So, guys, we're one pick away. If CJ Stroud makes it here, we stacking him with Nico.
Don't leave that up to me. Because
I know where you're going. Steven, are you in on CJ Stroud?
I love CJ Stroud. Let's do it.
All right. What a way to end it.
Josh, first time that we get to share the stream. So your excitement, and I love Stroud, I love Nico as well. So I'd like to invite you to hit the guest nut button for the Fantasy Sanctuary stream. So please do the honors. There we go. Gotta love it.
Steven, I know you quite well, and I know that you spend a lot of time in the betting markets, and you're a very smart better, someone who I think a lot of people should be paying attention to when you're posting bets. What's your conviction bet for this year? The one thing you feel really strongly on?
I do like, I talked about Goff being MVP. I think he's going to get those numbers. Whether or not they give it to him or not, we'll see. But I think they're going to get the wins. I've been looking at win totals. I think 49ers are going to be in some trouble. I think they're going to struggle a lot of games. They'll have a fast start. But I love Chicago, and I'm looking at, Caleb Williams being an obvious rookie of the year kind of candidate. I think Chicago's going to start out strong. I think they're going to make the playoffs. You can still make pretty decent money on betting them to make the playoffs. I posted one the other day, which is Broncos over 6 wins, and I think Chicago to make the playoffs, which was plus 380, which is ridiculous. That's just an auto for me. So I think there's just I have all sorts of crazy ones if people want to check out my feed, but I think those are some really easy money ones this year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So we're one pick away. Steven, we'll stick with you. And what are you thinking here? Obviously, we've got the kind of late hero running back build with Kenneth Walker. Is this the area where you think we should be looking at another running back, or are we hitting that 5th wide receiver before moving on?
I have Mostert pretty high compared to some people. I got him over, I have him rated over Devontae Smith. I have him rated over Higgins, Flowers. So I think right now he's a great bargain, especially season long. I think he's going to get a lot of touchdowns. I think he's somebody that I would target. We talked about McConkey.
And he just goes before our pick.
Yeah.
You talked to whoever was watching and straight into it. Okay. So there's Keenan Allen, Evan Ingram, Aaron Jones, Christian Watson, Keon Coleman, and then Lad McConkey, all kind of near the top. Anyone else, Steven, with 5 seconds?
Keenan's good. I love Keenan. I love what Chicago's going to be doing. Like I said, they're going to be putting up some points. Fast start for sure.
Let's eat up this fat Keenan dip like he eats up all the pizzas in Chicago.
I know we've got a question in the chat we want to get to in a moment, but I know you're a Broncos fan, and you mentioned over 6 wins for them. Do you think that their defense is good enough to carry them through that, or you just think that Bo Nix is being underappreciated?
It's a little bit of both. There's some improvement. I think the starters on both sides are there, but the reserves aren't. So once they start getting guys injured, that's when they're going to start losing a little bit more. I think they're going to have a faster start than people think. I think Knicks is going to make a big difference, but 6-7 is probably 8 is going to be the max. I think they're not going to be a playoff team, but they're going to be better than people think they're going to be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So let's get to this question. Do you guys think Kelsey's a good pick in the marathon? Because in all other tourneys, he's kind of cheap because of arresting during the playoffs narrative. So yeah, it's quite a difficult one. Honestly, I haven't really made up my mind where I'm at on Kelsey this year. I'm kind of still expecting him to be not at full pace through the early parts of the season, but because he won't be relied on quite as much, I think he can be efficient and end up scoring a lot of touchdowns, perhaps. Josh, are you in on Travis Kelce this year?
Not really. No, I like the range a little bit later down. Big on McBride. I like Kincaid too. I think Evan Ingram is just always fine. Like every year, he's not a guy to be too excited about. And then like Jake Ferguson, I like that range, and Njoku. So not so much like Kelsey, just more so I like the guys I've been able to get later.
They don't really need him to be the engine anymore. Like Rashee Rice isn't missing any time by all accounts, and he's been crushing in the target share and kind of like that Kelsey-esque role. Now they have their deep threats in Hollywood and Worthy back to help like clear out, but also attack the deep edges. So it sure seems like they're set up to not have to funnel through Kelsey and be one-dimensional in that aspect anymore. And so that plus his age makes you have to wonder like truly what his weekly ceiling over the course of the season is, because the resting for the playoffs could start at any point in the year, and in cumulative scoring, every week is the same value. So like even if he does rest or miss a couple weeks down the stretch, that still impacts you from that standpoint versus the young guys.
Yep. Where we going here? Let's throw us one you tight end.
Tight end here.
Bowers.
Yeah, I'm fine with either of those two if you guys have a preference.
Tyler, your preference on Bowers or Njoku?
I think Bowers is in a different tier than Njoku, frankly.
Yeah. I'm just having a hard time drafting Njoku because so much of his production came with Joe Flacco, and I think the Deshaun Watson situation just feels pretty miserable at this point. Like, is anyone drafting Deshaun Watson at this point?
Unfortunately, I did. Steven, I wanted to ask you as the bettor here. The one bet that I named last week on the pod, or week before, whenever, I think I like the Browns under. It was at 8.5. I'm just like, I don't know. They leaned on that defense a lot last year. Then even that got exposed down the stretch. I mean, how are you feeling about the Browns at all? I just think the Deshaun thing's, I don't know, just not a believer, despite my Deshaun bags and best ball, unfortunately.
That's a tough number. I mean, it's probably one that I honestly wouldn't play, but their defense is still elite. If the rushing game can with Ford and eventually Chubb can be there, they don't need Watson as much. But yeah, man, it's just a mess with Watson until they eject 100% from that situation. I really don't love picking like an over on that, at all. So under is probably the smart play if you were to play it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, defenses can regress so much year to year. The offensive line, which is supposed to be a strength, is really banged up at the minute. And then Deshaun Watson at the key of it. I was quite surprised they restructured his contract. It felt like they were really trying not to do that this year to give them potentially an earlier out from his contract. And then at the last minute, they do it and now lead the NFL in cap space. So
I did a wee bit digging there, Tom, and what I'd like to say is that it's fully guaranteed contract, so there was no way to get out. There was more of a way of like create cap now by letting cap in the future, and then eventually when we're gone, we're gone. But by restructuring, they gave themselves like a $43 million dead cap out post June 1, 2025, which is Matt Ryan range. So it buys them cap, and it's a very like eatable dead cap if they wanted to do that. And I can't wait to fade Njoku again for like the whole Watson tight end and like how the offense uses him for Jameis Winston to shove it down my throat the last 6 weeks of the season.
So what are we saying here, guys? Anybody got a strong feel? Like, I'd be fine taking Caleb and being done at quarterback, but I'm open to other shouts.
We have a guy that DJ Mitchell loves Shakir, and I think he's going to be the number one option in Buffalo this year. It just feels so cheap. the Bills, they spread it around so much, but Shakir is going to be that surprise guy that's really going to open some eyes. And we're all going to be, hey, we got him at 100 and, we got him at 101, 102. And he's going to be somebody that just pops. And you're going to get him maybe top 40 next year.
I've definitely
top 40.
Top 40, top 50.
Spicy.
Yeah.
I've definitely tried to add more Shakir lately, mainly because I was very in on Curtis Samuel, and then the turf toe injury has definitely made me feel iffy about it now. So I've been sprinkling in more Shakir lately. Josh, are you playing the Bills in any particular way?
Well, we're Keon Coleman guys over here. That's been a brand play, and that's not like, we're not instructing others to follow that one. That's just we think
Not
he's funny.
financial advice for the coal mine.
Yeah, we just think he's a funny dude. He does have a lot of opportunity, but I agree. Like Shakir early in the season for sure could have a lot of production. It seems like he can play. Like he's always shown potential, so I'm fine with that. But yeah, that's just more of a bit with us and with money behind it.
I mean, those are the best kind of bits. You put your money where your left's at.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I mean, I've been playing the Rashad Bateman bit for 3 years now, so excited for that to play out again.
I'm there with you, man.
Sign up, Bateman. Have some respect, Tom.
So Tyler, you just give us a quick rundown of the team before we get to our next pick, please.
It would be my pleasure. 1161 going full hero RB. CJ Stroud, Ken Walker, Amon Ra, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers, Keenan Allen, Khalil Shakir, and Brock Bowers. Very fun start.
How are we feeling about it, Steven?
It's strong. I'm looking at guys like Corum now. This is the area that you might want to start looking at. Maybe next couple rounds, start looking at Mason, who's the backup running back now in the 49ers. And his ADP is so low that you're never going to pick him close to his ADP anymore. It's like it gets up to like 160 something. So, as far as running backs go, I think we have a lot of great options still. I mean, this is looking good.
Yep. I like Rico Dowdle. I've been drafting a decent amount of him. He's probably in my top 5 running backs at this point. Don't mind Gus, but then Chubb, Eckler, guys I haven't really drafted at all. Zeke, for me, should be going a decent bit later after the Dalvin Cook signing, but I don't mind Trey Benson or even Chuba Hubbard.
Oh, we found the one person that thinks Dalvin Cook is smoking Zeke Elliott. I'm glad we could find that out.
Any objections to Rico?
Nope.
Let's do Rico. And
just took him this morning. Just hope he's, hope he's good. Still, not a lot of tape on him.
So, I mean, the thing with the Cowboys running back room, to me, I don't think they signed Dalvin Cook as a play against Rico Dowdle, because we've kind of seen that. I think it's more just between Zeke and Dalvin. They're hoping that they can patch together enough touches to support Rico, but yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they cut Royce Freeman?
They did, yeah. Who they were bigging up a couple of weeks ago.
Right. So it seems like Dalvin Cook is their dusty free agent running back depth piece, and they decided that the idea of Cook was more fun than their idea of Royce Freeman, which I don't think anyone can blame them for. But I have a hard time seeing how Cook is anything more than like a comfy, dusty depth piece with Zeke in this crowd. But maybe I'm wrong.
Like a Melvin Gordon type that's gonna emergency break glass kind of thing is gonna help you for a game.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if he's like a healthy scratch for most weeks, unless he's going to get dirty in the special teams and Deuce Vaughn is going to get healthy scratched.
Yeah, I think that makes plenty of sense. Josh, like in this range of the drafts, like who's the guy that you're trying to draft as often as possible?
Ty Chandler.
Yes.
Love it.
How about you, Steven?
I do love some Ty, but right now we were talking about Mason. I do like Mike Williams. He's there. Goff will probably fall another round. Hopefully we can get him. But
I have said that for the last 3 marathons, and boy, oh boy, have I been wrong.
Oh, well.
Man. I'm okay pushing it. Let me see. We got the Laporta drafter on the other side of us.
Yeah,
So he's not making it back to us. It's either Goff or figure it out.
Let's go Goff for sure.
Let's go Goff. Yeah.
Get that MVP.
I like it.
I
Spicy.
love Goff. I love Goff in this tournament because he's a mid-round pick who, for 14 straight weeks, has his optimal setup. All of his players should be good to go week 1. He's got his same OC that helped him crush last year. So if you're talking about like one of the few pocket, like I'm very, very, very comfortable taking, like in this format specifically, cumulative points. He is such like a much safer, much better, much higher ceiling than Kirk Cousins, who's might have to start slow and be ramped up with, new year 1 in this offense, year 1 off the Achilles, a much thinner offensive talent base than we'd all like to admit, especially with Kyle Pitts being winded during sprints. So it's like, Goff is just so set up nicely in this to be especially as your QB2. Like that feels nice. And you see how both of those guys have super solid seasons and make a 2-quarterback build work very, very well between floor and ceiling every week.
Yep. 2 seconds. Sorry, guys. Try to multitask here. But I just think, Jared Goff in this format, the floor that he gives us, along with, where we're already built as a team, I'm completely fine betting on that. I think it's a good shout. And like I've been a little not standoffish with the Lions, but I probably haven't been particularly aggressive on them. But then the more we get to the NFL season, I'm listening to real NFL podcasts from people I respect. You just start hearing all these people who are like, I think Lions over Niners in the NFC Championship game is a real possibility. So at some point, kind of got to get on board and start drafting them a bit more often. Tyler, I see you've got Zeke at the top of the queue. Are you open to more handcuffing in this format?
I mean, to me, this is kind of like if we wanted to do this, and if we want to push it, that's totally fine with me. But taking 2 cheap swings at a high value backfield, not a bad idea in a grosser Miami way. But I know we all like Ty Chandler here, so I'm okay capitulating to the more fun player for sure.
What are we saying, guys?
I'm a Ty guy.
Let's do some Ty.
Let's get some Ty.
Nice. Tyler, I'm going to stop you from doing your Thai accent before we get to that point. We'll reserve those later on.
Oh, you motherfucker.
We've got a shout in the chat saying take Goff over his touchdown total with 14 dome games. He should hit 35. I mean, if Goff, if Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Amon-Ra St. Brown are all going to hit and pay off their ADP, then that's definitely a smart bet to be taken. Steven, do you ever look at
the rushing thing for sure? Like if they don't rush for as many touchdowns, then it has to go through Goff. Yeah.
Steven, do you ever look at like best ball ADP when you're considering what to bet?
I don't. Sometimes I look at, you guys have reports that you put out of who's a high mover and those kind of things. And I'll look at those and I'll kind of weigh them against my projections and see if I can bump my projections up but I usually don't use best ball ADP. The underdog rooms are sharp. And if you were going to do that, then that's the kind of way to go. But it's usually, it hasn't been like a plus play for me to do that.
Yeah, I think you'd end up betting an awful lot of wide receiver overs if you did underdog ADP for your bets.
Yeah.
Tyler Algier in our queue, I think one of my top 4 rostered players. Josh, you've been making a push to get more and more Bijan Robinson lately. Like, are you all in on Bijan this year?
Yeah, I'd say so. And you can make the case for Breece Hall too. Like, I'm not going to fight anyone over that. I've just always been a Bijan guy, and I've also been kind of anti-Jets too over the past 2 years. So it's kind of just an easy tiebreaker going from the gut with that one. But yeah, Bijan, just what he was able to show last year, despite the weirdness in that offense. I think if he gets the bell cow role, like the dude could really shine. So, Algier can play, but just you got to take your stands.
Yep, absolutely. So 2 picks away Tyler's favorite player, J.K. Dobbins, creeping up there in the queue. As well. There's a bunch of other running backs. Demario Douglas. Cole Kmet, I don't know why he's in the queue, but
It's just
right.
correlation. I'm just, we got one tight end.
Just clicking, just clicking around.
Just doing a little
We
playing
got-
around.
Should we go Jordan Mason? I know Steven was saying that he doesn't make it to his ADP often, and we're right around his ADP.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, that's a crazy value for him still. I mean, he should be going around in the 120s. And if this had if they had talked about Mitchell being out, he would be earlier. He would be up there. I mean, he's jumped quite a bit in the last week, and it's ridiculously. I mean, that's a crazy value.
I'm checking the board real quick. Oh yeah, Kamani Vidal is still on the board. But yeah, no, Jordan Mason, great shot. I think one of the most actionable things to do in a tournament like this is to leverage the most information we have possible. And if the ADPs are wrong because they have not had enough time to adjust to late information, then you have to act on those things. And so yeah, full agree that a Jordan Mason type is the same type of bet as a lot of running backs in these 4-round chunks. And and we're going to be some of the few teams to proceed as such.
So, Stephen, are you easing away from CMC as part of this kind of overweight bet on Jordan Mason, or are you just happy taking either of them, depending on the draft and what slot you've got?
I mean, CMC has so much. He has a decent injury history, and now we have Trent Williams, who still hasn't signed, and they have a decently hard schedule. I think they're still going to use them, even if CMC is healthy. They're still going to use Mason quite a bit, but it's impossible unless you have the 101. Just CMC is not falling, so it's just a good way to get a big piece for that offense, especially as a great handcuff or just in case CMC fails. So
yeah, if it was last year or the year before Elijah Mitchell when he was supposed to be the backup, he was in round 10, 11. So if you just project that on the Jordan Mason, then that's still 2 rounds of value just from that standpoint. So
great shout there. Yeah.
What are you guys doing with the Niners wide receiver position later on after this Ricky Pearsall thing? He hasn't really had a great camp anyway, and then getting shot is not ideal. Brian Robinson can attest to that. Are you guys scrolling down to Jacob Cowing, or are you just leaving it at Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and not worrying about the deeper options?
Yeah, I haven't dug that deep on the Niners. Haven't Juwan Jennings, haven't done anything like that.
I was on Jennings early in the season, May, June, but I just haven't selected him as much. There's other guys popping within the information that's coming down that it's not worth it, especially since Ayuk just signed. I mean, he was if Ayuk wasn't there, Jennings would be the guy.
Tyler, are we going with McMillions?
If everybody's good with a little bit of Buccaneers stack and a spicy rookie, I think yes.
Yep, let's do it.
All right.
That's Super Bowl MVP almost, Juwan Jennings. That man.
My
no
thing is
disrespect.
my thing is the Niners for the last 3 years have been bottom 3 team in 11 personnel. It's just not what they run. It's not how they run optimally. And at the time, it seemed as someone that has not believed Ayuk was going anywhere since, this is just how the Niners do. They try to lowball players. It happened with hard-nosed negotiations. They did it with Debo. They've done this with Trent Williams. Trent Williams is the only one that's never blinked and missed games in order to get what he wants. He's ready to do it again, which definitely, like Steve alluded to, you want to be concerned within a season-long cumulative points because the offense will underperform without their starting tackle in a huge way. Moves the Vegas line. So with that said, though, Ricky Pearsall's upside median was beat out Juwan Jennings to be the 3rd starting receiver in 11 personnel that they run at the 3rd lowest rate of the last 3 years. Not a great out at price. I don't care that he's a first-round talent. Kyle Shanahan does not respect draft capital at all. Drafted Jacob Cowing, who was just as efficient, maybe even a better prospect when you look at the numbers. He's coming out and been struggling with a unstable shoulder injury for months, and they thought they could work through it and it's still been an issue. Then it was some hamstring issues. Now it's the gunshot injury. And it's his out was that Ayuk gets traded, which was never that likely. And now it's definitely not. And then an injury to Debo or he somehow seizes a role and forces the team to operate in a personnel package they just do not operate in. So those outs all seemed very thin to me, given the cost, regardless of the draft capital, and I wanted to be mindful of that context versus like the Legettes, the McMillans, the Polks.
Yep. Right, so we're back on the clock in a second. We've got Khalil Herbert and K. Dotton in the queue, obviously 2 QB already. So, Josh, what are you thinking around here? Anything in particular you'd want to do structurally?
Yeah, I'm a Khalil Herbert guy, so
Yes.
that works out very nicely. I'm really liking how this is coming together here.
Oh yeah.
So what we're sitting on a 2-5-7-1 so far. Stephen, I know you said you've been drafting in this quite a bit. What kind of roster builds have you ended up on more often?
Yeah, recently I've been trying to add 3 QB ones, just to have the variety for the, if you're getting points every single week, and you got to go to all 17 weeks, one injury is going to kill a team. So I've been trying to build 3 QB teams, 5 running backs. And just kind of go at it like that, and try to get some of the cheaper teams that will have decent, I've been adding in some Chargers. I've been adding in some Seahawks. There's some teams that I think have some pretty decent schedules that I think, especially towards the end of the season, like Tampa Bay. We have a lot of Tampa Bay in this draft. Falcons, Colts. You're going to see some for the Saints that have an easier schedule toward the end. And I'd like to see my team kind of pick up, steam at the end like that. But yeah, I think it's mostly 3 QB, 5 running back kind of builds.
Nice.
We got a little late breaking news, FYI, that Andy Reid confirms that P. Ryan will be available for the Ravens Thursday night football game.
Well, that changes everything.
I mean, this is very new. I mean, I think it's notable that like they're not going to like practice squad him for a week.
Yeah.
And they could healthy scratch him, but it makes no sense to do that if CEH is more likely to be inactive for that game.
Generic Prince just banished to the memories for the month or so that we drafted him.
I didn't want to draft him, but he ended up on a different team, didn't he? Which seems signed Generic Prince.
I thought he ended up on their practice, but I might be wrong.
I thought let's see, where did he get signed?
I think he's still there. Yeah, okay.
You can only keep so much stuff in your head,
Yeah.
This is true. Something's got to go. And I'm thinking about Thai food now. So apparently Generic Prince is landing spot left.
He's on the Dolphins.
That's what it is. So perfect.
Went south.
If that's what
went south for the winter. That's smart.
Okay. Well, we got Tank Bigsby, Juwan Johnson, Luke McCaffrey, Tyrone Tracy, Stephen. Any of those guys, or anybody in the ADP list that you'd like to make a sell on?
I've been kind of a sucker recently for Tank. It sounds like he's going to have a better second season than he did the first. I'm willing to roll the dice on the talent and the on that team.
Yeah, the fact that the team could have moved on from him so easily, like in a draft where there was lots of round 4, round 5 running backs, the fact that they were quite happy to run it back and give him another opportunity, and then they've talked so positively about him. I've been drafting a reasonable amount of Bigsby, ready to get burned for the second year in a row. Josh, have you been drafting Bigsby?
No, but Cash is back in. Bigsby is I've just always been an ETN guy. I'm not like anti Bigsby, just hasn't been more like Tyrone Tracy late. A couple other guys have been getting late, but Cash is all the way back in. So we got some ride or die over here.
So we got a couple more rounds. Like, are you guys like surprised at all that Tyrone Tracy hasn't shot up more? I know he's injured, but it felt like on the back of his injury being not as serious as people expected, I thought he might rise maybe another round, possibly even a little bit higher than that because of it.
I think Gray's been pretty decent, and he's going to cut into the work that Tracy sees. I've been getting more Gray than Tracy, so it's a toss up. I think eventually Gray's going to beat him out, but we'll see how this goes. And it's the Giants, so it's like, what is the backup running back on the Giants actually worth when a team that's not going to score a lot will win a lot? So Not gonna be
It's
ahead a
just-
lot.
It's just Malik Neighbors season.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there goes Greg Dulcich. So much for that.
Yeah, that's
All right,
that's a
Tom.
guy I've adjusted to. Noted Denver Broncos beat Ben Albright, who's pretty plugged in on like perceived usage and schematic attacking and personnel decisions when asked who is the wide receiver 2 on the Broncos, and he said, well, the wide receiver 2 is Josh Reynolds, but if you're asking from a fantasy perspective, who's getting the second most targets, it's Javonte, it's Dulcich, pending health. I thought that was extremely bullish, kind of unsolicited.
Yeah,
Well,
like a
Mick-
month ago, I thought he was still hurt, and all of a sudden he's back at practice, he's
Right.
rolling again. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, okay.
Does
Greg.
anyone want to sell a different tight end other than Juwan Johnson? Juwan Johnson it is.
Sold to the
yep.
man that wants to get cucked by Taysom. Please, Taysom, take it easy on us.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it sounds
Not
like
him.
Taysom's, he's going to be in the running back situation a lot of the time, or he's running routes out wide, for God's sake. Like,
They're gonna need him everywhere. They're gonna.
Yeah.
They should make him the head coach. Really, is just what they should
The
do.
vibes would be immense if Taysom was the head coach. Holy shit. This team actually might win one game over expected with Taysom as coach.
Yeah,
if Taysom Hill was a head coach, he wouldn't even be the youngest head coach in the NFL, would he? It's probably at least 2 or 3 head coaches younger than Taysom Hill.
Oh my God, you're right. Because Taysom's what, 30? Taysom's always way older than I think. Taysom
Yep.
is 34. He's been in the league so long. How did this happen?
Wow.
I
crazy.
was telling Best Ball Guy the other day that Taysom's going to get used all over the place, but it sure seems like he's been used all over the place in this offseason because Jawan, Kendre, Kamara, and Shaheed have all missed time for various reasons for like the last 4 months. So
Yeah.
they just need people to run and do the installs. And that's the one guy that they're like, thank God we don't have to sign more players to run all these installs because our guy Taysom's going to in every package, in every room. And by week 5, if everybody's healthy, I don't expect him to be used at every position like a chess piece. I expect him to be like the emergency depth piece in certain packages. So early season, I think you could definitely see that. But I think the usage overall might be overblown if he's not going to get like quarterback snaps.
Yeah. So what we've got a couple of picks before our last one, and then we're sitting on a 2-6-7-2 build. Stephen, you've been drafting loads in this contest, and you seem pretty dialed into it. What do you think we need structurally to finish this out?
I would love another wide receiver here. I'm a big Robinson guy. I'm willing to go whatever way with anybody though. Dynamy Brown is there. I like Naylor from the Vikings. I think he's going to get a lot of work. But any of those guys, Robinson, I think it's a safe pick, and he'll get a lot of someone already got him.
The other Cowboy.
Yep. Yeah, Tolbert. If Tolbert's there, that's great too.
I think Tolbert went rounds ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Any more shouts? I don't mind DeMarcus Robinson. I think, if you're talking a decent floor play, or Josh Reynolds. Anybody?
Fine with those.
Yep.
DeMarcus Robinson it is. Tyler, recap the team for us when you get a second, if you can.
2682, CJ Stroud, Jared Goff at quarterback, running back, Ken Walker, Rico Dowdle, Ty Chandler, Jordan Mason, Khalil Herbert, Tank Bigsby, wide receiver Amon Ra, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers, Keenan Allen, Khalil Shakir, Jalen McMillan, and DeMarcus Robinson, tight end Brock Bowers, and Juwan Johnson.
That wide receiver room is ridiculous. I mean,
That's nice.
That's this thing's gonna cash. This is nice.
I mean, you've guaranteed yourself a wide receiver in the flex there every single week. Like, I think that's really fun. Josh, how are you feeling about it?
Well, I was just thinking, what's your guys' confidence level in Brock Bowers here? It feels like this team's going to lean on him a lot. I have some thoughts, but where you guys stand? I know, Tyler, you said he's in a tier above Njoku. So
I think if you draft him at ADP, I think more often than not, you should probably treat him like an elite tight end, mispriced. And in that standpoint, I don't think you can afford to do a 3 tight end build with an elite tight end in this contest. in most cases. I think we had the flexibility to potentially do that, given that we were definitely not going to do more quarterbacks or running backs in our build. So I wouldn't have minded from a volatility standpoint, especially with maybe some foot lingering stuff. But if he's going to be fed at, in a kind of a Taysom way, in the backfield, in the slot, out wide with that profile, if he operates like an elite tight end and we just got an arbitrage price, then I think playing it through two tight ends is viable. I kind of waver on the confidence level of that just because it is the Raiders and it is Antonio Pierce and Devontae Adams is still there. And it is Gardner Minshew. So those concerns, I haven't hit, I want to bet on talent. I have to admit that his production talent's very nice. His athletic talent is kind of unknown. So I want to be in on it, but I don't want to be over my skis given some contextual player and situational concerns. And I don't want to act like those aren't there.
Yeah. I wish the team situation was different. I just think Brock Bowers is some guys get their own athleticism and stuff. Brock Bowers just knows how to play football, man. He breaks tackles that's like a skill for him. He's just such a skillful football player. But yeah, the situation, I think you broke it down, the way your wheels were turning there. I could tell you kind of feel the same way. I love Brock Bowers, but it's the Raiders. So
it could easily be last year's Garrett Wilson, where it's man, just blindly bet on the talent. The old Slim Reaper quarterback looking ass dude that's kind of limping into practice. It's just put blinders on. It's going to be okay. And it's sometimes the bottom dropping out risk is much more real than we want to give it credit for.
Yeah.
So I doubt you could find a market for it, but if I could place a bet on anything related to Brock Bowers, it would probably be for him to break the rushing yards for a rookie tight end, which does anyone want to take a guess? Which tight end?
You have this number.
I have this number. Does anyone want to take a guess which tight end holds the record for this?
Aaron Hernandez.
Aaron Hernandez is top 5. He was 4th.
Man, he killed that record, man.
With 47. With 47 rushing yards. Anyone else?
Trying to think of tight ends taking handoff. He was the only one that came to mind.
Wait, has Kelsey done it with those stupid fake shovel pass shits?
Well, this was in their rookie season, so
rookie season. He sat his rookie season. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Got to go back a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say this had to be some 1970s, 1980s. Was it Butkus?
No, it was Ozzie Newsome. He had.
Your shit-eating Raven Grin should have given it away.
How many carries did he have?
Let's see. So he averaged 7.4 yards per carry, and he had 13 attempts, and he ended up with 96 rushing yards. So Brock Bowers.
Damn. I mean, that's Tom fell off.
Ozzy said, "Don't you dare besmirch my name and say that Brock Bowers is going to outdo my record."
But how about that? NFL is innovative today, but they were doing that, getting the tight end carries decades ago. Not bad.
I mean, yeah, crazy what happens when you just feed your best players.
Guess that's not a new idea. Yeah,
it's a new idea for some folks.
Yeah.
I'd say definitely not the. Some people should talk to some of the. It's guys, what are we doing? Breece Hall, maybe give him more carries and not Dalvin Cook. I'm just saying.
Yeah, call up Mike McDaniel. Talk to him. He'll tell you what to do.
Mike McDaniel. I mean, you want to talk about job safety though? Imagine that. Play your best players. Watch them blow up on the field. Get bad luck with quarterback or defense, and then the owners and the fans are just we have such good players. Hope is a drug you can sell everybody on, and it becomes much easier if you just focus the talent. And I think a lot of NFL coaches are my safety net is hiding the hope and promising it. And it's how many coaches have we seen axed 1 year in because that did not work? It's the safest thing is just play your best players and go we're just going to bet on the talent, guys, and just give me more talent. That's an easy out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Josh, I know you've got loads of plans for the Fantasy Unleashed podcast in season this year, and you're kind of going to ramp things up differently this year? What have you got coming for the people? I know you're also in the MMA streets as well.
Yeah, we're trying to get back in. Our UFC guys they like work out of town. So, and we like doing the in-person podcast. So, want to get those rolling again for UFC. Last year I did college football and I had a lot of fun doing that, just getting on shooting the shit. So I'm hoping to get a couple of our guys on with me to just talk spreads, college football starting next week. And then Beaver and Cash will do DFS. They usually do those Saturday mornings, but I don't know if that's the schedule for this year. So got college football and DFS coming up, and hopefully UFC, because those guys are doing a heck of a job. A lot of people like those, but
Nice.
life.
Josh, do you play much in the way of battle royales?
I started to a little bit, not very seriously, just dabbled a little bit. I'm more of if I want to get some action during the season, I'll just put some bets in.
Nice. How about you, Steven? Like, are you dabbling in battle royale streets this year, or are you just sticking to the betting once we get in season?
Yeah, I always I don't do much. I'll probably do like maybe 10 a week battle royales, and just shoot my shots with the players that I'm really feeling. And then sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. The longer the battle royales go, kind of the harder they get. So, week one, we were talking about Shakir. I love Shakir week one. I think he would be a great play. Somebody who's falling a lot is McBride. McBride, like I've seen some 6-round McBride, which is ridiculous. Like people,
That's crazy.
All right, I'm going to play now.
Yeah,
I mean,
so Josh is like, Trey McGraw goes nearly undrafted. No.
Yeah,
he's a beast.
So
man.
I mean, it's fun, and it's fun to find those little things. I mean, the people that are good at it are really good at it. So I'm not going to put in 150 and then get back $200 or whatever. So it's fun. I love it. I was so excited. The first one came out the other day. I was like, I'm playing 5 of these right now. So
I love it. We're going to be doing battle royale content on the channel here. Tyler's going to be flying solo with that. Schedule TBC, but we'll work it out. For anyone who isn't following you guys on Twitter, we drop the links in before. We will drop them again in a minute, but truly appreciate you guys coming on and drafting with us tonight. We will be drafting with Ryan Hodge in a few minutes, possibly Nez from the Badge Bros. In terms of other people we've got coming on over the next few hours, we've got Meg and Steve from Fanspeak, which should be good fun. After Ryan, then Dynasty Island, Rich himself jumps on, because we hit a point where we realized myself, Tyler, and Rich haven't done a single show together yet, so figured we should correct that. And then at 6 p.m. Eastern, we got PPRTyler, joined by Kev Tompkins, who was hanging out in the chat earlier, jumped into his DMs and said, look, man, if you're going to hang around on our show, you might as well jump on camera with us. And then rounding out with the oldest man to ever stream 150 BBM drafts, Neil Orfield, will be joining us if he is still alive at 7 p.m. Eastern, and Rob Coakley as well. So anything you guys want to mention before we let you get out of here?
No, I want to say,
go ahead, Steven.
I love Josh's
you have something
content.
real to say.
You should definitely listen to Josh's pod. And, Fantasy Sanctuary is always a must for me. And just listen to those two. I think you're going to be ahead of the game. So get on those.
Oh, thank you. It is Cash's content. Let's be clear. I'm just here for he does all the data. I just, I'm here for the ride. Yeah.
Right. Well, we'll let you guys come out of it, and we'll jump back on in just a minute. For everyone watching, we will see you in a couple of moments. Oh, and here he is, bang on time. Ryan, guys, I've got to jump out for 10-15 minutes. Ryan, sorry to run as soon as you get here. I will be back with you as soon as my kids are in bed. But Tyler, I'll leave him in his fully clothed hands, and I guess we'll see what I come back to.
All right, sounds good.
Let me...
All right, now we can take our clothes off, like God intended.
This is good. I'm actually finishing up a DK draft. Are we live on his channel right now? We are. I can see it.
Yeah, we're live as shit. Cool. We are live as shit. Now finish your thing. We'll shoot the shit a little bit as I play around with the layout here.
I'm literally making my last pick on a.
Okay, good. Because I'm making my
on a DK. So
I'm making my last puppy pick too. So let's just finish it. Let's just finish what we got started. And then
Puppy. Oh, a slow.
Yeah, I saw the notification. I don't want to fucking miss it. So let's see.
If you have Jaden Daniels, it's the easiest click ever.
I don't, which is why I was like, why am I
Okay.
taking just leverage? Is it? It does correlate with B-Rob. I don't know if that's the best pick though.
Who are your quarterbacks?
I think it's Baker, Carr, and Drake May. So,
You have 3 tight ends already, or did you do elite?
Andrews and Otten. So I got
Okay, yeah,
Baker,
you don't need
double
it.
stacked. My heart says take a rookie receiver, but the fun ones win.
Kuka, Marv, Jalen, Rashid. I mean, you have 3 rookies.
It feels like a luxury pick, honestly. Oh, Tank's gonna be free. All right, I'll just have to fucking tank then.
Yeah, you have any other Houston that you want? You have like Houston.
I don't think
You have Andrews and Diggs, so you don't need to take Akers. I was
Exactly.
just looking at like week 17.
Yeah, I know. It's everything got scooped up early. I don't know that I need Akers. Brown is
Spags,
like a leverage.
GM.
I feel like Noah Brown's probably are going to be on Andrews and Diggs teams anyway when he was going with Houston, to be honest. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Sense on.
I
think.
Just click Tank, dude.
Yeah, just his name is Tank.
3672. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Ryan. We're gonna leverage. Every other team with Diggs on it has a different guy named Tank, and we're substituting for the other Tank, and it's somehow genius.
Those are the vibes based that I love to hear. Rory, I think that was one of their $51. I don't remember which one I was doing. It's one of the two. It's either that single entry that they posted or that I'm trying to get through the 10 of the 52 that they have. It's like
what was that?
A weird draft point or dollar amount.
Yeah, they've done some heavy promo stuff, haven't they? Lately?
Yeah, I'll be on DraftKings all week leading up to Thursday.
Yeah.
Sorry, not the platform of the people, but the platform of the people just has BRs, and I'll have no issues getting through those on the Stairmaster. So
the platform of chaos, and some people navigate the chaos very well.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do a little. What's
You want to rip a BR while we wait?
Yeah, let's do that. Oh my God. All right, now that Pat's not here to distract us from the goal, which is winning and leveraging everybody else, we can build whatever gross stack we want.
Did you draft with Pat the must be ADP 30 plus? Like,
no, I rewound.
Yeah.
I rewound after I hopped off with him this morning. I rewound and watched that. That was a great. I'm glad he was finally in the mood for something fun and different after I left.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Dude.
Okay, well, this is
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. Look, dude, if I'm gonna be here, I need to be drafting.
No, it's not you. I just love that we also got Easy in this room. Yeah. Just squeeze every drop of EV from this room.
Yeah, I might give. Actually, I won't. I'll take a Tyreek here. Say I might just pass Tyreek to Easy here, but I will not. No collusion.
Not colluding, Underdog. Here are my hands. Also, you know what? Tom's not here. I'm gonna play some music. Let's see.
Yeah. F that monetization.
I mean, we're playing royalty free.
Royalty free, cool.
What up?
GM.
Ian. Yeah, you just grinding out all the promo stuff.
I am just grinding, but yeah, I mean, I'll take whatever rake back and whatever tickets they want to throw my way too, which is great. But yeah, so I'm not going to lie, I have a very difficult time, and this is probably just me admitting to how much of a simpleton I am. I have a difficult time going between platform and platform. So like,
I think that's totally fair.
if I'm
Yeah.
gonna just do Underdog, like I'm gonna get it down on Underdog, and then I'll get it down on DraftKings. And it looks like Drafters might overlay, so I might move away from DraftKings and go to Drafters. But not even like a significant, like maybe $1,000. You know, like something just relatively a good amount of equity. I can try and realize some EV there and move on.
Yeah, no, I think Drafters is definitely they overlaid about 12 or 15% last year, and I wouldn't be surprised if they overlay again in a similar amount. They're pumping out a lot of promos to avoid that, though. But yeah, I definitely think that's where you want to go. Yes, it's slightly sharper, but it's like the information edge you're getting plus the overlay plus the promos. I don't know that you're going to find a better combo of all that.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, it's probably one of those things where you're swapping late information with really bad CLV on some stuff. So like, it's probably all just like a wash, you know, like you're going to get PRI teams that people don't have, but some people are still going to get PRI teams with a bunch of CLV because they were drafting in July and I wasn't, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but then you got to remember
really
like
care. I just want to click.
All the injury stuff too, like
no, I agree.
Pearsall's looking more dead than ever. CEH on being on every team and likely maybe being buried now, like shit like that. Where it's like I think the CLV kind of has balanced out because there's been enough like Keenan falling, Addison falling, Hopkins falling, and then the combos. I think the combos really evened out more than they ever have this year from one point to the draft to the other.
No, yeah, it'll be fun. I'm good with it either way. It'll be fun to rip.
I think one of my most successful, I think my last couple of successful drafters teams last year were the ones that finished highest, were some of the latest ones. Yeah. So info in season long is much different than info in week 17.
Agreed.
Because like dead roster spots are so much more painful for early drafting for season long.
Pearsall more dead than ever is certainly
probably could have worded
that.
Oh well, what are you gonna do? Sue me, bitches. Sue me.
You know, it sounds like he's gonna survive, so that's good.
Bless up. What I want to do here.
Yes, dude. The Raheem click. I mean, way too early, but love the Raheem click.
Is it? Nah, I'm building all late shit. I don't care.
No, Raheem is great, dude. I mean, everyone's gonna have Tyreek. A lot of people will probably click Waddle and then queue up their swap ranking. And everyone's obviously gonna have a chance. So like, yeah. I think he's the best BR click right now. Period.
Yeah, I mean his red zone role alone, or especially if you're anti Mostert because of age and shit, then you should be hammering him early season.
So I'm saying, dude, I think it's like the perfect time to click him.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 more clicks, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and just set up because I know when my last 2 clicks are going to be.
All right, what do I have? Miami, Jacksonville, Arizona, Houston.
That's what I was being a shit about. You have any hot best ball summer regrets?
Like player take wise?
I'm leaving it wide open. I have a regret for sure. It has nothing to do with players.
Maybe. I don't know. Like regrets.
I mean, if you can say you're living your life with no regrets, then mad fucking respect you wise shaman you.
Well, like, I don't know, man. I try and enter the season with like a plan. And like, I didn't max BBM.
How many
I
did you
think if
do?
I like 80 maybe, give or
Okay,
take.
I
Like just
mean,
over half.
you know how many I did.
69, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But
that was the only plan I stuck to this year, actually.
what was okay, so what were your regret? Maybe you'll remind me of stuff that I
Well,
should
like,
be regretful of.
Well, you saying that kind of like that was kind of my regret. Is like I think I wish I would have been a little bit more structured in how I attack things, because I feel like I just ended up drafting all the time, everything.
Yeah.
And hitting like weeks of like burnout instead of kind of like keep your finger on, like I told myself finger on the pulse, but then my addictive enjoyment nature just could not stop like hammering drafts. And so like the volume I got down was fine, but I really wish I would have done it in a better way, where it's like, because between the drafts off stream and then the stream drafts, I just feel like I over leveraged from like a time perspective, and I do kind of miss like time at the gym and time outside, which I know is you know, like sunlight, grass. I know blasphemy around here, but it's like I do wish I had a little bit more time. I structured better. I think I could have done more like a couple hours to like knock out these drafts, yada yada, instead of like, you know, from morning till night, 5 days a fucking week. So gonna be mindful about that next year with the volume.
Yeah, I did that last year. And so this year going into it, like, you want to know what I do regret? I regret not getting more, but this is totally hindsight. I wouldn't have known this until now. I regret not getting more in BBM. They didn't drop any more of the like higher dollar contests. There was no more.
Yeah, that was the thing. I was waiting for those.
250. Yeah. So, and that's, as somebody who's only getting 5, 6, maybe 7,000 down just on Underdog, I don't want half of my portfolio to be in the lotto. So like I was very strategic, like, okay, I'll do anywhere between like 80 to 100 in BBM, but I really want to make sure that I'm doing like all the 10 max 50s that they do, you know, like the $50. I want to make sure like, okay, are they gonna drop another what's the 101 called? Was that the poodle? Like I don't remember. The Dalmatian.
Yeah.
Where's my Dalmatian 2 and 3? Like I want to make sure I'm getting in as many of those. Instead, it was another flock contest, which like kudos to you for getting 10 of those things out. But like, like I didn't need another puppy 3, dude. Like and I get why Underdog does it. It's their user base is demanding these $3 and $5 drafts. I totally understand it. Make the puppy 2 bigger, rather than releasing a third one, and give like anything.
They would fill simultaneously. You can release a mid stakes and a low stakes. Both will fill because you have like the satiation cannot be satiated. Like there's just so much desire for everything. I think it kind of sucked to just see like the big dog and the mastiff just sitting there all summer long, and then having no more, because like I hammered the mid and like the mid stakes last year. Really enjoyed those. And we got like 3 of those.
3 of them.
3 versions of that all summer. And it was like, damn, dude. Damn.
Unless I'm misremembering, but like I'm gonna go back to my drafts. Actually, here, I just did a CSV export into the Best Ball Explorer. Let's go to drafts.
Rich guy BBG saying $500 content. Only 64 entry max. Yeah, I think another Chow Chow or Roddy would have been perfect.
Yeah, I also like the 500 is like just outside of my comfort zone, where like I did 2 in it because I saw that they really weren't looking to drop more. So I was like, okay, I want, rather than the extra BBM, I think I want some here, but like, I don't know. So yeah, maybe a regret is just like no big dogs and taking the extra 1,000 and just putting it in the lotto and looking for the bink. But I just feel like the EV and the big dog is way, like, I don't know, man. The structure's
it's tough to have so much tied up in the lottos because the mid stake stuff kind of like got cucked.
Yeah. No, like I understand it, Yosh. Like I get it. It's hard to drop another Chow Chow when they're looking at massive overlay in the sprint and stuff like that. But I don't know, man. they
Yeah,
dropped
so-
another puppy. So
Yeah. Yeah, so this is like easy talking about like the lack of it. So like that's the weird part too, is because I remember when the sprint came out, like a lot of people were vocally like really into the structure and the style. And I know it's a really popular FFPC tourney style. I really do think apparently it was kind of like, I think it was a multi-factored issue. I think price point for the puppy lovers, and that sounds derogatory as hell, but like the lower stake people were like, oh, hell no, $50 entry. Then the rooms took forever to fill. It's a different style tournament that's not as intuitive. And you kind of saw the same thing with like the marathon, like not being as much interest in it. And I think potentially because like much like the playoff best ball stuff, it's the same like stuff. It's longer than the playoff style, but like your shit getting blown up kills you immediately. And I saw like a lot of teams get toast from just like wild, wacky room shit. So I think all those things kind of like killed interest upon entry.
for sure.
And I wonder how they're going to tweak that going forward, because I think the contest structure is fun and interesting. I definitely think like something has to be tweaked about like maybe like the size, not just the buy-in or something, just because I don't know how they're going to deal with that, because it was a weird run out, because people should be into it. Just like, hey, new contest that might not, like weekly winners, for instance. But I think weekly winners had the same issue last year where like it almost overlaid because people were kind of like, I've done it and I'm bored, or, the payouts are, too thin at the top, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Look, I want to be real clear. This is a lot of complaining on my end. Like Hope and Numi and the Underdog team did an amazing job of dropping all of these contests. And I understand that I am a very, very, very small part of their ecosystem. And I get that they need to cater. And I understand the business move of dropping puppies and dropping, whatever, these $3 and $6 and stuff like that. But to continue my complaining here for my own personal,
that's what we do at parties. We drink, we complain. This is a party.
Yeah.
Please.
Unless I missed it, there was one Greyhound. They didn't do a second Greyhound, that was just a $35 single entry. There was one Chow Chow, which was a $15.50. There was one Bulldog, which was a single entry $75. And there was one Dalmatian, which was a 3 max $101. Like they could have easily done a second version of all of those, filled, and we still dropped the puppies that they would have done. Like, I think that there's an appetite like that. So like,
there's absolutely an appetite for it. Those all snap filled.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, so dude, I missed the Golden. The Golden was out for less than 12 hours.
Yeah.
And it's like, I do think they could have filled like 4 more contests minimum before kickoff.
I have 4 Goldens. Did they only do 4?
I don't know. I'm just saying they could have dropped plenty of other single entry or like mid stake stuff, and I wish they would have, to be honest.
What was the corgi? Why do I only have one $5 corgi? Was that something that I just misclicked and autoed, or was it?
That's a good question. I think the corgi was definitely a multi-entry, but I think it was like 3 or 5. It was one of those.
Okay, I must have just missed it. Must have been one of those things that I missed.
I mean, yeah, I definitely missed more than I didn't, and I think that fueled part of like the be on all the time thing, because I'm like, I don't know what they're gonna drop and when they're gonna drop it. I have no idea how long it's gonna stay open, and I just stayed up. No, corgi was single entry. I only have one.
Okay,
are we wrong, folks? Was corgi also single entry?
Starkindler said it was single entry. I trust him. He's in the lobby more than I am. So
okay, yeah. What up, Tyler?
How you doing, guys?
Tyler,
what's up, big dog?
Back. Yeah, single entry for Yosh and Star. Let's see the big dog team. All right, bitch. That's nice.
Can you guys hear the background noise?
No,
you're all good.
Okay, cool. I have there's like a bunch of people in my house in the kitchen, like around the corner and down the hall. So I didn't know if you guys could hear it or not.
No, noise suppression on StreamYard is pretty fucking good, actually.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Appreciate you jumping on when you've got guests there. Try to entertain.
Oh, I don't care, dude. It's Sunday. It's football season. I don't care if it's not on yet. We got stuff to do.
So what, you guys been in the Battle Royale streets whilst I was dealing with bedtime?
Yeah, we ripped a BR and then complained about the contest that Underdog didn't release.
Good. and it felt good.
Yeah, like just need something. Like I bet that they'll put something out tomorrow now. But
Dude, if they drop something tomorrow after we do 7 hours of rando bullshit because they didn't give us anything to draft today, I will be pissed.
yeah,
I don't know if they will, dude.
I don't think they will at this point. I think if they were going to do it, it was going to happen today.
I don't know. I mean, last year didn't they put a contest out on the day of lock, like the Thursday? I'm sure. I'm
Dude, if they
sure.
do that, I'm gonna be in Vegas. I'm gonna be so pissed, dude, if they fuck around with this shit. I'm not. God damn it. What do we want to play so I can queue it up and go piss?
I'm open to anything. I obviously don't spend any time in the Battle Royale streets, so you guys are gonna have to lead me on those.
All right, let's do that. My battle royale structure is build sound and scroll the fuck down, because I don't want to have to get anything right except for this guy wasn't drafted and he popped. All right, I'll be right back.
You go. So Ryan, like I know you play plenty of DFS, and I'm a massive fan of the Solver, which I know you're involved in. But like, how much are you in the Battle Royale streets on a average weekly basis?
Not a ton. I mean, maybe 20 to 25 drafts on a Sunday in the BR. So a third of the contest, not even. I would say I might get a third of the contest in if I'm on the Stairmaster too long on a Saturday at the gym. But I actually, when they released the Dog Bowl, that's a $25 entry. So I put more of my time and effort into that. I think 12-man drafts require a little bit more thought. I really like the queue structure. I think if you can make that final at your EV in that final, I think is very, very good. So it's something that I prefer to, and the allure of the live final, I just think carries some.
Yeah, I mean the live final
me personally does, yeah.
Particularly when you're talking about Underdog and the videos and the content from the last one, you know there's just going to be a very awesome amount of people there who you'd enjoy hanging out with at a bare minimum.
It's just fun, man. Like straight up, it's a good time.
Having hung out at Underdog's head office, I can confirm everyone is just as awesome as you expect them to be. Where are we going, Tyler?
We take a little CD lamb, or you wanna build out through robust.
I was wondering whether I mean all these guys are kind of a little questionable. Maybe let's go Bijan.
All right.
I think Bijan Robinson throwing it to Patrick Queen feels like,
Nez may not be here, but in spirit we took Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan 30 burger on Sunday.
Giving it to Nez's Steelers, like, what could be more Nez?
Yeah. Yes, I am so important. No, it's Pete and the gang. I don't know. There's still such a big cohort that's not going to be there in Vegas, but yeah.
So how many people were there last year, Tyler?
That's a great question. I think for the final Friday party, it was probably like 30 to 40. Casey or Katie could correct me, something like that. And then, I mean, it was just there was more people than I expected because we ended up like hopping from party to party. We crashed an Irish wedding. True story. No fucking idea where they were vacationing or doing Vegas, and then they were gonna go honeymoon in Kentucky and Nashville, and broke it down live, and maybe got a little hip thrusty on the dance floor, and the family was like, "Who the fuck are these people? Who the fuck is this dude with a cowboy hat and a 70s disco?" Anyway, who are we taking?
Is Neighbors still there?
Neighbors is absolutely still there. We could probably work on him next tier.
I really want Neighbors.
All right, give the man what he wants. Who am I to dangle it? I'm scrolling down. I don't care. We're gonna build an ugly stack. That's
so. Neighbors playing the Vikings in week 1, and that's it for me. Like, I just think the Vikings defense is going to be so piss poor this year that I want to prioritize attacking them in weeks where we have really good talents, and I think Malik Neighbors is just going to get more and more expensive as the first few weeks play out. So even getting him in the second round at this point, I just feel like it's a good way to start.
That's fine. I have no problem scrolling down. Might end up getting the same combo allotted to us anyway.
Yeah. Ryan, what you going with the Cardinals? Trey McBride, Kyler Murray there. Are you just really high on the Cardinals in general this year, or is this just a week one type thing that feels particularly saucy?
No, in general, I mean, even in weekly winners, it was a lot of Arizona for me. I just feel like they have a pretty solid schedule. Those first like 7, 8, 9 weeks, which I think is a place to attack in weekly winners when as chaotic as the NFL season is, like, I think we have a better idea of what happens in weeks 1 through 4 than we do in weeks 14 through 17. So like trying to attack that. So I was attacking them there, but yeah, I also just think Marvin Harrison is an absurd talent, but he's a rookie wide receiver. And I just I think it could be Trey week 1, 10 targets, Marvin 6. Like, is that going to really surprise anyone that it wasn't like a true 50-50 or that Marvin was in pepper with 11? That's what I'm saying. So like Marvin could also see 11 targets and Trey could see 4. Like who knows? But I do think that just getting that piece straight up, there's a lot of ceiling there, a lot of ceiling. And Absolutely. Then for my last 3, I'll just scroll all the way down, figure it out.
Nice. Sorry. What are we doing, Tyler?
It's an excellent question. We could build.
I don't mind.
Go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
No.
I was going to say I don't mind Jalen Waddle. I think that game is to be had. But yeah, I just think, Patrick Surtain versus DK Metcalf could be spicy.
Whole cornerback matchup analysis, baby. We're back.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to lean too heavily into that kind of stuff, but I just think it sets up as JSN week.
Oh, spicy.
Oh no. Whatever. I guess I'm doing 3 receivers here. Cool. It's fine. Works out.
You want to do it with are we doing the 2 with a Waddle, Tom?
I'd be fine with that unless you want to go with one of the dual threats.
Probably 2.
Yeah.
And then that opens us up to either Jonnu or my favorite gross tight end.
Sorry, just home league questions in the Discord, but I'm trying to make sure I'm on top of.
Pat back from the dead. How was that nap? Tell me that nap was delightful.
I gotta say, when I was on with Pat this morning, which I think was a couple hours ahead of when you were on, Ryan, Pat was definitely not seeing everything on the draft board and needed a little nudging towards some of the.
Was he ever? He loves his play. He's like a hound dog with a fucking bone, baby. He's like, wait. 18 this year.
The dude did an incredible job, and even if it had been awake, I jumped on at 8 a.m. my time, which was 3 a.m. or something his time. It was a lot of fun. What are we doing, Tyler? Jonnu around now?
Jonnu or Ertz, unless you want a one-off tight end.
No, I'd go Jonnu.
All right, cool. Little wonky to a double stack.
Nice. Get to a nice and early in the season before he goes to crap.
You should have, Yosh. That would have been fun. But yeah, Yosh, apparently the only BBM he did was the slow BBM that he won doing a giveaway with Tom and I. And that was a fun team. It turned out really nice.
Tom, I just DM'd you my answer for Star Kindler. He wanted to know what my top BBM exposures were, and I figured rather than rattling them all off, I would just...
You can share your screen, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, I can share mine too?
Yeah,
you should be able to. You
just
see
turn the porn off before you share the screen. That'd be embarrassing.
Well, what do I do? Hit present?
Yeah, if you hit present and then share screen, you should be able to do it.
and then choose Best Ball Explorer. Oh, sick! You guys see that? Okay.
Show it
There
off.
we
There
go.
you go.
Nice. I got it on a vertical monitor, so
You're
it
good,
looks
you're
all
good,
off.
you're
But
good.
yeah.
All right, let me just. There
We
we
can
go.
play with it. You mind if we play with your screen real quick?
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Anyways, there you go, Starkindler. So that's an order of exposure, and then to the right you have fees. But yeah, this is BBM. Oh no, it's not. I thought I had it filtered for BBM, but it should look similar. There, that's just BBM. So 82, 2000. So those are my BBM exposures, top ones.
Were you Zach Charbonnet? Were you drafting him throughout, or did you kind of ease back with all this kind of Kenneth Walker fluff that we've been getting lately?
I will tell you that the Charbonnet is 100% based off of having a lot of Chicago and Seattle. So like I have a lot of like Keenan or Moore or Caleb. So if you under my team stacks for weeks, exposure, and then my team stacks, Chicago. So like I have a decent amount of Caleb, Keenan, and Rome. And so I get a lot of Sharp as a run back in that just because of where like JSN was going. I wasn't buying Lockett. I don't have a ton of DK, but that Sharp is literally like my week 17. Kenneth Walker not quite getting it done. Let's see if they start to invest into Sharp, past week 10 or something like that. So that's all.
Sweet. I've been today. One of my to-do list was to try and get onto Best Ball Explorer because we've just added DraftKings.
Yeah,
onto there as well, haven't they? Like I haven't been able to do it yet, but
it's not going to work for you.
Oh, is it not?
You have a .co.uk domain for your DraftKings, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we don't have we're running into an issue supporting the .co.uk. It's like giving us some weird network error. So
Right.
Brandon's trying to figure it out, but yeah, it's no fun. So maybe you can have somebody in the States log in for you, run it, send you your CSV if you really want to do it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll ease off because I've seen too many horror stories of people getting banged for
Getting their
location
account,
issues.
yeah.
But yeah, maybe during the season when I'm done drafting. But yeah, do you think that's something that for next year will be up and running from the get-go?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yes, we're already trying to fix it. It's just difficult for us in the States to try and troubleshoot something that only UK users are experiencing. So if we spoof our location, we put our DK account at getting it. So it's like it's a difficult thing. So we kind of are just working back and forth with a couple of users in the UK who have been super helpful and friendly of like being, just willing to give us screenshots of their console and work through it. So we definitely are working through it. But yeah, we'll for sure have it up.
Sweet. Well, if you need anything from me, do let me know. What's like one other stand that you've taken that you feel really crazy confident in?
Oh, crazy. I don't feel confident in anything, dude. I think that's that's like my whole general, like, that's why I don't have any. I wouldn't necessarily say that this is like smooth exposure, but there's no 30% player here where I think you see some people taking pretty big stands. Yeah, dude, it is for sure. Like, but like, one thing that I feel good about is Jawan. I was buying Jawan early. I was buying Jawan late. I think that he is like the easiest click in the later rounds for sure on that offense. I think Olave too is something that I feel good about.
Yeah, you can't download DraftKings exposures currently. There's just no setting for it. But through this site, I mean, if you've got is it Firefox add-on for this?
Yeah,
Brian?
Yeah. So is Starkindler in the States or is he in the UK?
Starkindler's in the States, so
yeah. Starkindler. There's
his address is not good.
If you just install Firefox, if you don't already have it as a browser, you can grab our extension and it will pull your CSV. We scrape it from DraftKings, and we, you can just put it in your downloads folder, and then the Best Ball Explorer supports it. So yeah,
that's awesome.
Will Best Ball Explorer scrape any Total aggregate info. Yeah, so that's definitely a feature that we want to build. With it being 6 days until the season starts, we're actually just prioritizing our development hours towards some other products. But yes, next year you will see I almost said draft stars. You will see drafters, you will see FFPC, you will see Underdog, you will see DraftKings, you will see all of it. And there will be a way to see your total cumulative exposure across all fees.
That's
all
so
fees,
awesome.
all sites. But it's just not something that we're going to do for the 2024 season because it's, like I said, we've got some week 1 stuff coming out that we need to do. So yeah.
So when you're scraping that data, is that going to be a case of you'll be able to pull in not just the user info, but you're going to be able to scrape any more data? Because big problem with DraftKings for me is that, like, you know, I'm a sicko and I spend hours and hours poring over the details of just the finalists because that's all you can find.
Yeah.
Will it kind of give us any more data about what a larger number of people are doing, do you think?
Yeah, so once the contest goes live, we're going to see what we'll be able to pull from that so we can actually build out something that allows you to study the contest itself and get that type of information. But I don't want to make any promises just based off, because we haven't tried yet and we won't be able to see that until contests go live. Once contest goes live, we can pull user IDs, we can pull player IDs, we can pull structures, we can start to work with that CSV. But that'll be something for Brandon to work on during the off season, which our off season, but it would be in season. But you get what I'm saying. So yeah.
Ryan, I would much prefer if you just promise the moon every time we ask you something, and then we can complain at you whenever it does not come true. We call that the American way.
Yeah, the American way for sure. But I've been in tech sales way too long to overpromise, to underdeliver and overpromise. Yeah, always the other way.
Those were my wedding vows, by the way. I vow to underpromise and overdeliver most of the time.
Is it still? Do you still have it on, or as there we go. Okay, so it's working, dude.
Brother, we keep the expectations low, and then when we dip below those, we go, you know what? That's my bad. I kept the expectations low, and I even went under, so that's on me. I'll take that. I'll take that out, but not yet.
100%. Keep that bar low.
I mean, you know, the bar's got to be pretty low considering.
All right, Tom. Take it back. Fuck you.
No, calm down. I was going to say, considering how much time a lot of us spend on camera sitting drafting teams and stuff, but also the fact that you've got a, glitter dildo behind you.
Yeah, glitter dildo is disrespectful. That's a bedazzled dildo, okay? It took painstaking hours to put those rhinestones.
Did you do that?
No. So the funny story about that is that it was my idea, and then we found a stand. Well, we found a stand. Well, because they didn't want to get a tattoo. They didn't want to shave their head. Fucking cowards. So, but no, someone found the lineup stand for it, and someone else decided they wanted to bedazzle it. So it was a team effort, much like the American dream.
Yeah, it still looks like there's nothing from Underdog dropping into the lobbies. I mean, Hope when I asked her about it yesterday, she said there might be a little something coming, but nah. Ryan, have you been chasing any of the overlay in the sprint?
You're on mute, Bubba.
Oh, big time rookie mistake. I did one sprint draft. I probably won't. I will probably put that volume onto DraftKings. Just as bankroll allocation goes, I think there's even if the sprint overlays, I still think it's probably more plus EV to spend that time on DraftKings and to allocate that bankroll towards the softer lobbies, which I did very little of. In fact, almost zero of over the last 60 days. So, yeah,
Which
I got
contest are you targeting?
I will do both of these $52. So I need to get in this one that's $1,600 out of $1,700, and then I will do the 864 man $52. And then I will probably auto the play action based off of rankings and push up some quarterback stacks and just let the $3 auto and maybe get 2 good teams. But I'm not trying to sit in the $3.
The $52, the new one, it's really it's a 4-person final.
Yeah.
It's like super small stuff, like really
That's cool.
definitely quirky, yeah. I think I don't know, TBC what I'll spend the rest of the week doing, but definitely, max a $3.20 max simply because it's a $3.20 max, might as well.
Yep.
Tyler, what are you drafting before you head to Vegas?
I probably got to do a couple more drafters. That was my best ROI last year, and the promos are flowing in. So probably that. I think I have my underdog fill unless they drop something, like another single bullet or something. It's probably just I'm sitting right around like 920 before the end of today total since January, and that's not including all the guest stream drafts that I did through other people's accounts. So I'm not really fiending for anything more, which is why I like going to Vegas to not draft a main event. Because it's like I like going to Vegas knowing I am done drafting and I'm just there to fucking party and have a good time.
To just blow the top off, just absolutely let loose.
I mean, that's what's fun, right? I'm gonna go to Vegas to not drink and not stay out late, so I can grind these soft boomer rooms in person. I'm like, that is such peak virgin behavior, and like power to you, bud. But like that sounds like the opposite of fun after the summer of grinding my dick off that I've done.
Okay, so if you're sitting at 920, like what's the temptation level for you to hit 1,000? Like if they put a puppy out tomorrow.
Well, that's 920. That's 920 total. That's not 920 on Underdog.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So there's no scenario where you go, I can make 1,000 for the rate back.
Not keeping this on my hand, no. I'm already pushing it with all this stream time on a Labor Day weekend before I fly out to Vegas for, as she put it, 3 days of fantasy football in Vegas. So yeah, no, it's
Should we do one more battle royale before we head into our next hour and let Ryan get back to the people in his kitchen?
Works for me.
What are we eating, Ryan? Care to let
Bro, my wife is making something wild. She told me that she needed to be home by 2 so she could prep. We went took the dog out and got breakfast and coffee this morning. She's like, I just got to be home by 2. I was like, for what? She's like, a egg scramble and bacon and some cold brew at some coffee shop.
Ooh, nice.
Living the dream, man.
Yeah. So well, look, this goes. So I don't think you were here, but Tyler asked me like what my regrets were, and I didn't feel like I had a whole lot because I did try and be like, okay, I'm starting to feel burned out. I don't need to draft today. BBM will be there tomorrow. I just did all of the flocks. I don't care about the puppy 9. Like just take a step back and go get some breakfast. So yeah, it was good. It was good to do that. But yeah, she's literally making like 9 different dishes. She's having a bunch of friends over tonight. So
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, she does it once a month where she hosts a bunch of her friends and has these dinner parties and makes like these wild meals that are so delicious.
That's awesome.
Can I get an invite sometime?
Yeah. Dude, doors always open. Are you in Dallas? Where do you live?
Houston. So not that
Houston.
far away.
I'm in Austin.
I thought you were in Austin. Yeah.
Nez is in Dallas, right? He just moved there.
Yeah, Nez, G, and Steph are publicly in Dallas. I'm not doxing them. They make it very
I feel like Nez said it the other day.
Being from Dallas is like being vegan. You don't have to ask; they'll just fucking tell you.
Door is quite literally always open.
I mean, it's
so yeah.
But yeah, no, that sounds awesome. I love making. I haven't eaten all day. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, are you a big faster? We doing some?
I used to be really, really into it, and I haven't been as strict with it. I'm gonna force you into CD Lamb this time, but
Tyler,
God damn it!
You said 5 gifted and pop it off.
Oh baby.
Wow.
Oh baby.
It's a 2-day cut, baby.
Oh, Nez would be ecstatic with Bijan at 6.
Yeah, he's coming right now. I can feel it in the force. No, yeah. So big intermittent fast guy just for me because like I'm not super hungry in the mornings. I kind of like the focus it gives me. I like looking like it makes me look really forward to lunch. And then I also don't have like good self-control. So like less times to eat is better.
Yeah,
than,
for sure.
Like snack. And it also makes me like, it helps me eat when you're hungry more often, which is a good like behavioral thing that
rather than eating when your mind thinks you need to eat.
Because I can boredom eat a whole large pizza by myself if I wanted to. Like I can destroy food.
Tyler, what are we doing? I like Nico. I'd go on.
Yeah.
Mike Evans as well. I'd be very in on Mike Evans.
Call your shot. Maybe we get both.
Let's go Nico and see if Mike Evans makes it back. You just look at the Washington secondary last year was so disgraceful and they've added next to nobody, but Nico probably slightly ahead still.
Thank you, BP, for the gifted. You horny man. Y'all might have missed this. He came in Dog Pound's chat during the marathon, claimed I was a liar, that I didn't have an OnlyFans. And he baited me into dropping it and then following me and got surprised that I got an email notification that someone with the same fucking initials had just followed me.
Wait, do you really?
Yeah, I can pull it up for you if you'd like, but Tom's not going to like that.
Yeah, I'll keep out. This is a strike-free YouTube channel.
The whole thing is safe for work, male OnlyFans. Relax. Ryan's dead. This is fantastic.
Dude, I don't know, man. The decorative piece of glass that you got behind you.
I mean, so many questions, but
ADP value or scroll down?
I mean, yeah, take the ADP value. Travis Etienne, good for the first half of the year at least, so should be good for week 1. But what? Right. I can only assume that he's about to bring in some more props, but I absolutely did not know Tyler had an OnlyFans. We've streamed 40 different drafts this year together, and I only find out about it now. But I'm not surprised. I mean, Ryan, where are you going with your picks here?
I'm gonna get the Miami Jacksonville correlation with some Ingram and Achane there, and then typically this is where I like to start to scroll down, but I think since I don't have a wide receiver yet, I actually have a scroll down pick to pair with a mini correlation with Olave here, so I'll probably tap that the next 1-2 turn.
I hope you tap that.
Always, dude.
So Tyler, how come I didn't know you had a OnlyFans channel? You just didn't want to ever mention this on any of our streams before?
I could have sworn I've made this joke a lot, and
You know,
most of my
like-
jokes are true.
Yeah, I mean, what, like the British, we can't play on Underdog, we can't find your OnlyFans, like, come on.
I'll give you a little sneak peek one of these days. Do you want to take the Stroud value here?
Yeah, I prefer the Stroud matchup to the Cowboys-Cleveland matchup. I think Cleveland's defense is a bit banged up, but I'd still lean towards Stroud there.
Yeah, the total in that Cleveland-Dallas game was like 41.5 or something, and I feel like it's being targeted a little too much for that total. I don't know, it's like seems kind of weird.
Yeah, Amari Cooper revenge game, but like the vibes aren't good. So, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
I go Rashad White against Washington.
Is he much different than Connor, Mixon, Mostert, Jones? Not good for you.
Well, Mostert or okay, yeah. There's other options. Who did you want, Tyler?
It's probably Mostert, or let's do Mostert for the bring back on ETN and leverages the Tyreek and the Achane early ADPs.
Cool.
And right now not being drafted very often.
I say I don't play these battle royales. Thanks to.
No, it's okay. I'm not going to sit here and act like some sort of expert. I just use very reductive common sense thinking. If I'm not going to be a better drafter, I can at least just draft similar plays that aren't being drafted as much.
Yeah. For more reductive common sense thinking plays that aren't being drafted as much, Tyler will be having a weekly Battle Royale show, so be sure to tune in for that.
You won't want to miss it.
Oh man. And we're only into hour 3.
Oh yeah, get ready, baby. It keeps coming. What do we want to do at tight end here?
I mean, I don't mind Bowers against Chargers. I think there's not really. Yeah, I mean, we could take the double stack with Dalton Schultz. Maybe it's a little thin, but otherwise, I'm quite open.
You want to do something gross?
I mean, yeah, fine.
Let's do something gross together, Tom.
Ooh. So
did we explain the Battle Royale format to Rory?
No, we didn't. So Rory, who is one of our UK members, who's in the Discord and who I've got to know quite well over the last couple of years, is like me, stuck on DraftKings for the most part, where they don't really have anything like this. Ryan, could you give Rory the rundown on what makes Battle Royale different to other contests?
Yeah, so different. So what? Obviously, y'all have.
So I mean, we all have DFS and stuff, but
Yeah.
I mean, what the format for Battle Royale? It's like, rather than it being a straight DFS contest, it's more about the snake draft, isn't it? But like, what's like the key strategy part of the Battle Royale to you that if you were giving someone the elevator pitch on it, you'd go with?
So similar to DFS, like it's still extremely top heavy and you're still playing in a massive field, right? Like this week 1 is 68,000 entrants or just shy or something like that. So the goal is still to build a team that has first place. And if you've ever played Showdown DFS, there's so many duplicates in these like single game, and the BR streets are very similar to that, where you do want to try and avoid these duplicates where these same people are just getting drafted over and over and over again. And that's where the, scroll down. What did Tyler say? He had something really cool, but I know the Badge Bros always say like scroll the F down. So your last 2 picks, I think you can even do it to like your last 3 picks. You should be going way down the list to try and get a unique team without giving up a lot of projected points. This is no different than DFS stuff where it's like, okay, if this wide receiver projects for 10 points, but projects at 65% ownership, and this wide receiver projects for 8 points, but at 12% ownership, I want the guy at 12% ownership every time. You swap the projected points for the projected ownership in the top heavy tournaments. And you do the same thing with the Battle Royale where you just want to go down a little bit and get a unique guy. So
yeah, because I mean, it's a 6-person draft with 6 players per team, so you're talking 36 players who are drafted. So there's always going to be that element of some players just that wouldn't get drafted if you just went off ADP are just going to absolutely outplay what they would have. So yeah, I think that probably gives a good idea. Rory, I mean, if you ever get over to America again, make sure you use code Sanctuary when signing up to Underdog, because yeah.
If you don't, I'll find you and I'll beat your ass with this glass dragon.
That's something I would actually pay to see on your OnlyFans, Tyler. Yeah, I mean, DraftKings have done some stuff with like snake drafts and bits like that, but it's very different to the kind of the Battle Royale stuff, and I think it's really cool that Underdog have done it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them
think about it, like even in your BBMs, that 18th round pick, sometimes you are just going down a little bit to be like, okay, what do I need in week 17 that might help that nobody else is really clicking? You're doing the same thing in the BR streets, but with like 2 or maybe even 3 of your picks, because that 3rd, 4th, that 4th, 5th, and 6th guy are still going to have such a great projection. And that's what's really great. If you actually load projections in and then you sort your projection relative to the ADP, and you'll see big mismatch, and it's like super easy to get leverage that way.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's so much strategy involved in it. It's a really interesting format. But yeah, So on an average week, what do you like? What's your kind of typical action? Are you more in the DFS streets over on DraftKings, Ryan?
I was. I think DFS is hard to beat, man.
Yeah.
I think it has gotten extremely difficult to beat. I think that Showdown, when done properly, I still think that there's a pretty good edge there. I think contest selection is still the most important thing that you can do in daily fantasy sports.
Yeah.
And I think grinding cash, you better be a top 1% player at this point.
Yeah.
I think if you're grinding cash, it's extremely difficult to withstand with the rake and be a profitable player in the long run. So I'm a big fan. Like, don't play the lotto. Like, if you are later, Tom.
Where'd you put me? Hey.
Oh, I pushed the wrong button.
Dude, not cool.
I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to swap over to the 3-person.
Yeah, just go back to your point, right? Like I played pretty much exclusively cash games on DraftKings for a good few years, and I really, I was kind of fine with the slow grind of turning money into, not an awful lot of money, and I think it can be fun, and if you're into it, it's good, but you really have to stay in the cash mindset. But then I ended up sort of making, I don't know, I entered a single entry tournament and made a few $1,000s, and then that all of a sudden it changed everything. And now I'm a single entry tournament bro all the way.
Yeah,
just stick to them.
No,
but
contest selections. It's huge in everything we play, right? Like, if you're gonna play only lottos, you have to understand. Actually, I gotta say, Yosh is a pretty good idea for a stream. It's Tom as my guardian angel voice from above as I draft.
Yeah, I mean, we can make that happen for a standalone video. We'll just do that. Michael, we are going to be jumping into DraftKings draft, not in the next one. We're going to jump into drafters very soon with Meg and Steve from Fanspeak. But then we'll be back on at 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK time with Rich, Dynasty Island, drafting in the Millie Maker for sure. So do stick around for that. Ryan, we're going to let you get out of here and bring Meg and Steve in, but what have you got to plug before we get out of here?
Just check everything that we're doing over at The Solver, at The Solver Sports on Twitter, or check my feed. I'm always posting it too. But yeah, some pretty cool free best ball tools. And then obviously, if you are trying to beat that grind of daily fantasy sports, we have some killer simulations and some a really great optimizer. I think probably the best one out there. It was built with the input of extremely profitable players like Drew Dinkmeyer, Michael Leone. Those guys play some of the highest stakes, highest volume that you can get. So it's a great tool.
It absolutely changed the way I approached DFS last year, so very much recommend. Ryan, we appreciate you. We definitely have to have you back on at some point, do some dog bowls or something in season. Good luck for the season, man. Everyone, we will be back in 10 seconds with Meg and Steve, ready to hit the drafters streets. And with a sweet costume change from Tyler, we are back. Meg, Steve, did you expect to see a half-naked Tyler tonight?
Well, every time
the only reason I jumped on.
Every time I've tuned into this stream or last night and into the morning, I believe Fantasy Dog Pound Pat's stream, I see topless Tyler. So I expected nothing less.
I swear to God, it's not my fault. They keep colluding against me to take my clothes off. And I want to tell people I am more than a piece of meat. All right. I draft my brain, not with my pecs. That's just rude.
I saw the bouncing pecs on Pat's channel. I saw it all.
See, that's it. Like, I only come up with screenshots. But Steve, how are you doing? Have you been busy drafting lately?
Oh, doing good. I'm trying to max both drafters and DraftKings, so it is still a ways to go on DraftKings. Got like 20 more to go. So I'm just gonna be
20 more.
working.
You manage that. Like, what we've got 4 full days. That'd be all right. But I mean, if you're gonna get to close to it on DraftKings with $300 back in DK bonus cash, it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
Meg, what I saw you posting earlier that you were done drafting pretty much. Where did you get to?
I'm underdog only girl this year. I stayed loyal and I followed results. All my results were on underdog, or all my good positive ROI and my good results were on underdog the last 2 years. So I'm just staying in my lane and just focused on underdog only this year. Steve's smarter than me. I mean, I can say that we're siblings, but I mean, he's the smarter sibling.
It's taken 41 years for her to admit that.
But he can change his brain the way, full point PPR, half point PPR. It didn't work for me. I had to just stay in my lane. So I'm underdog only. I got the 250 over that. So I think I had 260 total on underdog and like a little under 200 of the classic contest. But I really made sure, like Tyler, that I did way more of like the good advanced rate contests than BBM, as much as I love BBM. So I posted my exposures today. So all done. And I'm turning the page to underdog dailies. Tyler, I drafted my first, in listening to you and Topless Pat last night, I drafted my first Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield, Zach Ertz stack, and I couldn't feel more alive. So
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yes, exactly. I think it might be you, me, Steve, and Andrew doing it, and anybody who listens to us. But I think it's so exciting, and I love it because that the ownership.
You're not alive until you draft Zach Ertz, and
exactly. He's going to be like not owned. So
we're on the clock. I'm totally botching this. There we go. All right.
What do we?
See the Lamb, Tyreek Hill. Who are we taking?
Go on, guys. Meg, Steve, who you showing?
Lamb for me. We're Cowboys.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize we were entering a draft. Sorry, I would have gotten in.
No, you're good. You're good.
A fun
I was going to take this one, but it's all good, Tyler. Don't worry. You just keep on the sticks.
I just know they take a little bit to fill, so I jumped this in, and then it filled
way
faster than I thought.
You never know what draft.
Not a minute. I mean, drafters at the minute, it's doing like 4,500 a day. It's way
they're doing really well. Thanks to your reports every day. It's easy to track compared to last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really impressive what drafters have done in terms of like the partnerships, and they've definitely made a bigger push. Sorry, let me just carry on sorting the screen out whilst that's over. Steve, how many drafts are you up to on drafters now?
Drafters, I got about 15 more to go. So
okay, nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a couple more this weekend, get the tickets from the weekend, and then finalize those.
Yeah,
is it looking like it's going to fill, or what's it looking like?
No.
Definite overlay there too. Okay.
So today it was at 65%, and I've got it based on the 3-day averages hitting 75%, and it's always kind of an upward trend. So I think 80% would be kind of fair to say would be the top end of where I kind of see it going. But when you look back at last year, which was, it was a $20 contest last year rather than 15, but it finished at 75% last year. So, it's definitely better for them, I think, and much as I think overlay is a good thing for us as a best ball community, I think contests coming close to filling. So that, a year ago, people were saying a drafter's going to go bankrupt, if they're even going to be able to pay out and everything. So, yeah, I'm pleased to see draft.
Still got much closer to fill than people thought because that last week push.
Just lost you there a little bit.
Yeah.
Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Go again.
I said drafters filled 2 of the $2 tournaments, and one was 90,000, and then they filled the Superflex $5 tournament. So
man, I like the Superflex contests.
Yeah.
I was in a few. In fact, I think I've still got a few slows going. Is anyone still in slow drafts?
Oh yeah, I think I'm down to under 10 on Underdog. I got about 20 on drafters, and I got a ton still on DraftKings because DraftKings is the last one with those slow clock. Their slow clock changes tomorrow.
Yeah, every time I call, I'm trying to keep having meetings with Steve about in-season content, and every time I call him, he's like in the middle of just slow drafting. I'm like, "Are you listening to me?" And he was like, "Hold on, I got to make a pick." And I'm like, "Well, I'm trying to
Yeah.
turn the page to NFL in season, but I understand you got to get all this action down. And so I'm done with all the slow drafts, and it feels wonderful.
Yeah,
slow draft out for a while.
I've got 25 on DraftKings, and today I spent some time updating my rankings because come tomorrow when we drop down to an hour per clock,
Yeah.
will screw me over a little bit with the time difference.
Oh,
But
yeah.
then on Tuesday when it drops down, is it 10-minute clocks on
10 minute,
Tuesday?
yeah.
Like, fuck, I'm in a world of pain there. Like, this is the first year. Normally, the job I've done over the last few years, I could sit and I was in a room on my own and it wasn't a problem. Now, sitting on my phone at work is quite difficult. So, I would very much like them to be done pretty quickly. Shout out, Michael. Appreciate you saying that. Very, very kind of you. We've had a great year here on Fantasy Sanctuary for Best Ball. Thanks in no part to Tyler joining us. But we're a couple of picks away. Megan, how are you dealing with this pick? We've got CD Lamb already. What do you feel like you'd like
Did
to
Cup
add?
Cup just went? Cup's mine. I'm obsessed with Cup.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not a neighbor's girl, but so I would probably go Waddle, but I don't know what would you guys do, or Devonta Smith.
I like Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle works for me. Tyler?
Yep. Sounds good. Good offense.
I mean, just targeting one of the best offenses.
And that's what
I know he's a little
yeah,
banged
go
up now, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Updog 50 slows on DK.
I think I'm over 50 on slows on DK.
Oh man.
Tomorrow's gonna be a nightmare.
Rory
brutal.
just coming in here and bragging about how he's almost done. Like, take it out of here, man. So Steve, we got CD Lamb, Jalen Waddle. Where do you want to go with our round 3 pick when it comes to this?
So I don't mind going with the punt returner here, but I like Devonta also and Evan. So any of the top 3, I'd be good with.
Anyone feel strongly?
I mean, I love Devonta Smith again, leaning into the offense and
I love
his potential
Kellen Moore.
role.
And
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a really fun offense, and if Devonta Smith ends up in the slot more often, then it's going to be a good time. So, we'll take that little bit of Week 17 correlation. It just pushes over the edge,
For that last minute hammer.
Yeah, Steve, do you find it difficult to turn your Week 17 brain off on drafters?
So, I've been doing some of the marathons on Underdog, so it's at least the same mentality there. But it's for me, those matchups, I probably still end up with more like Detroit, San Francisco starts or things like that than I normally would, or like Ravens, Texans, things of that nature. So I turn it off a little bit, but I don't mind it, especially the good matchups, like the Philly Dallas, stuff like that. Like the weaker matchups, I'm honestly not as high on them on Underdog to begin with. I draft them if they fall to me, if I'm getting value on them, but I'm not going to prioritize bad Week 17 matchups. Is my kind of the way I look at it.
I think season-long scoring, you get back to some of those basic principles, and sometimes the reason, Week 17 correlation, it's hard to forget, but at the same time, if you have those few week stretches memorized, then it reminds you of what a hypercharged ending could be. As you do have a push to the end. It's total points every week matters, but strong finishes can matter just as much as strong starts, obviously, especially as injuries wipe out people's unexpected missing time wipes out people's roster immediately. So definitely not a bad thing to go, the last 3 weeks are a bunch of playoff teams playing each other for Vegas totals versus, a bunch of low scoring slugfest potentially. There's only so much value you can add there, but I definitely think there's value in just remembering those kind of matchups, especially from the gal branding that Kelsey might get rested down the stretch. Well, every week matters a lot, so I don't know how much you want to risk something like that versus a team that's going to be in the hunt from day one, stuff like that.
Yeah, I only did 10 marathon on Underdog, but it was hard for me to change the brain and just think of, don't touch the injured guys, maybe pump the brakes on some of the rookies if you think it could take a while, and then of course the playoff stuff. But I like you said, if they've got a good hypercharged ending, that can be very beneficial still. But I did struggle, honestly, to change my brain. Again, that's why I just stayed on one site, but I even struggled to change my brain even for marathon.
Well, yeah, we just had Hodge on. He was saying the same thing. He kind of struggles like jumping platform to platform, format, because I think if you're going to do it well, it takes like dedicated focus of like what the edges in that format and what that platform are. And that's not that should be a focus. It shouldn't be easy to bounce from one to the other, because maybe it's easy because you're not thinking about everything you should be thinking.
Right.
Well, no. Also, the ADPs are wildly different. Like some of the things
they really are.
Not just like some of the things, as we all know, the receivers, like Hayden Winks talks about, the receivers on Underdog just get taken so high, and it's like they should be taken higher on here on DK.
Megan, like through 3.5 rounds, like as someone who's only drafted on Underdog, like how different does the draft board feel at the moment?
I mean, it feels correct to me. Basically, I don't know if it feels wildly different, but like our start feels correct to me, like leaning in on full PPR into the receivers more. So it feels right.
Zero RB for cumulative feels like my preferred way to play it more often than not.
Yeah. Right.
Tyler. Sorry, go on, Steve.
I like Xavier Worthy here. Like that's a rookie I am highly invested in every format.
Even you think you'll get a hot start, Steve?
Oh yeah, especially without
Hollywood's not
Hollywood
there
for at least 1 week, if not 2.
Like Xavier Worthy for me has just been someone. I mean, Rich in his rookie guide for our channel was very high on him, and I've got a lot of faith in him. Meg, anyone in particular you like at the top?
Mahomes is already gone, obviously.
Yeah.
At the top, I'd say Amari or Kenneth Walker, and unless you wanted to go Dalton Kincaid.
I do not.
I'm good with Kenneth Walker.
Get the first running back.
Walker is such a great best ball player to begin with, because he's such a spike week guy, and then like the coach speak on
the coach speak sounds awesome,
just fantastic. I mean, it does not sound like Charbonnet is gonna get more than like a true secondary role.
Question in the chat: does the drafters have the same QB first as DK? And then, as people kind of mentioned, it is slightly less than DraftKings because of that 300-yard bonus that you get over there, which really seems to push some people kind of crazy. And also, I think the casual audience on DraftKings, because people use it as a sports book, because people have DFS money in there is a lot of people on there who just push the quarterbacks up for the sake of it. So, yeah, it's definitely not quite as bad. I think if we were on DraftKings, we would have seen 1 or 2 QBs go in the 3rd round here. But right now, this kind of feels like an okay point. Like, Steve, have you been heavy on the elite quarterbacks this year?
I am probably kind of with the field on most of the elites. I am probably a little higher, probably the highest on Allen and Mahomes, and a little less on, I think, Jackson.
You're talking to a great.
I know. My tough thing with Jackson is I just don't love pairing him. It's hard to pair him with Zay and Andrews. Like if you get the right, like at the turn, and you can get that Jackson Andrews, great. But if not, then it's like you're then waiting on Bateman. So it's just not a great.
The times where if you end up taking Lamar and playing the gamble wrong on Andrews and not getting him, and then having to kind of force an Isaiah Likely, Rashad Bateman, or Devontae Walker stack later, definitely doesn't feel particularly great.
This Justin Hill erasure will not go unnoticed by his one fan.
I mean, one thing I feel
he's one of my favorite late round guys.
I think he's fine, but like, is he going to catch that many passes? I don't know.
I like him as the contingent value. I'd rather have, and just whatever he gets.
I hope not. I have a lot of Henry. I hope there's no
me too, but just like whatever he gets compared to like some of these other like clearly backup running backs that you're getting in the last rounds, like this offense is going to score way more touchdowns than like the Raiders and Madison, or like guys like that, or any number of teams.
I'm glad we're talking about this too, because I know that the Davis Maddock got shot meme came out, but like I know Tom took a big one to the chest, Ricky Pearsall style, just then when Zay Flowers after ADP gets snapped pick of the turn there with Mark. He got shot just like with a musket from 300 years ago. It was rough. You know, there's shrapnel everywhere. It blew out his back.
Hey, look, my Zay Flowers Lamar Jackson bags are well and truly packed. I'm paying for extra weight in them. Don't worry about that. Like we're all good on that front. I think I've got maybe 12 players over 20% through 300 drafts, and 3 of them are Ravens, and 3 of them are there's 5
Well,
rounds.
Henry's my highest drafted.
I was gonna say, where are you on Henry? The big dog.
I'm right about 8% on Henry,
Okay, so you're
and
really
a lot of it was in lower budget stuff on DraftKings, where it was like, okay, this is a $3.20 max. I'm gonna even out my exposure to Derrick Henry here, and these low budget contests can be where I hedge against myself in the Millie Maker and some of the other stuff. I haven't really taken him, mainly because when Derrick Henry goes off the board in like the late second, early third, there's Devonta Smith, Malik Neighbors, who I'm absolutely taking every time. There's Jalen Waddle, who I really like. So those guys are just easy clicks for me. And it's like the second round for me is so much more often a wide receiver than it is a running back.
So he goes that high even on DraftKings?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think he's a much better underdog pick, obviously. In
when I say he's my highest guy, I meant solely on underdog. Like overall, he's not my highest running back.
Well, I mean, like the 100-yard bonus is probably something that kind of
does help.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get a decent amount of them, or I would like to think he could get a decent amount of them this year.
I think he will.
But yeah, I mean, he's not going to catch many balls. You know, that's the
No.
Derrick Henry way, isn't it? But yeah, so through 4 rounds, we're pretty heavily 0 RB, apart from picking Ken Walker in the 5th round. Do you guys like anything in particular here, Meg?
I like Kittle. I'm a Kittle girl, and opens you up to a pretty stack if you don't get Dak too. So that would be my pick, but I don't know what you guys think.
Kittle or Brian Thomas would be where I'd go.
I'd be good with Kittle and seeing if Brian Thomas makes it around, Tyler.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just waiting to get cucked again by this dude that's hurts. Okay, Jane Reed, like year 2 player, breakout offense. Am I crazy?
No, I'm fine
I
with
like
Jane Reed.
Jordan.
I love Jane. I
I
love all
love Jordan
Packers.
Love. Yeah, trying
Yeah.
to get Jordan Love
Yeah.
later.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, this guy, guys. If I could give you 2 pieces of information, it is don't, and then do that. Double elite quarterback and cumulative season-long scoring is bad because you're essentially leveraging your first elite quarterback against yourself.
Right.
I highly recommend not doing that.
I was gonna say, what's your guys' quarterback score or quarterback strategy in the cumulative scoring?
I would highly. I'll say it. So there's. I heard Kittle, Thomas.
I'd go Kittle over
I like
Thomas.
Kittle.
personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kittle's good. A little after ADP. 7th round elite tight end feels very nice.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to what Pat wrote about elite tight ends this year and how even though Kittle wasn't consistent, he was still on the winning drafters team last year. So
yeah, I was gonna say. I think 6 or 7 of the top 10 drafters teams. I could go look at it if I really wanted to, but I recall the only ones that of the top 10 teams that didn't have like a Laporta, they had Kittle.
Yeah.
It was either the breakout guy, in Laporta at a super cheap cost, or it was the guy that provided you like nuke
Massive
ceilings, and that's
Yeah.
year over year. And so you're getting that the cheapest it's ever been. And like people just do not care that he played with a groin injury all year long. And now he's fully healthy. And because it got leaked that he lost some weight between all the surgery and not working out, and people have just decided that they cannot. And it's like if Ayuk starts slow at all, that benefits Kittle. If Debo or CMC misses any time, that benefits Kittle. And then he's getting to play his first fully healthy year in maybe his entire career, compared to previous seasons. So yeah, getting that at that cheap price the way we've built feels super, super nice.
Well, none of that. I mean, Brock Purdy started last year recovering from that arm injury. Like He got better. as
Oh,
the
good
year went
recall.
on.
Yeah, good recall.
So it's like, I just think there's so much chance for Kittle. I mean, yeah, he's still going to be spike week contingent. 49ers are like the Ravens. They're gonna be one of the lower throwing teams, but they're just so efficient. They get so many yards after the catch. He's going to have some massive spike weeks, and that's, to me, especially with 20 rounds, I typically still like going 3-6-8-3. Get 2 later tight ends to just fill in for the weeks where it's a Debo or CMC week or Ayuk, and then Kittle gives you those 30-point games.
And to answer Meg's question about QB and cumulative scoring, I pretty much want to play it one of two ways. I want to either get a cheap elite quarterback or a stacked elite quarterback, and I play them pretty much like I don't need another quarterback because they have separated themselves so much from the rest of the crowd. I don't typically like to build like that because I think every year you can arbitrage it with like this year, you've got Kyler, you've got Jaden, you've got Drake May, you've got Bo Nix, these like really cheap, multifaceted dual quarterbacks, and they allow you to build a much stronger roster. I think you can do it with elite quarterback, but you have to be a little bit more lucky with how you hit those later picks. So I try to play tight end and quarterback, like trying to find the breakout players that outperform in a big way and match the elite guys. But I think it's much easier to do that with quarterback than it is with tight end because of the volatility. So that's why having an elite ceiling tight end, whether that's with a Kittle-esque or with a breakout guy like the Kincaid, like the Laporta last year, McBride, for instance. That was the other thing. If you didn't have Kittle on your top 10 drafters teams, it was one of, if not both, of Laporta and McBride.
Yeah, so we can make this pick in a minute, and then I'll come back to how I've kind of played QB this year. But we're one pick away.
I was going to say, what quarterback is? We have 3 quarterback options. I don't know where they land on drafters, but you've got the potential Dak, Purdy, Love stack. So they all there right now. Okay.
Yeah, and Love. So I mean, we could push that around the corner and take a running back here. Maybe.
Yeah, that works.
I'm down with Javonte Tyler.
It is a PPR site on drafters, so I think Javonte I have slightly ahead of Tony, but if people like Tony a lot more, I'm okay with that.
I've taken more Pollard, but I mean, if you like Javonte, go Javonte.
Okay. All right. I feel like we're peer pressuring the FanSpeak folks into
no. I mean, Javonte, like he was. I worry it ends up being a bit more of a 3-headed backfield versus the 2-headed backfield in Tennessee, especially at the end of the year.
Warranted, yeah.
But that's my one concern with him.
So is everyone Dak over Jordan Love? Or
I love them both so much, so you cannot go wrong with this pick.
Yeah.
I'd go Dak, but I like both so much.
I think with the investment with Lamb, the wide receiver 1, quarterback 1, you want to play like the advancement QB1 to wide receiver 1 is a good thing for season long stuff. And if one falls, we've got the back stack with Purdy.
Exactly.
Yeah. So just going back to how I've played quarterback this year, for me, the 2 elite guys who I've drafted more of is Lamar Jackson, obviously, and then Jalen Hurts. I'm at 14% Jalen Hurts because really high on Devonta Smith this year. I think Dallas Goedert can bounce back in a really solid way. I don't have as many double stacks as I'd like, simply because it's hard to get the AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, and Jalen Hurts stack, but I feel good about that one. And then generally it's the guys who I can double stack, guys like Geno Smith. Geno's my highest rostered quarterback. Drake May because he's so cheap. Kirk Cousins because Drake London was my thermonuclear take for Pete's video, wide receiver 1 overall. And then Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence I've got a lot of because I really like where those offenses could go. So for me, if it's not one of the elite guys, then I'm prioritizing guys who I can double stack, and I really like, if not 2 options, at least 3. So I've got outs along the way, but I don't feel massively strong about anyone at quarterback. There's guys I like, but there's nobody that I'm like, this guy's hugely undervalued apart from maybe Caleb Williams.
Yeah, no, I feel like essentially up until the preseason, Williams was very undervalued.
Yeah. Caleb could absolutely smash in a huge way, just like Jaden could, but probably with more passing upside because of just who his receivers are. And the only thing probably keeping me from having like 20+% of Caleb Williams this year is Shane Waldron. And Eberflus. If there was literally any other coordinator, I would have an ungodly amount of Bears passing stacks. And I got to say that, like, this year, I do think the easiest way to elite quarterbacks all kind of were cheaper, but man, it really was like the best year to take Allen and Hurts because you could wait till the very last round and just take Bo Nix, like guaranteed every week starter with mobility, with a very safe passing profile as a first round quarterback, and with a late bye week and cover both ends of like the skeleton key was truly Bo let you do whatever you wanted to do, a quarterback early, and that was a nice way to play it, especially on Underdog, where the 18 rounds you got to be much more mindful of how you're spending your capital. So really,
Steve, like you said, you're drafting a lot on Drafters and DraftKings. Who are some of your favorite, like, round 19, 20 players, or scroll down? I mean, you don't have to give all the secret sauce away. Will be
I mean, at this point, no. So, well, one thing, especially on Drafters, that I found, the guy who I've been just kind of hammering in the 20th round, is like Trey Sermon is like totally. I mean, you have to scroll down quite a while to get to Trey Sermon, and he might miss week 1, whatever, but looks like he's the number 2 in Indy. So anything happens to Jonathan Taylor, you have like the best contingent value. You know, look what Zach Moss did last year. So he's definitely one of my favorites, 20th round guys. But yeah, those, I'm typically taking a running back there, last wide receiver. You know, some of these guys who have opened up for Washington, guys like De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown. You know, taking a shot at some of the Pittsburgh, Roman Wilson, Van Jefferson, taking shots at the Denver, you know, Josh Reynolds type things.
I've got a disgusting amount of Josh Reynolds.
Because he is low dips, like Tyler was saying. So it's like easy stack.
He's my second most drafted wide receiver. Josh Reynolds at 20%.
Wow. And low owned too, so that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, the thing for me was that going back to the beginning of the offseason when he signed there, it was like, okay, well, Sean Payton doesn't even seem to like the guys that he's drafted. Troy Franklin, Rich profiled as a very boom or bust prospect, and it was like, you look at what Josh Reynolds did with the Lions over the last couple of years, and it was like, this is a guy who can get on the field and will be capable of mid-range kind of spike weeks. So yeah, I drafted him when he was free, and I've just kind of, you know, it also just stacks out nicely with the Bengals as a bring back, that I've ended up with a lot of it. But yeah, we're one pick away. What are we thinking, people?
I love Rico.
Yes.
Cowboys offense, just keep that going. This is one of the high scoring offenses.
Ooh, snipe, brutal.
Henry.
Well, we could take Tua.
I was gonna say I don't mind Tua. I missed part of the quarterback conversation, but would you be comfortable with like a Dak Tua?
Yeah, I like Tua.
I would. I think we could push Tua around if we want to run it back here.
I'd be fine with Blake Corum. Anybody?
That works.
We purposely didn't take Kyron instead of Devonta, so this feels like not only in this room but like tournament wise. A pretty wise pick there.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think Blake Corum definitely plenty of upside with this, and it'd be surprising if this drafter out of a one spot took Tua, but don't rule it out. It's not quite as crazy. So, Meg, I've had a pretty hard stance against Austin Eckler this year. Will we take Tua yet? Everyone happy yet?
We got Tua? Okay.
Are you in on Austin Eckler in any way? Or
I've actually taken both Washington running backs on Underdog. I think both could, have a goal line where I do worry they could both get obviously vultured by Jaden, but I obviously think he could get, with not having a good second receiving option, a check down roll too. So I have taken a good bit of Eckler, but he's always like my fourth running back or something like that. So it's not like I'm really counting on him as like a high, as like my 2 or 3 usually. So he and Brian Robinson I take a good bit, but it's Brian Robinson is usually like my third running back. Eckler would usually be like my fourth running back.
It's probably one of the stands that's if anything's going to screw me over, it would be Austin Eckler being pretty decent this year. Like, Steve, have you got any of those that, like, the takes that you're worried about?
Yeah, there's definitely someone.
Well, Steve, how aggressive are you being? Like, you're drafting across all these platforms. Are you quite a balanced exposure guy, or are you somebody who's taking pretty heavy stands?
So I'm not like crazy. Like, Underdog is the one that I've tracked the closest. And I'm not above. I think the highest player I'm at is like 27% on Underdog. And I maybe only have 10 players, 20% or more. So I'm not necessarily like going crazy where I'm like 40, 50% on anyone. Some of these other sites, I'm probably a little bit more heavier on certain players just because I like the way they fit in sort of like the PPR format, or like the 100-yard bonus on DK. I just think their upside's a little higher, so I get a bit more aggressive. But yeah, I mean, there's some of these rookies I'm definitely way lower on. Benson, who just went, I have almost no Benson. I'm just like, it's going to be James Conner. I mean, I know James Conner gets banged up every year, but I just don't really trust Benson. Like Jonathan Brooks, pretty much regardless of site, regardless of format, I've been just taking Chuba Hubbard because nice. I knew it did not surprise me that he was starting on the pup list. And even when he gets off, I think it's going to be weeks. And I just don't necessarily buy that come week 16, 17, they're going to be giving Jonathan Brooks 20 plus touches in meaningless games for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I was probably quite aggressive on Brooks early in the offseason, thinking that there was, playing it the other way, that if he didn't start camp on the injured list, and if he didn't, miss any time, then he was going to be one of the kind of ADP bargains. And obviously, there's two sides to that coin, and you played it the right way. But I think I quite liked Jonathan Brooks as a prospect, and I was willing to.
Love him.
Yeah. But now, ever since basically the last couple of weeks, when it became clear that he wasn't going to start practicing anytime soon, I just really eased back, and I've taken some to kind of balance out my ADP, like closing line value a little bit. But yeah, it's just, I mean, it's a harder click now. Tyler, has Brooks gone already? Yeah, he must have at this point.
Yeah. Let me scroll up for you.
I was just going to say, Steve and I both do fairly big stands on some quarterbacks. And last year, Dak, we both had like 30% Dak. So we were screaming, here we go, like the whole last month of the season. Steve actually does a good, here we go. Dak, here we go. But, yeah, exactly. So, and then so that's why I posted the Dak gift today, because he ended up being my highest at 21% on Underdog. And no shame in my game. I'm a Washington fan, but I'm rooting for that Dallas passing offense. I hope they're just as pass happy as last year, and I love my 21%. But we're both lower than we even were last year. I think you and I were both close to 30% Dak last year.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
What? Where'd it go? Am I blind? It says, okay. Jesus, I'm staring right at it. 116. Yeah.
Meg, I know, like, last year you were quite heavy on 3 QB builds on Underdog. Have you been taking the same approach this year, or more 2 QB builds mixing in?
Yeah, still heavy on the 3 QB, and I apologize. My dog has a sensor when I'm on a show. He has this chronic stomach thing, and anytime we're on a show, he just decides to go into a thing. So if you hear background noises, it's my dog. I apologize.
I just confirmed with him sneezing.
What's that?
It's not my dog sneezing.
I saw you to calm your dog down today, Tyler. I watched part of Pat's show. I was scrolling through, saw when you came back. Oh, we'll make our pick here. What do you guys like?
Judy, really, after ADP, this feels easy unless I miss some news.
Sure.
No, nothing breaking, so I'm good with Judy.
Yeah.
Did you check? God, Tom.
Yeah.
I was gonna go search Twitter right now. I have 15 seconds. I'm like, did he die? What happened?
I've got the Discord. I've got the Discord up, and anything notable should be getting pushed into there. And if people want to join the Discord, hit the join button down below. Steve, what do you like in here?
I kind of like Tyler Algier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meg?
That makes sense. That makes a ton of sense there. Yeah. But yeah, just to finish what I was saying, sorry. Yes, I still leaned into the 3 QB thing. But again, to Tyler's point, though, I was always price sensitive about it. Whether I was taking an elite, and then I was waiting to get 2 very late, or if I did take 2 in the middle rounds of Underdog, I would spread it out, and kind of like Hayden Wink's article says, if you're going to do the 3 quarterback thing, make sure that third quarterback's between rounds 15 through 18, and almost all of my 3 quarterback builds did adhere to that. So I was price sensitive, capital sensitive to doing the 3 quarterback builds, but I did still lean into that very heavy this year, and I think that shows in my exposures, especially hitting a lot in the middle areas. I just saw a lot of those guys were undervalued. The elites were undervalued, but then the guys in the middle, the Dak Purdy loves Herbert's incredibly, the Achilles brothers, all of them. I mean, all of them to me were so undervalued. So I just kind of couldn't help myself.
Yeah, I've definitely drafted more 3 QB teams this year on DraftKings than I have in previous years. I think there's just nothing about that format that makes me think that 2 QB is massively advantageous over the 3 QB one. Steve, what are you leaning towards? Like, is there anything in particular that's pushed you one way or another on those builds?
Yeah, on DraftKings and Drafters, I'm almost 100% 3 QB. And on Underdog, I'm very high as well. I just, for the reasons Meg said, especially the playoff format, we see it every year. We see the Baker Mayfields, these guys who go off in the playoffs. Like who would have thought it was Jordan Love at the beginning of the year? Nobody was drafting Jordan Love thinking that's the $3 million winning quarterback. And he wasn't QB1, it was Lamar, but it was just the value of where you're taking Lamar, you needed other pieces.
Yeah, well said. Also, I love the fact that Drafters has a chat. It's fantastic. I didn't start it, Tom.
Hey, Tyler, like, I feel like you're always worried that I'm about to tell you off, but like,
well, it's good for the bit. I don't actually think that, but it makes it funny if I treat you like you're the principal around here and I'm the rambunctious rapscallion. What did they say in the UK, right?
Oh, Genius saying, Meg, were you with RPS a few years back?
Good eye. Yes, I was. The 2022 football season and beyond, I was. Was that the year? Was that the year, Steve? Yeah. I'm blacked out. Yes, I was in 2022 through end of last summer. So yeah, good eye. Happily fan speak and a free agent outside of that though.
Yeah. And if you're not, go and subscribe to Fanspeak. Like, love what you guys do over there. It's linked in the description below. Make sure you go and subscribe. You guys are fresh off doing a pretty big stream of your own recently. Mm-hmm. How did you find that, sitting on camera for quite a lengthy time?
Yeah, my back hurt, but other than that, no, it was a lot of fun. We had a ton of great guests, just like Pat and the Fancy Dog Pound, just like you guys did today. You guys have had a hell of a lineup today, and I'm not just saying that because we're on now.
Right, where are we going here? I like Jalen Wright. I think it works with Tua.
Yeah, with Tua.
Anybody else want to make a
nothing else jumps off the page.
That makes sense to me.
Tyler?
I mean, let's just take a minute to appreciate the delicious value we're getting to eat up here on the turn. Very rare form.
Love it. So how many hours did you guys stream for in the end?
We did 8. We did like 40 minutes. It ended up being like 8.5. But we did 8, like a very, very, very extended happy hour. So I think that would probably be the max for me. Credit to all the people out there, like Pat doing the 24-hour stream.
PPR scam Greg Dortch, anyone, or anybody else seen something they like?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a second tight end here, Conklin, because tight end dries up quickly. But
Conklin's my guy. I love Conklin.
And
Conklin
I do think Conklin, last year he didn't have a single touchdown because he had Zach Wilson as his quarterback. Yeah. That's not going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. And I've mentioned it before in some of our streams, like, a couple of years ago. What's his name? The tight end. Tanyan was tight end 3 because Aaron Rodgers just decided to throw him 13 touchdowns. We're talking Robert Tanyan was tight end 3 on the year. Tyler Conklin can be tight end 3.
Oh, absolutely. I love Conklin. I think is my second highest exposed tight end, and I absolutely Absolutely love it. But yeah, no, we did 8 hours, had a lot of fun guests, and loved watching Pat's 24-hour and have loved your guys' best ball party and a long live stream today. How long are you guys going for? About 7 or 8 yourself, right?
I mean, Tyler's going for about 7 or 8. Like, I joined an hour late, and then I'll be ducking out before the end because we'll hit probably about midnight my time, and
I was gonna say very different time right for you.
Yeah, and it's kind of fine, but at the same time, like, I mean, I'm drained. Like, this off season,
yeah.
like, I put it out today. On top of everything we've done at the Sanctuary, I've written 120 articles for FantasyPros, edited 77 podcasts in the last couple of months, as well as hosting the show with Andrew that I do. So
that's
like,
amazing.
I also changed jobs and started a new job about a month ago, and
oh wow,
I don't think I've slept more than 5 hours in about 6 weeks. So yeah, I'm not pushing past midnight tonight. It's
yeah,
just,
I get that. I get that.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a summer for you, Tom.
No, I mean, well, the thing is, it's been fun. Like,
no, it's totally fun. Yeah.
Like, you know, whatever you do within the fantasy football space, whether you're making content or whether you're just a sicko who loves being in all these chats and drafting constantly, like, this is just the most fun time of year. Like, the season when the NFL actually kicks off is awesome, but like, man, like, these summer months are just always absolutely my favorite. So yeah, I'm definitely down with it. What are you two doing for content during the season?
Oh yeah, that's why I keep bugging Steve for meetings as he's slow drafting. We got.
You can have a meeting here.
Yeah, Steve. No, we've already had a couple, and we have another one today. But no, we have quite a lineup of. We're gonna have 1 to 2 shows every single day, Monday through Friday, covering obviously Underdog dailies, some DFS content, and a ton of sports betting content. I think we're gonna have like 4 or 5 sports betting shows. We're leaning heavy into that. Obviously, Steve and I are both in legal sports betting states, and our crew is as well. And so we're gonna have a time with that, and have really gotten into that side of things too. So we have that, and then we'll have content on fanspeak.com as well. So yeah, basically covering the Underdog daily streets, DFS, and sports betting. So covering every which way of your DGen needs.
Oh God, we have a Rory battle in the chat. Went to the death.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to give it to Rory B simply because he's one of our YouTube members. Rory D, if you want to take the battle to the next level, hit the join button down below.
If we combine you into the same person, we get Rory BD.
I'm pretty excited for where this battle's going to go over the next 20 minutes. So yeah, we've got 15 minutes or so left where we'll finish up this draft, and then Rich, co-host here on Sanctuary, Dynasty Island, will be joining us. We'll be jumping onto a DraftKings draft. Then later on, we've got PPRTyler joining at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with Kev Tompkins. Then at 7 p.m. Eastern, Neil Orfield, the oldest man to ever stream 150 best ball drafts, will be joining along with Rob Coakley from Spike Week. So good few hours of content ahead. Where are we going? Do we need a third tight end here?
Tank's my guy. I love Tank if you guys have any interest in that, but I don't
I'm good with Tank.
See anything else.
Yeah. I mean, I like Tank. I wouldn't, or DeMarcus Robinson.
You wouldn't mind, or you wouldn't go?
Either one of those two. Those would be my 2 picks.
Yeah, let's see. I think we have. I like taking the RB2 in a build like this because now we can be done with RB unless we see something we like. We'll get thin as shit. Otten goes. That would have been nice too. Yeah, Updog, you hits. Oh God, and you know what? I gotta stop promising things. I'm just wanting DeMarcus here, but I think there's enough late tight ends with Dolchich and Parkinson that I think I'm good with DeMarcus.
That works.
Yeah, and the benefit of having Kittle, while I still like having 3 tight ends, like taking a split tight end like a Chig, a Okonkwo, like there's plenty of weeks where he's going to do very little, but we just need a filler type. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, you were talking about your guests the rest of the day. I mean, you've had an awesome guest list for Best Ball Party and finishing up the season. But you guys have had awesome guests all summer. So yeah, awesome guests today, awesome guests all summer. You guys have just been killing it. What are you guys doing in season? Are you doing Underdog dailies?
So Tyler's going to do a solo show, which, I mean, if ever I'm going to like turn into the person telling him off for anything, I'm guessing it'll come from that when I'm asleep and wake up to, I can't believe this. Tyler's going to have his own Underdog Daily show. Definitely excited to do that. I will try and join when I can, when time difference permits. Rich is doing Dynasty buys and sells every week. Then on a Thursday, we'll be doing a matchups based video. It'll be kind of start sits, that sort of stuff. We did it last year and it was a lot of fun. And then on a Sunday, Tyler might be live pre-lock, just giving everyone his thoughts on everything. We'll be live.
Right. Nice.
So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be good. I think, yeah, I mean,
the Topless Cowboys coming.
I mean, Tyler's been topless once already today.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. I looked at the numbers. There's not 69 people watching live, so this should be a nice slow burn, and it doesn't have to happen immediately. So, there you go. Get some people going, Tom.
It's provocative. But yeah, no, I mean, at this point, just kind of ready for the season to start. Like a month ago, I was like,
so
I need more off season, but like, what, we're 4 days away from games, and it's just like, yeah. Tyler,
what do you got? So look, it's a saturated world, folks. You gotta stand out somehow. So you know.
I mean, Tyler's dedication. You were on with what, Pat? Like 4 different times last night and this morning.
Y'all were asking about the stream times, and I'm like, yeah, between my 69th BBM Friday, my best ball guy 2-hour Thursday night, and then 5 hours on dog pounds, and then 7 hours today. I'm gonna look forward to Vegas and not doing a whole lot, but I'm
okay. I thought it was around 4 or 5 with Pat, and then 7 today. I mean, kudos to you.
Young man stamina, you know, that's really all it is.
So
what are the Vegas plans? I absolutely love Vegas. Are you drafting out there or just hanging?
So the ship chasing crew does a ship chasing party Friday night after the NFL game, and this year there's an NFL game on Friday. Obviously the Eagles play the Packers, but the ship chasing crew basically goes out there. They draft main events Thursday, Friday. Some of them draft Saturday and Sunday. And so I know the ship chasing guys they've got like, I think 2 or 3 drafts, one with Leone virtual, and then we'll do the ship chasing party. Last year obviously was fun because it was the Pat Pizza Party paid for by Patty Warbucks. So I had a lot of fun going out to that. So going out to the game, going out Wednesday night this time to meet up with a few folks to just do dinner, because a lot of folks are going to be drafting main event teams. I will be the only person not drafting because I am done drafting. I'm just there to have a good time, crash some weddings again, make some friends. I better just stop talking there. It was a wild, fun time.
Celebrate the start of the season. So you went last year, guys.
I went last year.
You're running back. Okay.
We got 3 more picks here with a 2-6-7-2 build. How do we want to finish this out?
What's left at tight end?
Tight end, great question. We have beautiful hair, Dulcich,
and
Theo.
Tucker Craft's my guy. Like,
there you go.
I'm trying to draft as much Tucker Craft as I can. I was higher on him coming into the off season. I backed off because of a torn pec, but
I only got a couple shares. I'm a little nervous.
Quarterback's
about that.
totally dead.
Yeah, I'm fine potentially taking Aiden O'Connell shot this late. No, I don't think these 2 are viable as the only 2, unless somebody sees something else in their third eye.
No. I mean, Aiden O'Connell kind of makes some sense if you guys want to
So we could potentially push it because there were a bunch of quarterbacks.
What's receiver looking at?
Yeah, let's look at receiver. That's a good question. Noah Brown, Reynolds,
or Josh Reynolds.
Go with Tom.
Darius Slayton. I'm a big Darius Slayton fan. You know.
Okay, let's put the fan speak.
Nice.
Oh, we got Aiden O'Connell.
Okay, y'all saw that? I clicked it. You bullshit drafters. You cucked me, bro.
There he is.
Damn it. There's no cue for
Finally.
me to fuck with like on Underdog to pause time. That's bullshit.
Rory asking, when do we think the DK Millie will fail? First year playing BB properly. Do they usually ramp up the problems for the last few days? They probably will do some promos this week, but DK Millie won't fill. It needs 47,000 per day to fill. So I kind of have it for between 85 to 90% full, which, Roy, that means that there'll be wildcard places for teams who score the next highest points who don't make it into the playoffs, like don't advance. So it's definitely worth throwing more entries at. It should be quite a plus EV contest in general.
Damn it.
This is what happens.
Longer than 5 minutes, you fucking sicko.
The top
I'm
Latino
behind
Cowboys
you,
here.
man.
That's what happens when Aiden O'Connell's on the team.
I
mean, Tyler, like, you got a song to sing or anything, or you just?
Tom wants a song and dance now, dude. It's not enough that I got naked with my cowboy hat on.
You did some poetry for us on the FanSpeak 8-hour stream. We were doing.
That was a fun stream.
We had a lot of fun. Yeah, we had a great time with you on, and yeah, we were snapping it up for you. So that was very impromptu. I can't believe you came up with that on the top here. It was something about Tua. That's all I remember.
So that's what I remember.
So Tyler's done drafting. I've done all my drafts. Meg, are you done with like redraft leagues or anything like that? You got anything?
I'm not really a redraft. I'm out of the redraft streets. I'm a best ball only girl. Best ball only, underdog only. You know, I'm just staying in my lane, staying where I know I have success. So yeah. And so now that I'm done drafting, I'm just totally turning my attention to, I've done, I don't know, probably 10 battle royales so far, and decided to do a bunch more of those. I'm researching week 1 lines, researching, week 1 DFS stuff. So I'll be heavy in basically the 3 things that we're going to be providing on FanSpeak, underdog dailies, DFS, and sports betting. So I have turned the page.
How about you, Steve? You done with like those kind of drafts, or just best ball all the way now for the rest of the offseason?
I do have a redraft team with friends, but yeah, we did that. So I'm just wrapping up these drafters and DraftKings ones to max these 2 tournaments these next few days.
Someday that would be fun to do, like a main event team. Have you ever done a main event team, Tyler? Or
so I've done 2 of the FantasyPros championships, which are 350. I did one with Andrew from FantasyPros for his stream, which was quite cool to draft as a co-ownership one and to look at things from a waiver wire perspective with somebody else. And then I did one on Friday as well, which I feel pretty good about. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of look at it like $2,000 entry. I just think that's so many best ball teams I could draft. So
exactly. When you think about it like that.
Yeah, managed is it's my curse. So like if I had to do it, I would. Maybe I'll do it one day, but it just feels so nice. Just have the fun of drafting and then call it quits for a while. So Slayton comes back around. Fear not, everyone.
There you go. Steve's signature.
Yep.
With 20 picks of value. I mean, if nothing else, this team is stacked well, constructed well, and got some really nice pockets of value.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if one of these backup running backs gets more value than expected.
Yeah, and targeting like mostly really good teams too, I think.
D-Rob falling in this contest whenever the concern is that by the end of the year the rookie has beaten him out for that role, I think it's silly because it's not an 18, it's not like a playoff contest, but at the same time, like Jordan Rodriguez talked about that Whittington's playing the Puka Cup role, not the D-Rob. So if Whittington carves out a role, it's most likely because Cup or Puka has missed time.
Yeah.
If they somehow shove him in there as the 3rd guy, it's likely not going to be unless the wheels have fallen off to Marcus Robinson because he wants to ride this like slot role veteran, piece. And Whittington's more of a like screen game and blocking for the run game, not like slot guy. They're just very different roles in this offense. So I think him falling on underdog is fine. His price got a little too expensive for like fragile volume, whatever. But in this contest, that's games. So this team
Yeah.
should have it.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's one that shocked me. I mean, Jordan Wayington, like I know they're high on him and all that, and that's great. And I think he was, like you said, he was the insurance for the Cup Puka, but I don't think he's going to just have this. Like, I think everyone thinks he's going to be this year's Puka, and I just don't think that's anywhere close to it.
No, I mean he could. It does seem like this role that McVay has is a very valuable role for fantasy, and
Yeah.
we're like, well, because how the way it's schemed, but you have to be able to run routes and like learn this, and it's very obvious that Cup runs the QB option stuff with Stafford, and then Stafford unlocks the true ceiling of that role.
Mm-hmm.
And so like you combine all those things, but yeah, it's we like to pattern match, but we've lost some of the context, and we forget where especially like D-Rob, Judy, and Slayton. These are just like vet shots, with guys like Waddle. We love their ceiling. May not be the most sturdy guys, but yeah, this was a fun team.
No, I like this one.
I think the receiver room is very balanced because guys like Jaden Reed, we know just with that Packers, he's going to have games where he's the their top guy and scoring 25 points, and then he's going to have games where he's the third receiver on the team, because they have so many options. But that's perfect. That's why the Packers are great in best ball. They're terrible in managed. I would hate drafting Packers in managed leagues because I've never known.
Trying to guess, yeah.
But especially in this kind of format where we have guys like Robinson or Slayton or Judy to fill in, and same with like Xavier Worthy. Like he'll probably be up and down, especially once Hollywood's back and all that. So, right. But yeah, I mean, just the pure upside of those types of plays is massive.
Yeah, I like combining safe vet roles with year 2 and year 1 guys. I think that's how you get to pad the breakouts with any of the valleys.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, this was fun, guys.
Yeah.
Fun to finish best ball season with you guys, because you guys are some of my favorite guys in the industry. So this is a perfect way to finish best ball season.
Likewise, we've both got a lot of time for both yourselves and your content, and it was a shame that Andrew couldn't make it tonight. Would have been a lot of fun to have him on, but we'll definitely make sure we're bringing yourselves on. And if anybody is not subscribed to the FanSpeak Network, go and do so now. It's the pinned post. We are going to jump off in a moment and then come back with Rich and do a DraftKings draft. I am going to wrestle the controls away from Tyler for once, force him to sit back and do something different. But anything you'd like to plug before we get out of here?
I need to see the bouncing pecs on the way out again. No, it basically just like I said, we are cranking out in-season content starting Tuesday. So there'll be a ton on both FanSpeak, the website, fanspeak.com, and FanSpeak Network, covering Underdog Dailies, DFS, and sports betting, all your needs. So definitely check us out. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys. And maybe we can do some joint UD daily streams. That would be some fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
Keep
sounds
the fun
great,
rolling.
right?
Keep the fun rolling.
Excellent. Right. Well, we will catch you all very soon. We'll be back in 10 seconds with Rich. Rich, welcome into the best ball streets. As you can tell, things have been getting a little wild here.
I've tried to watch as much of it as I can. It's slowly sort of deteriorated from starting quite nice, highbrow, and is deteriorating quite quickly.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Rory.
Well, we've definitely got a few more hours to take things a little bit further. It kind of occurred to us recently that we'd hit a point where we hadn't done a show with all three of us on. Let me just sort of branding out first. So it seemed only right that we should finish summer off with a show with all of us. Where's my screen gone? There we go. Let's move to that one. Rich, how many best ball teams you've been into this year? I know that I've dragged you into this habit, and you're done a few.
I'll hit 100, which I'm pretty pleased with.
Nice. Okay, so for the folks who wanted a DraftKings draft, we are going to be jumping into the Millie Maker. These are filling pretty fast at the minute, about 15,000 a day. So I'm going to give you your time. I'm not like Tyler. I won't sneak in. Jumping in 3, 2, 1.
Sneak in with consent. It's 2024, Tom.
So 7 of 12, room for a few of you. Definitely still worth entering this contest. Rich, what's been like your one kind of takeaway when it comes to best ball this year?
I think it's basically just the wide receiver market seems wild in terms of throughout the off season when it was kind of hardcore best ballers. It felt like it was just getting more wide receiver heavy. And then the last 2 weeks, I've been in some wild drafts, and there's been some incredibly running back thirsty teams. I was in one last weekend where a team drafted 10 running backs, which was the first time I've been in one of them. Yeah, it's just getting wild.
That's 10 running backs. I wasn't even sure you could get to 10 running backs. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. So I see Rory at the 1 spot, Michael at the 4 spot. Anybody else in here? Let us know in the comments.
Right, haters in the chat, Star Killers in the chat.
Yeah, I remember actually, gotta say, Friday night I was on Pete's stream while we were drafting the Guillotine League and ended up on stream with Michael at the same time for a little bit of time. So it was nice to put a face to Michael's name. He's a very sharp guy and always fun to draft with. Rich, 7 spot, like there's so much stuff that's falling towards the 7 spot at the minute. Like I got Jamar Chase at 110 this morning. I got, you're getting those kind of slides at this minute. Are you particularly nervous about any of these wide receivers at the top, like CD Lamb or Jamar Chase, who held out?
No, not at all. I think, maybe we'll see a slow week 1, week 2 from CD or potentially similar from Chase. Obviously, Chase has been practicing a little bit more over the past few weeks. But no, I'm not nervous. We're not drafting these guys necessarily for week 1 or week 2. It's the back end that we're looking for.
Yeah, Rory, be a man and try 6 at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, God. Wow. Tom getting a pissing contest with the chatters. You hate to see it. My God.
I'd love it if Rory comes back and tell you he's going to dive in 7 now.
Well, that's the problem. After I streamed 6 at once, now you can't go back to streaming 3 at once or 4 at once. It's just the only way is into negative equity at this point. Tyler, have you drafted a single team on DraftKings this year?
No, I found out this morning that I didn't even have a DraftKings account, so I remedied that. And I might, God damn it, I might dip my toes in just a wee bit. We'll see.
So, yeah, for anyone unfamiliar with DraftKings scoring, full PPR, 20 roster spots, same roster setup as on Underdog, but there is bonuses for 300-yard caught passing games, 100-yard receiving games, and 100-yard rushing games. So, yeah, Michael doing an FFPC, hate multi-tabling, but Fort must jump in with one more. Well, Michael, truly appreciate it. I mean, we have done a lot of DraftKings drafts this year in the home of best ball in Europe, and Michael's probably been in the vast majority of them, so it's definitely appreciated. CMC, CD Lamb, Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra St. Brown off the board. My rankings are not quite updated in here. Breece Hall's now up to the 5th overall. Then Bijan Robinson, the running backs are getting pushed up. Jefferson, Chase, AJ Brown. Rich, who do you want to fall to us at 7?
Well, I'd love to be drafting Breece Hall, but I feel like I'm probably going to get some pushback from both of you.
No. I mean, well,
I'm a Breece believer. I had to baptize these people in Breece, and unfortunately he goes.
Yeah. No, I'm a Breece believer as well. I've only got 4% in the Millie Maker, but I think it's more about where my draft slots have been. I'm at 10% overall. I'm at 10% Breece, 12% Bijan. I think both of them, I've got more confidence in them at their cost than I do in CMC.
How far have you been seeing Chase fall?
So back end of a round. So we got Jefferson, Chase, AJ Brown. Rich, I'll let you start us off.
I mean, I'd still be smashing Chase. I get the nervousness, but I think he's going to play.
I think Chase in this contest makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. No, I've seen him drop to the 110 range, and then at that point, you're just looking for the unique pairings that you can find to mix things up a little bit. So I'm good with that.
If Chase is falling, are we seeing a Higgins rise, or has there been no impact on that at all?
Let me.
He's not moving on Underdog, which has been weird. Chase is falling to Chase is falling to like 7 to 8, while T is not moving. In fact, he's falling.
So he's falling. He's down one spot in the last 7 days at an ADP of 49. Let's just have a quick scroll down and see maybe there's something obvious about why that is. For me, I've got by my rankings.
Yeah, I've noticed Puka falling to the second round in people's screenshots in the Discord lately.
So for me, I think it's probably the running backs being pushed up. I've got T ranked at 42nd, but like you look at some of these guys, Kenneth Walker up 2, Alvin Kamara 2. So it's probably the effect of the running backs. James Conner up 3 rather than it being a wide receiver specific thing. I did get Jahmyr Gibbs at the 209 earlier on and paired him with, I think it was Jamar Chase I took him with. So if you're drafting at the minute, the one kind of thing to be mindful is just scooping the ADP value. Devin Achan goes here. Tyler, what are you liking at this area of the draft on DraftKings?
I mean, London being PPR, Adams getting the yardage boost. I think, yeah, it's. I mean, I London feels nice here. I don't mind going with some of the environmental safety and upside.
Rich? I love London. I took London 113 in my home league on Friday, so yeah, you don't need to convince me.
Well, you know, as per my thermonuclear take on Pete's show, wide receiver 1 overall, it doesn't even take that much to get him there. Yeah, Michael's saying Higgins is one of those absolutely crazy rankings versus ADP guys. It hasn't budged at all. Like, there's a few of those guys who I've kind of pushed up my rankings, and like Brian Thomas stands out. Like when I put my best ball rankings in the Discord early days, there was a few points where people like, I'm getting Brian Thomas like at the top of my queue, 20 spots ahead of ADP, and ADP just isn't catching up. Should I still be drafting him? And it's like, well, not there. Just wait a bit. But like, now we're finally getting the Brian Thomas hype. Like, Rich, I know you liked Brian Thomas as a prospect, but obviously there's some stuff that isn't perfect. How heavy are you on Brian Thomas?
I think I liked him. I think for me, he was a step below the big 4 in terms of the big 3 plus worthy. And I think that he's the type of player that 1 week in season and then he's going to suddenly blow up and everyone in redraft leagues is going to be buying him. We're going to see him going for multiple firsts in Dynasty. Like, he's the kind of player that can have, 4 catches, 150 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then suddenly everyone's super excited about him. And then for 3 weeks, he does nothing. But the potential's there, the ceiling's there. I mean, if you told me in a year's time he was the wide receiver 1 in terms of points scored of all the rookie wide receivers, I wouldn't be shocked. If you told me that he wasn't in the top 10, I wouldn't be shocked. I think his range of outcomes is absolutely wild.
Yeah. So, all right, putting your dynasty mind on, like, if that's kind of case with Brian Thomas and he pops up, are you immediately thinking, well, which of a rookie should I be swapping to and trading for now? Like, if Marvin Harrison gets off to a slow start, is that the one where you're like, yep, time to be sending offers?
I think this is one where you need the context. I think, yeah, there's plenty of players who pop off and you're like, right, immediately sell. But for him, I need the context of how's he looking, what kind of target share is he getting? Is it, he's got 4 receptions on 4 targets and that's all he's doing and he's happened to score 2 big touchdowns? Or is he commanding, 8 targets a game, looking like Trevor Lawrence's number 1 receiver, playing really well, and there's more to come from it? I think it's, with that type of play, you need the context because we've seen, time and time again, big-bodied, fast outside receivers pop up and then disappear just as quickly as they've popped up. But if he's able to command that target share and do stuff, then yeah, he's going to be worthwhile investing in long term.
And with his college context, you're probably not going to see a super, super strong target share, but you will see like stupidly explosive plays.
Yeah, when I say target share, I'm not talking 30%. If we're getting like 20% targets per route run,
I think his realistic ceiling is like 19 to 20, and you feel good about it.
So we're back on the clock. Derrick Henry 10 picks past ADP, Pacheco 7 picks past ADP, Mike Evans 3 picks, and then Etienne, Rashee Rice, DK Metcalf, Travis Kelce. Tyler, what do you like?
It's probably Rice or Evans. I mean, the ADP value is there. I don't know how fake it is over the course of the entire contest, though.
Well, let's take Rice and see what that leaves us with.
His preseason getting 30% target share is nutty. And if he's not going to miss any time, that just feels nice to do a 0 RB.
Tyler, how does this draft board feel to you, having been living in the underdog streets and doing a decent bit of drafters as well?
I'm no stranger to looking at this board. People post their shit on all the Discords all the time. I understand how this works. I just don't like the UI as much live. But no, like it's fine. And that's probably my biggest thing for DraftKings. Just like the rooms are so chaotic, and the UI up until this year has been so awful. And I'm like, I draft for fun first and foremost, and I can't. Heavy volume if it's irritating me.
I mean, I meant more from where the players are going and
I know. I was going on my diatribe. I sat here quietly being naked with a cowboy hat. No, I did not expect this to be too chaotic. The reason why I passed is because because we have like 4 or 5 people in here from our Discord and our chat right now, so I know it's gonna be a little bit more behaved and a little bit more underdog pill than a normal room would be, where I've seen like just some stupidly wild things happening. So I think we can be a little bit more mindful of that. I say that, and then I look at the 12 spot going Barkley, Taylor, Pacheco, and they can't help themselves. A robust RB fucking loves Michael Pittman, dude. It is the strongest correlation of all time.
I mean, he scooped some really nice value on Pacheco, but yeah, any chance you can get to stack Jonathan Taylor and Pittman?
It's unique, bro. It's unique.
We'll see. And then, so go on.
Talk me. I was gonna say, talk me through this 11 spot, because I love that week 17 correlation to start with. I appreciate we've got the pick here, but do you feel going McBride tight and when is that reaching too much for the kind of correlation?
Well, let's come back to it after this pick. Do we want Patrick Mahomes to lock in the stat with Rashee Rice, or we could take some value on Kelce and just go without Mahomes? What are you guys thinking?
I'm happy with Mahomes.
Tyler? 300-yard bonus for Mahomes is pretty good on DraftKings.
Yeah, that's fine. I like Kelce, but we took Rice, so that's fine with me.
So the team out of the 11th spot, I don't tend to pull players up that drastically, and it's completely fair why they've done it, is to have that week 17 matchup, and one, going that heavy on one is probably quite a unique angle. That said, I mean, I've drafted a lot of teams with Colm Kelly from RotoViz this year, and being a Sean Siegel disciple and doing lots of shows with Sean Siegel, Colm's completely happy to pull Trey McBride up drastically ahead of ADP to get him, because they think he's massively undervalued and very much going to be the tight end one this year.
So makes sense, but it is hard to take 2 of your top 2 picks that feel like they have a hard time hitting in the same week in a contest with such a big final. Like, this is like 1,000 person final, right?
Yeah, but this is 1,021 people, I think, this year, so slightly smaller than last year's 1,364.
Yeah, but it's going to be a hard time to. Elite tight end is already a thin but smart bet to make, and then you're going to compound that with a teammate that it's going to be pretty thin without Kyler going for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns for both to hit your lineup, right? So
yeah, I mean, what I'd say is if you're going this heavy on it, you've already thrown ADP out the window a little bit, and I would be petrified of somebody taking Kyler Murray. Like, normally I'm kind of willing to push a quarterback sometimes if I've got 2 of the pieces, because you're betting on that you have the pieces which are going to stop people from wanting that quarterback naked. But at this point in draft season, where there's so many people who haven't drafted a lot of teams, you've got to weigh that in. But you're saying if Kyler can support these 2 guys, particularly Trey McBride, performing well ahead of his ADP, then we're talking Kyler top 4 QB, top 3 QB as a lock. So if this team doesn't go Trey McBride around the turn, then I'd be a bit nervous about him.
Yeah, I mean, I love Trey McBride, the player. He's my most rostered tight end. it's just interesting to go tight end 1 and pull him up that far, I thought.
Yeah,
Is this a threat? I don't understand. Clarify yourself. I'm not understanding. You got your Lamar stack. I'm confused.
So we're 2 picks away. Patrick Mahomes, Rashee Rice, Jamar Chase, Drake London. We've drafted plenty of Ken Walker tonight already. In terms of other running backs, it's like Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, guys who I'm not massively in on. Wide receiver, Amari Cooper, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, Chris Godwin. And then at tight end, Dalton Kincaid, Mark Andrews, Kyle Pitts. Rich, where would you be going with this one?
I really like Amari Cooper. I feel like he's just. Oh, well, there you go. I'm struggling.
Pickens week 17, 300-yard bonus and all that other bullshit.
Let's Pickens slides. Let's worry about Pickens if he comes back. Rich, anything else?
I'd rather go running back or wide receiver rather than tight end personally.
Agreed. It's probably Walker or Mixon for me.
Let's go Walker then. And then we push. If Pickens comes back, I'll draft Pickens, but I have a hard time being invested in any part of the Steelers pass game. I think, they look to really solidify the offensive line, and this offseason it's kind of gone terribly for them. There's injuries, there's lack of performance coming out of camp is what we're hearing about the offensive line. The quarterback situation feels very unsettled, and I don't think that it should be unnewsworthy that the Steelers, when Pickens is in a contract year, went out and tried to trade for Brandon Ayuk. So maybe Pickens pays off, and particularly in this format where we're looking for a spike week in week 17 against Mahomes, maybe it happens. But of course, he goes 1 pick after us, so it's all good. So good.
Do you guys find, for me, when I'm drafting, I tend to find if I'm going early QB, unless it's completing a stack, I then am much more likely to wait on tight end. I find a struggle to go early at both onesie positions unless it's that stack.
Agreed.
Yeah. I mean, me, when it comes to DraftKings, I want 5 wide receivers before round 9. If possible, I want to make sure I'm double tapping the RB glory hole. So you kind of weigh it up and you go, there's just not really room. And I think Evan Ingram is a bit of a fugazi player, so I'm not taking Evan Ingram. Brock Bowers, I don't mind taking, but I don't want to get over my skis on him. So yeah, it's very much that kind of classic balance. We're 1 pick away here. CJ Stroud, David Montgomery, James Conner, who, Rich, I know you were quite high on James Conner. At wide receiver, Jaden Reed, Keenan Allen, Deontay Johnson, Bryant Thomas, before we start reaching too much. Tight end, no.
I mean, this is like my favorite point of the draft. I love those running backs. I love Deontay Johnson. I'm happy with any of that, to be honest.
Tyler?
I'm easily Reed or Johnson or Keenan.
Let's go Keenan. Gives us the week 17 correlation against the Seahawks. So we'll take that. And then if it comes back around, Rich, you were one of a few people who really bigged up Jaden Reed last year, and you talked him up a lot, and it worked out perfectly. Are you still in on him this year?
Yeah, I love him. I think he's a fantastic route runner. I think he is going to be the type of player that's going to command volume. I'm a little bit nervous that there's just so many mouths to feed in that offense. I think if we're talking about range of outcomes, I think he's probably got the highest floor of any receiver in that room. I don't think he's got the highest ceiling, because I think there's some guys that have probably got a little bit more, I guess, boom potential. But I think if we're looking for a safe option in that wide receiver room, it's easily Jaden Reed. And I think we can probably pencil him in for 120 targets in that sort of range this year.
And about 20 rushes too.
Absolutely. And we're going to see him, manufacture touches. I bang on about it constantly, not just the rushes, but also those screen game touches are just as valuable.
So Tyler, you're in on Jaden Reed too. Like, which of the Packers wide receivers are you fading at cost?
It's probably mostly Dobbs. And I'm trying to adjust to that whenever he was already priced a little bit expensively for just what his role is, just for the security of the routes, as if that equates to fantasy points in a room with talent. And then when the market got confirmation of what they thought, which is his role on the offense at X is here to stay, he just got more expensive and moved up the board. So really the only time I've taken him is just like when I miss out on a double stack. What up? Welcome back, Nibs. Every time you see me, I am topless. That's how it goes. Not on purpose. Yeah, so it's just like his talent is the least enticing of those guys. I think as far as cost goes, as things have settled, I think I like Dobbs over Wicks from the standpoint of season-long, how's it happen? But at the same time, it just seems like, and I've said this today and I've said this on other streams, when Wicks and Watson and Reed are out there, they are being like, that is the target, that is the primary read, that is the intended place for the ball to go, and good things happen with their talent, with their yak. And with Dobbs, it's more of like a, oh shit, scramble drill, it's there. And so I think as Wicks also got expensive and he might be the hardest person to see routes, I've pivoted a bit to Dobbs in my Green Bay stacks, but I'd say I just really want to focus on, for the most part, Reed and Watson, because in a healthy season, those two are the most likely to smash and have the biggest weeks in multiple phases of the game at multiple levels of the field, and their talent, is something I want to easily bet on.
Yeah, so we see 7th round CJ Stroud, 7th round Anthony Richardson, nice prices on them. Then Jordan Love goes off the board. We are back up. Aaron Jones, DeAndre Swift, Raheem Mostert, Keon Coleman, Zamir White, wide receiver, Jameson Williams, Rich's least favorite player, Lad McConkey, another one Rich doesn't like, and then at tight end, Jake Ferguson. So I'm going to throw this to you, Tyler, with 10 seconds left. Where are we going?
Mostert or Jones, I think, is the pick.
Rich, Mostert or Jones?
I like Mostert.
Love it.
There we go. Easy game.
I was going to kick off if you said any of those wide receivers there, Tyler.
So
right,
the last one was your favorite area.
Bucko.
So the last one was your favorite area of the draft for anyone, but this area,
yeah.
Rich, you're out on pretty much all the wide receivers?
Yeah, this round 7, it's like, I don't know if I've drafted any. Once Deontay Johnson's gone, I don't think I'm drafting any of these wide receivers, from Christian Watson, Coleman, Lad McConkey. Like, I'm out on all of them.
I hope Lad buries you doubters this year. I swear to God, I'm so ready for the Lad super season.
That's right. He'll look amazing for the 3 games he's active. And
get out of here!
Really
I hate that shit. As if Josh Palmer's like the fucking the bell of the healthy ball.
Well, guys, much as I'd like to keep watching your fight, yeah, Michael, resident Packers fan, was setting up this perfect Packers stack with Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, until Starkindler misclicked Jordan Love there. So, yeah, hey, look. Hey, man, how you get your guys season? Like, I just can't look at Hartman's profile picture with Bindles.
Oh yeah, this is it's fantastic. It's not even. I think there's 3 chatters in the best ball space now that have profile pictures of streamers with their shirts off. I am unscathed as of now, thankfully, but I will be very disconcerted whenever I see that chat pop up and it's my face.
Give it time. So this far through, we've got Jamar Chase, Drake London, Rashee Rice, Patrick Mahomes, Kenneth Walker, Keenan Allen, Raheem Mostert. So
sounds like Lad McConkey time.
Lad McConkey's already
He's
gone.
isn't he?
Yep.
It's because he's a good pick, guys.
So we've got Khalil Shakir, Josh Palmer, Jordan Addison, top of ADP. Running back, we are in the glory holes. Zamir White, Ramondre Stevenson, Najee Harris, Tony Pollard, Brian Robinson, Chase Brown, and at tight end, Jake Ferguson, David Njoku. Tyler, where are we going?
We've got 5 seconds.
Wide receiver is necessary.
Khalil Shakir?
Palmer.
Too slow, man. Too slow. We ended up with Ramondre Stevenson.
That's okay. I felt that's what y'all wanted, so I'll wait for.
Anytime you draft from Andre, it's a good pick.
Well, I think it's the flexibility it's given us now. 3 running backs through 8 rounds. It's not quite setting up one of those kind of hyper fragile builds that Patty Warbucks keeps going on about, where he goes 0 RB to start and then Pitts running back from like round 6 to round 11. But I think now we can look at possibly a 5 running back build. We don't need to force a 6. And all 3 of these guys have different bye weeks, which is nice. So yeah, I'm good with it. I think at least one of them will drastically outperform it. Am I maxing the DK $20, Tom? No, Tom is poor. Tom had a horrendous year for his day job, and this year I think I will stop at 50. I'm close to, I think I'm at 260 DraftKings drafts across all formats on there, but I've been living in the sub $10 drafts this year. Just could not justify hitting the max enter this year. But if you
Tom
can,
is poor. You can change that now, dear chatter. Send 10 gifted subs or a $20 super chat, and Tom will take his shirt off and draft a DK20. Send now for more.
Look, we're not going to be accused of false advertising, but nobody needs to see that later. I'm a hairy man.
You want it even more now. The price is 40.
Yeah, Rich, you mentioned you were watching earlier from home with the wife being out. Did you catch the part where it was revealed that Tyler has an OnlyFans page?
I was watching that part indeed. I did hear, I'm sure I heard it on a stream the other day. He mentioned it, but I thought it was just a joke. I didn't realize it was a real thing.
Oh, that's what I've picked up. Is I've mentioned it a bunch, but people think it's a bit. It's not a bit. I set it up for a bit, mind you, but it's not a joke that I don't know what to
Okay,
do.
so we're back on the clock. We could take Caleb Williams and be done at quarterback, or, I mean, we've only got 4 wide receivers. We could take Jordan Addison, who I think's fine here, Curtis Samuel. I'm not really into the guys below it. Rich, what are you thinking?
Let's go Addison.
Tyler?
Yeah.
Do you think, Addison's price dropped because of a threat of suspension. Rashee Rice is now a 3rd round pick, typically goes top 30 on DraftKings. Jordan Addison is all the way down here for what is probably a less serious set of issues. Do we end up looking back at this?
The problem is Addison, we know, has got that post week 6, or is it post week 5 hearing, isn't it?
Week 6,
so
we're week 6 by. Yeah.
It would be potential suspension week 7 on, isn't it? Which,
There's
that's a
not
bit nervous.
really precedent for that, is there? Mid-season suspension.
There's
who was
few.
it? There was one player who did get suspended mid-season. I can't.
Wasn't that
Sam
for domestic
Sherman
violence,
was
though?
maybe. But I feel like there was maybe a DUI for a defensive player. Sam Sherman was tweeting about it.
Sam Sherman loves tweeting FUD. Here's the thing. It would be a little. The fact that I think they can definitely punt it out. Like they can appeal, they can punt it out legally speaking, and then I think the thing that's concerning is like the suspension risk, and then on top of like a high ankle sprain early in the season that could impact them. But I think with that talent profile and betting against how the NFL kind of does things, I think the way that the fantasy lawyer Drew talked about it was that like it was very unlikely he served a suspension based on how the lawyers can argue them finding him with no blood alcohol level and nothing on him or whatever. It's just he's in a car on the highway, and you legally you get to argue all the stupid bullshit about that. So it's like very unlikely he actually gets suspended because the court can't like hit him with anything that's not a misdemeanor, is the way I understand it.
So we're back up on the clock. We could take Tua if we wanted to stack a QB running back, but that doesn't feel great, and it's a week 6 bye. Dontavian Wicks is there at running back. It's Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum, or
Brooks
kind of
stands
further
out to
down.
me.
Brooks, I think we could survive Brooks this room. Tyler, you good with that?
That's fine. I know in this room. God damn it. What stream is that from? That's from that's not even today's stream.
All of them.
All right. Good burn.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Which one isn't it from? Yeah.
I'm not shirtless in all my streams. I am shirted in like 95% of them.
So we've got 4 running backs at this point, which is possibly a bit more than I would have normally done by round 10. But I think if you're going to build like this, then taking Jonathan Brooks as the RB4 makes sense. And now unless we stop at 2 QB, I'd probably be pushing for this to be a 5 running back build. The room has gone a bit QB hungry lately, but nothing too crazy.
That's okay. We're all set up nice and south.
Yeah, I mean, Starkindler's on a 2-2-4-2. We've got Rory out of one spot on a 1-2-6-0, and Michael with his 2 QBs now, stacking Laporta, and then Jaden Daniels
saved with the Wicks fall.
Yeah, very much so. Shout out to Hartman. Very much down with
Shout out to Hartman, indeed.
that kind
Shout
of
out to the chat. Y'all got us to.
Yes.
We're
at 3,099 subscribers, one away from 3,100. We didn't expect to be here till this Wednesday, I think, was originally where we thought we'd hit it. So very much appreciate the best ball community who kind of took things on this off season. We had a great pre-draft season, and then it's just been pretty relentless on the best ball side. And yeah, I mean, we all truly appreciate it. And remember, go and leave comments on all the videos, because we are giving away $100 cold hard cash, $25 to our merch store, and 12 months premium access on Wednesday. It will be Neil joining us later, the oldest man in best ball. Look, Neil, super chats. Needs to be a hefty wedge to get me, because look,
name your price, coward. Put a number on it.
It's gonna have to be decent. I mean, look, Neil's a milli maker winner. Like, he can afford it, but I'm sitting in my garage. It's September in England.
Price.
It never even got hot.
We hit 20 degrees down here today, Tom.
Give over, man. You buy the equator. It's up here.
You're dodging the question, Tom.
Look, the question is here. We're one pick away.
How much for the
clock.
titties, Tom? Give me them hairy man titties.
I'm going to suggest we take Drake London stacked with Kirk Cousins here to kind of lock up that and give us at least a reliable quarterback, so we don't have to push for a third. Is there anyone else that you guys would prefer over that?
Wide receiver. I'm fine pulling
No one
Polk
stands out.
personally.
Pulling who?
Polk.
No, Polk's falling. We'll wait.
Polk. Oh wow, Tom's telling me who's falling. Can't be bothered. Hope he gets snapped up just to prove
Polk's at 145. Like, we can get Polk on the way back around. All the people in the chat seem to be on this side.
Your need for Kirk Cousins instead of going and getting Drake May is your cowardice will be your downfall.
I mean, Drake May is my second most drafted quarterback, so
why not pump those numbers up, baby? That's all I'm saying.
Well, why not have both? You got 20 rounds here, Tyler. 20
you want
rounds.
3 quarterbacks with an elite quarterback? That's greedy.
I just don't really care. I mean,
3 quarterbacks with Mahomes feels a waste.
That's what I'm saying. See, Rich, we gotta. This motherfucker won't name his price for. Oh, you scared me. You popping up like that.
I was just gonna sit and make you guys draft.
You should have. We would have had a good time.
Particularly after Polk went at the 11-11.
Oh yeah. How's it feel, bitch? We're in a sharp room. Nothing falls. We got sharp players misclicking Jordan Love left and right. It's chaos.
I feel like we're missing out on wide receiver, but all the value just feels disgusting at the moment.
Well, we could take
eat vegetables, and I was trying to eat some fucking rookie vegetables.
Look, I mean, you saying you don't like Adam Thielen? Come on, Rich. I know you're having Bryce Young.
Josh Downs.
Yeah, Josh Downs is the move.
Yeah, Josh Downs I'd be fine with. I mean, his ADP is 158. Can I interest you guys in a double stacked Kirk Cousins with Darnell Mooney?
Yeah, why not?
No. I want the better player, frankly.
Well, we'll take Josh Downs then. See if Darnell Mooney falls back. So 2-4-6-0. Probably have to think.
Do you feel like Mooney could at least have some better in best ball upside in terms of we know what role he's going to take, that deep threat. He's going to get some shots. Yeah, in managed leagues he's going to be disgusting, but at least in best ball there's some potential upside there.
I mean, when was the last time Kirk Cousins was quarterbacking and it was, we saw it with Stefan Diggs and Adam Thielen. We've seen him keep more than one option afloat. And I'm not saying I think Darnell Mooney's excellent, but Darnell Mooney's dealt with some fucking terrible quarterback play over the last couple of years. So, yeah, I think I'm leaving the light on for Darnell Mooney. I'm not super high on him. Definitely, I'm not taking him in the 120s to 130s. But when I've got Drake London or Kyle Pitts and I've got Kirk Cousins, it just makes sense. Particularly
what if
with
you
Rondo
don't
out.
take a player with sub 1 yard per route run with your stacked quarterback?
Right. Yeah, but that's Justin Fields stats, isn't it? Like, come on.
DJ Moore crushed, Tom. I'm curious why Darnell Mooney couldn't.
Well, he was injured last year, wasn't he?
Wasn't
Wasn't he banged up for a decent part of last year?
He crushed
Tony,
as
he's bad and frail? Ugh,
he crushed as a rookie.
5 years ago.
1,000 yards. Let's remember when we were all taking like round 6 Darnell Mooney. Somebody's got to catch the ball, was the argument people kept saying.
So yeah, somebody's got to catch this knife, is what they should have been saying.
Oh, love it. So, Rich, how are you playing the Cowboys running room now that we've got Zeke there as well as Dalvin Cook? And fuck you, Rory.
I would have given you Mooney if you didn't steal Polk from me. That's called karma, bitch. You got to reach further for downs. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
I wasn't touching the Cowboys room when it was just the two of them. I'm not really touching the Cowboys room now. There's 3 people in the backfield. I think unless I'm getting it 10 picks past ADP, I'm not really touching it.
Yeah. What a room are we all being punked. I mean, honestly, this feels pretty normal compared to the $100 draft I streamed a couple of weeks ago where CJ Stroud went at 112. Like, this is fairly reasonable.
Was your debut album name Bird Bones? Because I listened to that album. Right, so we're a few picks away. We got 2-4-6-0, no tight ends yet. Everybody else is at least one tight end. Jamar Chase, Drake London, Rashee Rice, Patrick Mahomes, Kenneth Walker, Keenan Allen, Raheem Mostert, Ramondre Stevenson, Jordan Addison, Jonathan Brooks, Kirk Cousins, Josh Downs. What are we thinking, gents? J.K. Tyler's favorite running back, J.K. Dobbins, still on the board. Justin Herbert, Cole Kmet, Baker Mayfield, so a lot of guys we don't need. Tyler Algier, a wide receiver, it's Leggett, Dotson, Tolbert, Bateman, Demario Douglas.
Bateman. Just to force Tyler.
That's fair. If we all leave this team somewhat pleased and somewhat unpleased, I think that's fair. That's called balance.
I felt like it wouldn't have been right if the 3 of us on a stream we didn't have at least one Bateman share.
I agree.
And after Tyler showed us his BBM exposures, and it turns out that he had like 8% Rashad Bateman, he is the Rashad Bateman slappy. So
okay, I gotta say, we never really make shorts, but y'all need to go clip that Pete Guillotine stream because I got fucking owned. Because not only does Tom rat me out to Pete after I tell Pete my truth serum is don't take bad players that keep disappointing, and then I'm like forced to take Bateman, and as I'm defending myself, being like, look, guest streams you gotta take who you don't like. He says out loud, and he's gonna give me the bullshit. They're like, guest streams, you gotta take what you guest like, and I'm like, God damn it, dude, I'm getting owned so hard right now for Rashad. It was great.
No, it was a fun show. Yeah, definitely worth checking out if people haven't. The fact that Pete had a bunch of us in for like 10, 20, 30-minute spells and just cycled through the different Discord members drafting in the Guillotine League. It was a lot of fun, and now I need to remember that I need to set an actual lineup on a different platform other than Sleeper or the shitty NFL app. 2 picks away. Cole Kmet, 20 picks past ADP would give us some more Week 17 correlation. Rich, I know you love that.
I don't love Cole Kmet though. That feels disgusting.
Well, we took the Jalen Polk of the Ravens, so it's time to take the Travis Kelce of the Bears. You know what I'm saying? So,
Tyler, you want Cole Kmet if he falls to us?
I mean, positionally in ADP, it makes sense. It's not fun, but it's our first tight end 20 picks after ADP correlated. I don't know what more you want out of it besides runs all the routes Kate Otten.
Yeah, I mean, and Kate Otten's been
Talking
falling
about
lately.
players with sub 1 yards per route run. Let's
And at tight end, I just need them to catch touchdowns. You know,
Well, there are positive reports out of Bears camp saying that Cole Kmet looks better than he's ever done. So maybe it's one of those cases where early in the season.
God, he's in the best shape of his life. I wouldn't have drafted him if you told me that.
Gerald Everett's playing more than we'd like, and maybe talent wins out with Cole Kmet, but I'm fine with it.
They paid the guy, you know.
Yeah,
he's only, what is he, like 3 months older than Dalton Kincaid? So you know, maybe that gets there eventually.
I mean, the Bears, though, they had money to spray around because they were one of those teams that were going to be under the minimum spend for the cap, weren't they? Which I think
4-year cycle, yeah.
Yeah, some people. I would bet a decent amount of fantasy players aren't even aware that you have to spend a minimum amount, and that's kind of what I've put down to the DeAndre Swift contract. A lot of the time, people are like, oh, they paid DeAndre Swift. Well, they had loads of money to spare. Like it doesn't really matter. Like DeAndre Swift isn't going to happen. Stop trying to make fetch happen.
Check out my Dynasty buys and sells video out next week, where I talk about the DeAndre Swift contract situation.
Love it. Nibs in on Kmet. I think like the thing with that is if you are really in on Kmet, and like it's possibly a weak spot for me because I'm very high on Caleb Williams. I've taken a lot of him. I've taken a lot of passing game with wide receivers in general. And if one of those wide receivers were to get injured and all of a sudden it swings the other way, then Kmet could be very decent. I mean, in the tight ends video I did earlier this offseason, I talked about how Cole Kmet was one of the few tight ends who scored, I think it was like over 16 points in more than 2 games or something like that. So we know the ceiling can be there.
Weeks where he had like 50 points across 2 weeks and then did nothing else the rest of the year.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Cole Kmet experience. He gives you absolute middling performance, then he gives you 2 massive spikes in a row and then goes back.
Oh, great question, Chris. Great question, you fucking asshole. Let me go check real quick.
We are now on 3,100, so you know.
Tell you what, Chris, you can swap subs. You gift 5 subs. The shirt comes on and doesn't come back off. How about that, bud? How about that?
Lock it in for the next.
Otherwise, a $20.69 super chat may get Tom to bust his top off, and that might balance out the exposures there.
I mean, we've got a decent night ahead of us still. We've got PPRTyler and Kev Tompkins coming on at the top of this hour, and we'll be maybe heading back to the Underdog streets. And then after that, we've got Neil Orfield and Rob Coakley to round us out, whilst Ash will be tucked up in bed at that point, as it'll be past midnight here. So yeah, we're 1 pick away, obviously still low on the tight end position as a couple more go off the board. Luke Musgrave's still there, falling past ADP. We've got a running back, Braylon Allen, Antonio Gibson, wide receiver, Demarcus Robinson. We've got, let me just change that, Quentin Johnston. Guys, anybody quickly before?
Jermaine Burton, quite like.
And then Tyler, anybody you're seeing?
Conklin for tight ends, not a bad thing, right at ADP.
Well, let's go Conklin, and then I think Jermaine Burton's probably going to make it back around to us because his ADP is 191 and we're at 177. So happy to push that a little bit more. See what this sick room does to us.
I'm finding with Burton, I'm finding myself in rooms where I feel like I need some late season production. That's kind of where I'm finding myself heading, just because I'm expecting Yoshi Vass to get a lot of work early season. But I just think as the season goes on, talent's going to win out. Like, if the guy had his head on straight, he'd have been a top 15 pick in the draft. Like, the guy's so good.
I agree with all of that. The problem is he's missed some time, and Yoshi's just gotten to crush. I think his outs now are he's got to like climb up the depth chart, prove himself, and then maybe hope for one of Chase or Higgins to miss time at this point, just the way it's rolled out. I think he had a really good chance with those guys holding out to like basically take the slot role for himself and beat Yoshi, and that's not really happened. And I don't know how willing the Bengals staff are going to want to make that change unless Yoshi just isn't performing on the field, and by all accounts, he's had a strong.
Yeah.
It's cold, bro. It's cold. All right, I'm right below a fucking blower.
Oh man, my heart bleeds for you. Just give me another month or two when the garage starts getting colder and I'm wearing 2 hoodies and any stream longer than an hour and my brain starts shutting down. So yeah, heart bleeds for you, Tyler. We're back up. I don't really want Luke Musgrave, but he's 30 picks past ADP. But we do have Jermaine Burton. You guys, what do you want to do, Jermaine Burton or Luke Musgrave?
I think Burton here makes sense because there's a bunch of tight ends available. I like just as much.
Rich?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, I agree.
I'd rather take.
I feel like tight end's so
anyway.
flat at this point in the draft.
Oh my goodness! Look at that. All right, I'll put my shirt on, and Tom can take his off.
This is a low point, Tyler.
I'm sorry. I should have. I told you to name your price. You didn't name your price. I had to name it for you. I apologize, but I don't. That's fantastic. We're having fun here. It's a party, folks. Woo! Aye! Let's go. Tom, much respect, Tom. I tip my hat to you.
Keeping the hat on though, like nobody needs to see my bare
I like
head.
this. I like this. This is the evolution of the underdog, bro. Shirtless hat, dad hat, backwards hat. That's how it goes.
Well,
you get the new avatar pick ready. Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
Career highlights for Tom right here.
That's it. This is yeah.
Hey,
2482.
The highlight reel of this marathon is going to be fantastic.
Are we still feeling 5 running backs, or have we waited too long for a 5th to feel confident in 5?
Is P. Ryan still available?
Well, I mean, for me, Tyrone Tracy, which is a week 15, 16, 17 correlation, still there, who I'm fine with. Tank Bigsby's fine. P. Ryan, I think, is possibly off the board. Yeah, without a LaMichael P. Ryan now, which is not where you want to go. So, yeah. Otherwise, Alexander Mattison, Roshan Johnson, Damian Pierce, Cam Akers, Audric Estime, another decent correlation hit, and Will Shipley. So there's a few who kind of feel okay, but it'd probably be here if we want to stick with 5 running backs. This would be the last point where it feels really good. But we'd probably be looking at 2-5, 10-3 with that, which is kind of fine, but don't always feel the need to get up to that point.
I agree with all of that. I just want to address something. I just realized I am the reason this happened. 3 years ago, I paid Pete while doing Nana Pete $100 to pop them titties out. And ever since then, we have been paying people to bust nip on best ball streams. So this does come back to me, and I do take accountability in front of all of you folks. I'm good with Tank. I'm good with Tank as the 5th running back.
Yeah, agreed.
Cool. Right, and then we'll just load up on wide receivers and tight ends after this point.
We're all looking for the guy that did this, and it turns out it was everyone's first suspect from 3 years ago. Now that I think about it.
It's I mean, look, I'm hands down going to say me and Richard both said it quite a few times. Bringing Tyler into the Fantasy Sanctuary has been excellent. It provided a level of personality that perhaps we don't go to, and it helped us with the best ball streams no end, and we're very pleased that we brought Tyler in. But if you told me a year ago that I'd be sitting here in my garage streaming best ball for 5 hours and topless, didn't expect it.
And that's what makes life worth living, ain't it?
Tucker Kraft goes in the 18th round there. Rich, Tucker Kraft or Luke Musgrave, who's going to have a better year?
Tucker Kraft.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
I was Tucker Kraft over Musgrave as a prospect, so I feel like I've got to, stick with it.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, folks, for another 2069. Rich will pop his time.
People definitely don't want to see that.
Oh, he said you don't want to see that. Folks, that's doubling. It's 4069. I can sell you anything.
Absolutely. Over the moon with how things have gone this year. Been an awesome year. Right, so we're 2 picks away. the tight end landscape's going to get pretty disgusting pretty quickly. We took Zach Ertz in a battle royale draft earlier. Are we in on Zach Ertz here? Theo Johnson,
Dulcich for sure.
Dulcich. Week 15-17 correlation, easy click. Yep.
If he's
Rich?
if he's healthy, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's, yeah.
Fair tight end, we can live with it.
If he's
So we-
healthy, his ADP is wrong, and that's fine.
Yeah. So we've got Cole Kmet, Tyler Conklin, and Greg Dulcich all on different bye weeks. So I think that's kind of reasonable of tight end room. So now we can get a bit weird with.
I do want to
wide
say
receivers.
we're raising the price on Topless Tom when it becomes wintertime. Okay, you got to pay premium from the perky nips. You know what I'm saying?
You wait till it starts getting windy and that garage door starts rattling.
Oh man, like normally in the winter when it gets like week 13, 14, I'm sitting here with a blanket, a hot water bottle, double hoodies. Like this garage is no place to be. I need to win a
Can
milli
we have
maker
fun
so we
with
can move
space
house. Like, do you know how expensive a 4-bedroom house is? Like, price in England. Shit got real.
I thought, Tom, you were a true Geordie, so surely you should be shut off in the winter at all times.
I mean, come on. Like, I did not grow up in the Northeast. Like, I adopted the Northeast. It's like no. This is not me.
They sell these things. They're called, stick with me now, space heaters. You plug them in nearby, and it helps heat your ass and your giblets.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you that number one, if they make any kind of noise, it's crappy for sound quality. And being the kind of nerd I am, I'm not putting up with that. And then anything else, you're just pumping out major electricity bills, and can't be doing that. It's got a recession going on.
Folks, for another $20.69, you can help fund the Space Heater Coalition to get shirtless Tom in the garage in the winter when everybody wants. Because when we say winter is coming, you want to see the poster. Don't you get ahead of my joke?
Oh man, that beer nearly went everywhere. Well, my favorite late round wide receiver, Josh Reynolds, goes, so I won't be adding to the 20% that I've already got. Quentin Johnston, 40 picks past ADP, week 16, 17 correlation. What are we doing?
Leaving him on board.
Johnston in front of me, to my face,
Hey,
to my
look.
fucking face.
Look, guys, it's an equal opportunity show. Just trying to make sure people know.
Noah Brown.
everything.
Noah Brown.
Diami
Noah
Brown's
Brown?
there. Let's have a quick check. I think Noah Brown's already gone. I would imagine
damn
that
it.
Michael probably took him to stack with Jaden Daniels, which he did out of
Fair.
4 spot. We're
Fair.
back on the clock. Where are we going? Roman Wilson, week 17 correlation. Jalen
Hyatt.
Brendan Rice.
Hyatt or
Brendan
Brendan
Rice.
Rice is fine.
Let's go Hyatt and then see if Brendan Rice makes it back. I think
Yeah.
Brendan Rice sometimes goes undrafted, so I'd be happy to push him. But I've been drafting a bit of him lately, sitting at 4% across all tournaments. Was that a Batman quote that didn't make it, Tom?
No, I think the best part is anybody tuning in now expected me to be topless, and it's you, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, this is
Doesn't it
it.
feel
I mean,
freeing to draft a team connected to Mother Earth in such a way to remove this barrier and feel in tune with the third brain galaxy, third eye that is out there?
I'm just pleased that since I took my top off, we haven't lost any subscribers. So, wins all round. Definitely feeling the chill. The top will be going back on before the next segment at the top of the hour. We got 5 minutes before we're welcoming in our next guests. Tyler, can you?
No, go for it.
I was going to say, can you double check whether Underdog have dropped anything new lately, or if we're heading
Yep,
back to
check
the
it out.
marathon?
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Or if people want, we can stay here on DraftKings.
I don't mind a little DraftKings tomfoolery.
Yeah, that's good. Got to get my Millie Maker entries in. Still a couple of ways
Yeah,
from
I
hitting
know.
50.
Underdog cucking us hard.
Do you
Alan
think they're done, or
Lazard,
do you think they're adding anything?
they'll add something probably tomorrow for Labor Day, and then maybe on Thursday for a last minute one. Michael, yes, we'll stay. We'll keep going
Done.
DraftKings. my plans for tomorrow is to max for $3.20 max before I go to work. So yeah, going to be a fun morning.
My plan tomorrow is to help shed my last 5 pounds before Vegas because vanity is real.
Right, Rich, give us a wide receiver at this point. Brendan Rice did go. There's Roman Wilson, Justin Ross, Nelson Aguilar, Keishon Boutte.
Can we go? I was thinking more Justin Watson. We know he's going to get on the field. Late stack.
What about Hardman? Your Watson over Hardman?
I just think Watson's got more touch. I think Watson's got more touchdown potential. We know he's going to get on the field for his blocking.
Okay, I was just wondering about like the gadget play stuff for Hardman, but if that's your read,
but I think they've got Rice, who we know is going to get manufactured touches. We saw in the preseason Worthy's getting manufactured touches in the screen game and stuff.
It was it was a contingency play, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they will use Hardman in that way. I don't even know if he made the roster, did he?
I think he did. I think it was Tony that got axed, right?
I didn't see anything about Mecole Hardman, but like maybe it was just unnewsworthy. But news. Let me just.
I'm just thinking if he's still on the team with these weird return rules and the way that
so
every once in a while they run weird shit. It's a great question, Starkhammer. Why don't you tell us what the fuck you just?
So it looks like he's in the roster, but I don't know if he's on the practice squad.
Okay.
I think he made
I don't remember him being cut, so yeah, maybe he is. Starkindler drafted next to us at the 106. Bijan, Kyron, Zay Flowers, Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews, the dog stack. Love that. Brian Thomas, Jordan Love, the misclick, of course, stacked in with Dontavian Wicks later on. Jake Ferguson, Khalil Shakir, Jalen McMillan, Ty Chandler, Jordan Mason, Marshawn Lloyd, Isaiah Likely for the double Ravens tight end stack. Spicy. Luke Musgrave stacked with Jordan Love, Malik Washington, Trey Tucker, KJ Osborne, Parker Washington. I mean, hey, scroll the F down. It's fun. We finished 2-5-10-3. Jamar Chase.
That was the whole plan, bitches.
Jamar Chase, Drake London, Rashee Rice, Patrick Mahomes, Kenneth Walker, Keenan Allen, Raheem Mostert, Ramondre Stevenson, Jordan Addison, Jonathan Brooks, Kirk Cousins, Josh Downs, Rashad Bateman, Cole Kmet, Tyler Conklin, Jermaine Burton, Tank Bigsby, Greg Dulcich, Jalen Hyatt, and Justin Watson. Tyler, you don't draft on DraftKings. What are you saying about this team?
Well, besides being strong-armed into Rashad Bateman and Kirk Cousins, this turned out really fun, really nice. Construction-wise, nailed it, when we push it, but we get those combos of late receivers. I think it turned out good. That's a pretty solid 3 tight end build, all things considered, especially on PPR, because I think Dulcich is going to get a lot of these like low, quick ADOT targets. So, and he has yak ability, and it's I'm gonna boot myself pretty soon here. I'm like, no,
Rich,
good team.
Rich, how about you?
Yeah, like it. I mean, yeah, nothing much to add really. It's nice tight end build. I enjoy waiting that long and then loading it up.
Nice yams.
Yeah, no, I think the tight end build worked nice enough. Yeah. For me, it's kind of one of those where I don't build too many 10 wide receiver rooms, but because we kind of got away from it in these rounds, we only drafted 2 between rounds 3 and round 12. I think you've kind of got to hit the volume at that point, so it definitely works for me. Rich, we're going to get you out of here because we got more guests, more drafts to do. But Rich, in terms of the Dynasty content you're putting out on Fantasy Sanctuary, what can people expect in the next couple of days?
Yeah, so I'm doing a written review on a Monday after each week's game week, but I'm going to do a Dynasty buys and sells on a Tuesday, and then obviously we'll have Dynasty nuggets dropped in the Discord as and when I come across them.
Love it. Hit the subscribe button. Rich's Dynasty content, absolutely top tier. And if this team doesn't win the Millie,
I'm not kissing his ass and giving him a kiss. Don't be disgusting, people.
It's all good. Right. We will be back in a minute with Kev Tompkins and PPRTyler, and we will jump into another DraftKings draft. For now, I need to put my shirt on. This is it's too much.
Coward.
We'll be back in a second.
Woo! He's like, nah, I still have a shirt on. Fuck this.
What's up, fellas?
How's it going?
How we doing?
Happy Memorial Day. As I get to watch Tom change in the background.
I mean, don't put a shirt on on our record. Jeez.
No, dignity
Don't
is
get dressed up
restored.
on the record.
Yeah.
Look, like it's 11 o'clock. Dignity needs to be restored to myself. But if you want to get one of our fine guests to take their shirts off, time to start pushing them.
2069, get one of these fine gentlemen's tits out. Do it now.
For me, it is tits. So, I mean, this comic isn't for show. It is for show.
I feel ya.
What's up, Ty? How you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm great, man. I'm so sweaty right now. So full disclosure, you're going to no,
Ooh.
nice. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it really short because no one cares. Like when other people talk about each other's fantasy leagues, no one cares. I just made the playoffs in this fantasy baseball league that I've been in for 9 years. I've never missed the playoffs. And I came back down 70. So I recorded a video to send to my group chat to basically tell them that they all fucking suck. So I had to do that.
That's what fantasy football is all about. I mean,
It's baseball. It's fantasy baseball.
Well, fantasy sports. Sports is about
Yeah.
talking that shit, baby.
Yeah.
Who's on the squad?
Who's on the squad?
Who's on the squad?
The guy who's you've seen a Ned's post about him, Lawrence Butler, the pickup of the year, has led me to this position. Age player. He's had I think 6 home runs in his last 6, leading the team. So
Dude had 2 homers on June 30th or something crazy like that.
Yeah, no, when I picked him up, he was he just has these streaks where he just goes off. So that's my boy. I'm definitely buying the jersey because I have to support him. I'm literally
At that point, if he gets you there.
I'm dripping sweat because I was dancing to music. I was screaming at the camera. I am legitimately sweating.
That's fantastic. And,
Awesome.
and you know what? Turns out everyone asked, who's this year's Kyron Williams? Turns out it wasn't in football. It was in baseball.
It's Lawrence Butler, baby. It's Lawrence Butler.
All right. Tom, what you got cooking up? I see you scheming.
No, just
I'm
tweeting, selling to people, telling them to come over, join us for a draft.
What are we selling to find people today, Tom?
Well, I mean, we're gonna stay in the DraftKings streets, guys. Tyler, PPRTyler, have you been in the DraftKings streets at all?
I have not done one draft in a DraftKings lobby.
Ooh, let's pop this Tyler's cherry live on stream.
Yeah, never
Kev?
in my life.
I've done a handful. Nothing too crazy, but I do know how these streets can go. So definitely a little change from the underdog stuff. Definitely a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a nice change of pace.
I mean, the last one we were in was fairly regular. It wasn't anything too insane. Let me just switch things around and we'll jump in a moment if people are waiting to jump in with us. I think it kind of varies so much room to room. Some of them can be really crazy and some of them can be quite normal. Obviously, when you're doing them on stream, if you've got the right mix of people in the draft room with you, then it's much better than it can be without. But the $3 contest, $3.20 max on there at the minute is just the absolute Wild West and a very different experience.
I got to. Oh no, you're good.
No, go on, man.
I got to see firsthand of what a DraftKings room was like. Like I said, I haven't been in there, but so I coach high school football, and one of the assistant coaches on the team, he's upper 50s, 60-year-old guy, and we were at a bowling alley just for some team building stuff, and he's like, hey, come over here. And I look at it, he's drafting DK on his phone, and he's got a good amount of entries on this thing. I'm like, let me see the teams. Not one is stacked, so I had to teach him about stacking. I had to teach him how everything else. He's like, he's like handcuffing like tight ends, and he's like, well, I need like at least, he's like, there are a couple of teams like 4 QBs on there, so like I got to see it firsthand of what that was all about. And then he came back the next day, he's like, I did that sagging thing you were talking about. I got Mahomes and Xavier Worthy or something like that. So that was funny just to see
Are
firsthand.
you admitting live that you're unsoftening the rooms that the people crave?
Hey,
doing the Lord's work, sucking the easy
At
out of the deal.
FBI.
That's it. I mean, look,
Basketball CIA.
that's it. He needs to subscribe to the home of best ball in Europe for DraftKings content. Nobody else putting out as much quality DraftKings content as here. So,
Rip. Yeah, no. Everybody says PPRTyler. You know, they bring his name up, and he's like, "You be reaching, I be teaching at bowling alleys, live Tuesdays, 7 to 8."
Tyler, you did your own pretty mammoth stream lately. What was like? How long did it take you to recover from it?
Honestly, the next day I was like surprisingly okay, and so I was obviously on Patsy last night. Glad he got through that. I woke up, like I actually woke up like 11 this morning. I was like, I got to see if Pat finished it. And it looked like there was 2 12-hour streams back to back there, so that was I was happy for him. But he avoided the mistake that I made, which was I started mine at 5 p.m. after I'd already like I woke up like just a regular day for me. So I just like, yeah, we'll start at 5 p.m. and it'll be fine. You know what I mean? And it was fine for like 23 hours, but it was it worked out okay. We got to do it, so I was sad to see this one wasn't a 24-hour stream. What are we doing, guys? Come on, everyone's doing the 24-hour streams are in. The first 6, I literally felt personally attacked when Overset launched that like Best Ball Bros of 2024, and the first 6 seconds is, if we get 24 likes on this live stream, we will do a 24-hour stream. I was like, God damn it.
That was a good one.
Kev, where are we going with 103? Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra, Brees Hall, Bijan.
Hill's perfectly fine.
Prominent Hill.
Anyone else? Argument against it? Happy with Tyreek Hill?
Love Hill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the 24-hour stream thing for me, I've done probably 20, 25 half marathons in my life, and there's never been an occasion where I've wanted to do a full marathon, never been a point where I've run 13 miles and gone, you know what would be great? Running another 13 miles. So, you know, all power to everyone who's done the 24-hour streams, but I was on with Pat this morning at 8 a.m. my time, which was 3 a.m. his time, and Pat wasn't seeing the draft board. Like there was a lot of me steering him, going, "Well, we could take that because it adds to our stack." And he was like, "Oh yeah, shit, yeah, I didn't see that." And it's like, yeah, so no, I'm good. Like that's a lot of low EV entries, but
I know, right? This guy's never heard who will carry the boats. Like, god damn, push through.
I'll do the 24-hour best ball stream when Rich does a 24-hour Dynasty Starts Its trade show. Like, we can make that happen, then we'll do that. But yeah, like, Kev, what have you been cooking lately? Because like I see you all over my timeline. I see you in various chat rooms and stuff. But like, as the season turns towards content, what have you got going on?
I've got some. I'm doing a Roto-Baller Target article that literally chronicles every person that runs a route, plays a snap, team by team. So that's like my baby. The last thing a couple years. So bringing that over to Roto-Baller. Other than that, doing some start-sit stuff with Stacy Perez, doing a DFS show with Keith Fleming and Joe Matz over on Fantasy and Frame. So keep it busy. Definitely the busy season, but certainly watching every single game on Monday and part of Tuesday as part of my article. Definitely going to be no-lifing it for the next 4 months.
I mean, you know, that sounds like the good life, though.
I mean, I got a nice support system here, so that's what it's all about. She understands, and that's not a lot of people have that. So she knows what the grind is all about. So happy to be able to do that.
I don't think you can exist in this space doing this kind of stuff that we do without a good partner who understands it properly. Like I've definitely pushed as far as I can do with things this year. But yeah,
obviously not. We finally broke new ground just an hour ago, popping them titties out.
Yeah, I'm sure if I told my wife I was sitting here naked in the garage streaming to a bunch of 35 to 45-year-old white males, but my wife would be very impressed. We're back
Chico,
on the
that sounds
clock.
about right. What a bunch of best ball versions do.
We've got Tyreek Hill already. ADP, it's Derrick Henry, Deebo Samuel, Chris Olave, Devontae Adams, Malik Neighbors, Jalen Waddle. Anyone want to shout where we're going with this one?
Samuel's fun.
Like Samuel.
Yes,
Good with that. Could have some fun and do neighbors too.
I think
Might
we've
be
got a
both.
reasonable chance we could get both.
Probably get
Yeah,
both, yeah.
Neighbors quite often falls around the corner, depending on what these two do. But yeah, I'm kind of fine with that. Neighbors is kind of one of those funny ones on DK. It's like
Good one.
Jalen Hurts, Devonta Smith on the turn with CMC, but like I've got Neighbors at 312 a couple of times in the last week. People just yeah.
What a demo. What a demo.
Hey, look, I can show you the YouTube statistics. It's very sad. Malik Neighbors does go. So yeah, Derrick Henry, Devontae Adams, Jalen Waddle for the Miami double. Mike Evans.
I like Adams here. Personally,
Anyone?
I don't mind Adams. I don't mind it.
Adams is fun. With the huge bonuses, like you use Tyreek Hill is effectively your CMC. Drag this guy that can have just a monster stupid ceiling in the finals along with him. That's totally fun.
Tyler, what about you over at Player Profiler? Like, I know you've been doing an awful lot of best ball streams and stuff, but what you got going on in season?
In season, I'll be dropping a weekly running back streamers article. I think that'll be drop on like around Thursday. So like, I forget when it drops, but I have to turn it in by Tuesday. So maybe hopefully the next day.
Nice.
But also doing a Monday night tailgate show with John McGlynn. So that every night, I think it's gonna be on Player Profiler News YouTube, or I don't know which YouTube channel it's gonna be on. But Monday night tailgate, I did it last year by myself. Brought a couple people on throughout the year. It's really fun. Just give out some player prop picks. Talk some start sits, all that kind of stuff. So. Quick 20 minutes. That's the place to be before the games, guys. Come hang out. Monday night tailgate on Player Profile. That's the place to be out here.
Oh yeah,
Love it. Shout out to Consigliere. Been busy getting ready to go to Guatemala. Thank you for being the only show brave enough to have an Englishman wreck my takes. I mean, look, I also provide the only content where women can give the best analysis while objectifying shit. That's fine. Hey,
that is true. The only person that's objectifying me that hard was Meg. She was just like, bounce them titties, white boy. It's insane.
Look, you want to find my content, there's plenty of places you can find people giving me abuse for my English accent. The shows I've done on FantasyPros this year, definitely got some nice ones. I've been called Irish, I've been called Scottish. I had people say I wasn't qualified to talk about fantasy football because I didn't grow up playing the game. So did all you guys grow up playing the game?
Good time, innit?
I'm a big cowboy. Tom doesn't know shit about dick about football. This is the place you come to for a bunch of frauds talking shit they don't know, apparently. Allegedly.
Yeah. Just gonna rebrand and start doing accents like Tyler.
Oh,
Can't let it go, can you, Tom?
Hey, I'm just annoyed that I was dealing with my kids and I had the phone on mute and was just observing the chat whilst you were doing Jamaican accents. But we'll get there.
Oh, you're talking about his accents. You're talking about my accents.
No, sorry. No. I don't take shots of a guest most of the time.
Tyler, I'd be happy to join your bobsled team anytime.
Oh, these are yours? Whose? Oh man, I knew somebody. Yeah. Let me get your pants real quick.
Did Indiana win yesterday, Hoosier? I don't know. I didn't see it. He's a big Hoosiers fan, obviously. I don't know if they won.
Kev, how was your Guillotine League draft?
Brutal, as you can expect with 17. Ben and Sean, and then 16 other stealing bananas listeners. You can only imagine how that meat grinder went. But I mean, I can finish in second to last in every week, and I'll be happy till the last week.
That is the way to play.
There's your answer, Kai.
Okay, so we're about to be back up. Obviously, we've got Tyreek Hill, Deebo, and Devontae. Sam Laporta falling a little bit past ADP. Stephon Diggs, Lamar Jackson, Terry McLaurin. PPRTyler, where are we going?
Personally, it's kind of actually I feel we get him next round. I kind of like Laporta here personally, but Kenneth Walker's another guy I like too. So those two guys.
Yeah, well,
I'm
let's
so glad I knew
push
exactly who you wanted.
Have you good with Laporta?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, we seem to be drafting Kenneth Walker on virtually every single draft tonight. So let's push him around the
Everybody
corner.
hedge against Charbonnet Day.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. We'll rename the stream the 6-hour Kenneth Walker stream. See how it goes.
6 inches of Walker, 24 hours of fun. That'll play.
The Kenneth Walker thing is weird. Where like, how come it felt like just like the last like 3 weeks, we're like, oh, let's start drafting the fuck out of Kenneth Walker. But like before that,
Coach
it was like,
Speak Index.
there's the coach speaking on that, but it's like I don't know. It's like I think people were slightly worried. It's like new coaching staff. Maybe they like Charbonnet more. I think that's why people were like they were fine to click him, but they weren't like rushing to click him. So I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
He exists.
That was my concern with new coaching staff. I'm not going to like assign him a role. I also have been really slow to adjust because I think structurally I can just draft around it, but maybe I get burned. I think Javonte is my arbitrage Ken Walker in a way, but I could be wrong.
Okay, Kenneth Walker. Anyone against it?
No, they took the guys I wanted, so I guess we just keep hedging unless. Yeah, there's nothing really ADP to play with here that seems fun.
Yeah, no, I'm good with Kenneth Walker. Kev, Tyler mentioned Javonte Williams. How are you dealing with Broncos backfield? Because like I was kind of slow to get on board with Javonte, and then Ben Gretsch talked me into it at one point, and then I talked myself out of it, and then I've talked myself back into it again.
Yeah, I'm a Broncos running back in every draft guy. But I have not been drafting much Jaleel just because there's other guys I like at that specific ADP. Like I'll draft Ray Davis. I'll draft, some of the other guys like Vidal's getting steamed up, Bucky's getting steamed up. So I'm still like sprinkling in Estime. I'm not as heavy as I was maybe like a month ago with Estime, but I'm still regularly in on Javonte when he gets to me. But even he's getting steamed up probably another round and a half from where he was even like 4 to 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, like you get him at like 110 on DraftKings, and now he's kind of going firmly in that like 90 and 95 range. Tyler, how about you?
With the Broncos running back specifically, or Javonte?
Yeah, just like the Broncos running backs or Javonte. Like, how are you dealing with that backfield?
It's funny because like I was clicking Javonte a decent amount like really early, and then I just feel like it's a start. Like there's just 3 guys there. The team's like what? What's the like? I feel like the highest outcome for that team is like in terms of like points per game might be like what? Like ceiling is like 22nd, 20th. Like I don't know how good they're gonna be. So it's like there's 3 guys. There's not even a workhorse guy. Where I feel like the only way you can kind of get out on teams that suck in terms of scoring is like that James Robinson year we had, or like kind of like a Brees thing from last year. But Brees is also not. There's no one like Brees on the Broncos. So I'll draft Javonte every now and again especially when I'm like drafting with other people. But Jalil's fine. I think I like to just take shots on Estime at the end. Just be like, okay, maybe this guy. I can see this guy just scoring touchdowns because he's so big and he's just like he's the definition of like a goal line runner. So
yeah, all 3 are great picks, I think, because there's going to be a lot of value in that backfield, and we all have thoughts about how it's going to work out, but it's just going to come down to how Sean Payton feels that day or that week when he's game planning, or how the health kicks out. I can see all 3 hitting at random spots of the season. I could see one not mattering all year long. Curious. I know Tyler's answered this already, but Kev, Ty. A player take or a player stance you had early on in the drafting season that you feel fantastic about the run out for?
I mean, I'm gonna have to think about this. Really just buying in on Rice, buying in on Rashee Rice, buying that dip early. Yeah. And then, because even just like some of the managed stuff on FFPC early on in like May, getting him in like the 9th and 10th round. And being so heavy on that, and obviously we're looking at probably an unlikely suspension. I mean, it can still happen, but the chances are realistically pretty reduced.
Yeah,
right. So feeling really, really good about that, and having the combinations of guys with Rice, where you're basically getting another 3rd round pick on top of everything else you have, has been like just, I'm just hoping that pans out in the end because that's gonna crush.
That's a good answer. Ty?
Yeah, it's the hits. It's Noah Fant, Ray Davis. Those two specifically. Especially the Ray Davis one and like pre-draft
Ray Davis,
stuff.
buddy.
Ray Davis, like we were talking about this on a patch stream last night, and I sent out a tweet in like January. Let's make our pick here, then I'll brag about myself more.
Jaden Reed, Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, wide receiver, Deontay Johnson. Anyone else for anything else?
I'm very good with Reed.
I'm good with Reed and or Dunze. I'm good with either.
Let's say Reed and see if Dunze makes
what
it
comes around.
It's kind of like, yeah, I feel like one of the best wide receivers might.
It all opens up quarterbacks in the end anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see a classic DraftKings Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, both unstacked from the middle of the board.
Well, I mean, also we've got a CJ Stroud with Nico Collins, Kyler Murray double tap there after pulling Nico Collins up to the start. Like, it's, yeah, I mean, this one's a little less ordinary than the last one. Zamir White goes, Anthony Richardson, Raheem Mostert. So if we get Roma Dunze here, everybody happy with that for the week 16 and 17 correlation?
Yeah,
love it.
I'm down.
I'll go deep dish.
Yep.
Tyler, like PPRTyler, I know that you've been busy creating tools. If anybody hasn't seen them, is there anything like you want to tell them about the overlay that you guys have been building?
I'd say definitely I didn't build that thing. I wish I had the intellectual knowledge to build that thing, but I am a proud partner of FantasyOverlay.com. No, it's awesome. Like, I just love it. It's because I was kind of in, like, when they first dropped it, like, I had it, and then it's like the way it's evolved, like, they just keep adding more stuff. I think the big thing now is like the in-season battle royale stuff on Underdog, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
Love the tool. It makes, like, because I only have the tool, I keep forgetting to put it on my laptop, whereas, like, when I'm drafting off stream, I always draft off my laptop, and I don't have it on my laptop right now. So, like, when I go from streaming and I go to my laptop to try and draft, I'm like, I feel like naked drafting without this thing. And even though it's like what I did for most of the season, I only had it for like, I'd say 3 months or something like that. But awesome tool. Definitely go recommend giving that a look. BestBallOverlay.com.
Would you say that drafting without that tool makes you feel like Tom in his garage?
I mean, the garage setup looks nice. Like, just looking at it right now, like, it looks like a nice set. It looks nicer than what I like. I'm just.
I'm sorry. I meant naked Tom in the winter in his garage.
Oh,
yeah.
Cutting glass.
You can super chat as much as you want, but it ain't happening in December.
It sounds like a challenge, Tom.
I can promise you that. Like, when me and Rich first started the channel, we recorded a bunch of like team reviews from the previous season in January. We wanted to launch the channel with like 30 videos so that people would have lots of stuff to watch rather than just going, here's one video, now you're gonna have to wait another 5 days for the next video. And we were like, I was sat in here for like 2.5 hours recording like 6-minute videos and shit like that, and it was about -2 centigrade. I've got no idea what that is in Fahrenheit, but it was cold as fuck.
I'll do the count.
And
wait,
yeah,
it was -2 what?
Centigrade.
Celsius is what they call Celsius, bud.
I was gonna say, we use
Celsius.
What's that in freedom units?
Wait a minute, Tom. That's only 28 degrees Fahrenheit. I stopped weeping for you. That sounded way colder. Not
We get -60 wind chill in Fargo. So
hey, I mean, I've been to North Dakota.
Yeah,
I'm near there.
Like, I mean, it was summer, but I've been to North Dakota.
I mean, it was probably -40 in the summer.
It sounds like Kevin and Ty are pretty close geographically.
Yeah, I'm in Minneapolis, so not too far away.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. I was just saying,
indeed.
Yeah, I feel like I've learned so much about the UK just from watching Love Island. Like, I've learned so much.
That is a phenomenal. Wait. Don't breathe, Pat. Hold on. Breathe in that sentence for a moment. My God.
Okay. What?
Culture.
I've learned a lot about the UK from watching Love Island.
I have. I know the lingo now, baby. I know the lingo.
You know the lingo, dude. My wife and I have been watching Love Is Blind Español in Mexico. That's fantastic.
See.
Did y'all I might be breaking this.
Okay,
news for the
we're
first
back up on the clock here. We could take a quarterback, one of Jordan Love or Caleb Williams to stack. We could take
time. You think
Hollywood
we can
Brown.
push Jordan around the corner?
Well, we could do. It's just whether about you want to take a quarterback and then consider whether we'd like to double tap Jordan Love and Caleb Williams and be done at quarterback.
I like B-Rob here too, personally.
I like
Or
him or
Warren,
Najee.
Warren's nice. Yeah.
Oh, Warren. Yeah, was Warren there too? Okay, I'm
Yep.
good with either.
Well, we took
We
Brown
have
Robinson.
completely fucked that turn, fellas.
No, we
What
did
did you
it.
want to do,
No,
Tyler?
we didn't.
That was a log jam of a bunch of sausage fest things. Woof.
What did you? What was your master expert advice there, Tyler?
No, I'm just saying we had 2 running backs we like, 2 quarterbacks we like. We're gonna get more.
The
Spurs.
Javante thing tilted me the pick before. I was just ready.
Yeah,
to
that would have been the ideal stack there. Yeah.
Oh, no. Don't worry. B-Rob's a better pick than Javante. Don't worry.
Is he a better pick than Jalen Warren?
Because
Because I think we're gonna be staring at both.
3-down
And I think we're
workhorse.
gonna- I'm gonna
Ryan
push
Robinson.
push quarterback.
I mean, we can push quarterback here and take Jalen Warren. I mean,
push quarterback.
Brock Purdy's still on the board. You know,
Yeah.
we've got Jordan Love, we've got Caleb Williams.
Let's
got
get some
Jared
fun
Goff.
havers here.
Yeah, push quarterback, cowards.
I mean, Joe Burrow's sitting on the 15.
I will
picks
say
past
there's like
ADP.
3 teams that have like 2 quarterbacks. I don't know.
Exactly.
I think people might rush to them real
Yeah.
quick. So maybe we just take our guy now. I don't know.
No. Coward
Okay, know
ball.
what?
That's what
Jalen
cowards
Warren, fine. Jalen Warren, let's do it.
Oh, no, I saw
Darn.
that. I saw that. You gave me a little parrot. Fine. What are you, my dog? When I'm trying to feed it vitamins? Jesus.
Another day, another fucking draft where Tyler just bullies the fuck out of me into taking over the fucking.
I gave you 7 rounds of no bullying. I won't hear it.
Now we got a nice modified hyper fragile here. We can be done at running back.
Yeah, this is robust as shit. That's fun though. So I was
It's
gonna
like
say,
Mike Peters' wet dream to do just those 3 running backs and put it.
that's so funny. I almost got cast on Love Is Blind a couple years ago.
Did you really?
I
mean, didn't we hear this story on the randomizer?
Hey, fuck you. Some people didn't watch it. Ty, obviously, he's a millennial. He watched the first 30 seconds. And then he
I watched like the first like 25 minutes.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. No, they hit up my LinkedIn DMs, and they were like, you would be an awesome candidate for Love Is Blind. Do you want to come to LA and audition? And I asked my fiance, and she said, fuck no. And I got really bummed. Would have made for great TV.
I would
As
love
somebody-
to go on Love Island UK.
As somebody who worked in reality TV for a while, you really don't want to go on those shows. It's
Tom, I would have been fantastic TV, and we both know it.
well, you would have, yeah, absolutely, but your mental health probably wouldn't have recovered for quite a long
Oh
time.
yeah, my mental health is so good right now, blasting 900 teams and streaming 7 hours with a bunch of grown men.
Pristine.
I mean, if you guys are reality TV whores, you need to look up a show I worked on called Geordie Shore, which is the Newcastle version of Jersey Shore. And
Ty is hungry for it. That man's like,
I'm not
I'm
gonna
in.
lie. I thought he just said Jersey Shore in his accent, and that's what I thought he said. But it's actually a different show. It sounds like so.
I had actually heard of that previous to that mention too.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Geordie Shore.
And I don't know shit about fuck, but I know that.
Michael knows what's up. Yeah.
Finish the tweet. Finish the tweet. It finishes with.
That was that was my very first job in the TV industry, and I saw some things. Nothing worse than what I've seen Tyler doing on streams. Well,
It's called premium content, baby. That's what people want. That's what people
Can I
crave.
fancy for chop? That's what they do on UK. Can I fancy for chop?
I think the first thing I ever said to Tom, legit, was on Twitter. He and like Pete were like going back and forth, and I just couldn't resist myself. I saw an English person talking, and I'm like, "Oh fucking that!" And then and he's just like, "God damn!"
You sound like you're from London.
This guy's gonna be my co-host one day.
He's like, "And bookmark." That guy's got it. I don't know what he's got, but he's got it.
He's got it.
His mental health seems perfect.
Yes.
For
I wonder if
this
he wants
guy.
to go on Geordie Shore.
We are 2 picks away from having Jordan Love make it back to us. Nobody here.
Oh, you just jinxed it. You can't say stuff like that. You can't say stuff like that.
If Sliced Bread does it, I'm gonna find him.
Fuck him up.
What did I say? What did I say?
Fuck
It's
you,
stuff like that.
sliced bread. You, Jesus fuck.
All
This is
right.
the Lamar drafter just fucking
You up
soaking it up.
Fields. You up Fields.
Myers,
Shaheed
Shaheed, Gabe Davis, running back Tajee Spears, Austin Eckler, Blake Corum.
Shaheed sets
tight
up
end.
Carr late, and which
Yeah.
this roster needs outs.
And we've got Devontae Adams already, so I think that makes sense. Double stacking Derek Carr. Okay. Yep, that's nailed it. No, I mean, like, I think we got unfortunate there. Like, the amount of quarterbacks who went off the board, it should have broken differently.
Nicky Bat is trying to make a point. He needs a third quarterback for his double elite Josh Allen Lamar start. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Coming over?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right, so coming back around, we could take Tyler Lockett to give us an out towards Geno Smith if we wanted. There's Rashid Shaheed, there's Gabe Davis, Brandon Cooks, A.D. Mitchell, tight end, Dallas Goedert, Dalton Schultz, Taysom Hill, running back, Blake Corum, Gus Edwards, Nick Chubb. What are we saying? Anybody got a strong opinion here?
Corum
18.
and Dunn or Shaheed?
I'd be Shaheed.
Shaheed.
Shaheed went one pick
God
before
damn
it.
it.
Oh,
Blake Corum is.
Good.
Polk,
Corum's
yeah.
fine.
Let's take Polk because Tyler got really pissy with me on the last stream when we didn't take Jalen Polk and then he got drafted before we came back to it. There we go,
It's almost
Tyler.
like someone knows the rooms, regardless of what platform they're on, Tom.
Well, all I'm saying is I've seen Jalen Polk slipped out at like 160 on DraftKings the last couple of days. So
No, I think Polk makes a lot of sense where we need to catch up a little bit at wide receiver, and it sets up a very needed late QB stack.
Yeah.
no, yeah, we're definitely not quite speaking Justin Fields yet, as PPRTyler said, but
That
Again.
that blotch of red can go fuck itself, respectfully.
yeah,
Disrespectfully, sliced bread can go fuck themselves.
Yes.
Nicky
A
Bat,
subset
Big
of that.
Caleb Williams, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Michael taking Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence. That's fine. We're not.
And Michael can go subscribe and like because he's a friend of the channel.
Michael's a YouTube member. Good
I
man.
know,
Definitely.
that's
Yeah,
why-
Michael's good people.
I know. That's why we fake outrage. He's doing great. He is unscathed. The rest of us, however, asses chapped to the nines.
Very much
Boys.
enjoyed during the Guillotine League on Friday night, whilst me and Michael were on, pointing out to Pete who Michael was in regards to what he does for ETR, putting together all their graphic visualization, and Pete being like, shit, I knew you. I knew your name. I just didn't realize you were here. And that was it. The UK European takeover for 20 minutes of that stream was complete.
Man, that 12th, 13th, and 14th round of that guillotine was just brutal.
I mean, it was what, probably about 2:30 my time at that point, and I couldn't have been more annoyed at sitting there having to draft guys like Nelson Aguilar.
I think I took my first Noah Brown in like the 14th. Like it was just really, really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like even more so than like those like NFFC like 34 round drafts.
Oh, yeah,
That's
those
like
are
what that felt like.
Those are disgusting. Those are a waste of everyone's time, quite frankly.
Like, when I first kind of got into best ball, I remember doing some 28 round drafts on FFPC, and the ones where it's got defense and kicker in, and I'm never doing anything past 20 rounds ever again. Like, it's just painful.
Waste of everyone's time. I just don't want it to be lost that Tom sat there, said British takeover, looked down, summoned the colonial powers from within, and just was like, oh yeah, British takeover, baby. I don't want anyone to miss that. That was telling folks. Speaks volumes.
Rise of Redcoats.
Have you guys played guillotine leagues before?
I have. I did one a couple of years ago and somehow ended up winning, despite pretty much, as Kev said earlier, like finishing second bottom for about 5 weeks in a row. And just being able to not spaff your load on waivers early, just playing it balanced is the way to go. And I definitely got lucky. But yeah, I mean, I'd be down for a guillotine best ball league or something, but like it's just the waivers, man.
Waivers,
The waivers is such a bitch. Like, I mean, I hate waivers at the best of times when I'm in sort of, I don't know, like 20 managed leagues between Dynasty and redraft. So having to do all that and then in a guillotine, you've really got to go heavy. So 0-3-7-1 at this point. We've got Zeke, Ty Chandler, Tyler Algier, Michael Wilson, Josh Downs.
Chandler. Yeah.
Anyone quarterback wise you'd want to take above that sort of point? Just go Ty Chandler and then we'll figure it out.
Yeah, because these dipshits on the turn, full offense, to the room. We'll figure it out.
Well, I mean, like I'd also be fine, if Ty Chandler ends up stacking with Sam Darnold. I don't hate that kind of approach. I think just any kind of correlations with your quarterback at this point are kind of worth it.
Yeah, Benny's saying something. I'll talk to this after.
So we better come back up, obviously, now with 4-7-1. We got Zeke, Tyler Algier, Jalen Wright, Zach Charbonnet, wide receiver, Michael Wilson, Josh Downs, Xavier Leggett. We could take Leggett and set up a Bryce Young stack. There's Cole Kmet, Luke Musgrave, Cade Otton.
Is McMillan still on the board?
McMillan's still on the board. We take Baker and see if we can get Otton or McMillan.
Yeah, let's set up the Mayfield, Otton, McMillan stack.
Worst case we could do like Darnold or Carr, and then
Yeah, I think that works. Go on, Tyler. I knew you were.
I was just gonna say, like, Benny's bringing up a great point. They're like, and kind of what I did the last time I ran a home league with folks was we did a best ball league with mid-season waivers and then pre-playoff waivers, and that was it. So like 2 waiver periods, that's it, and best ball. That is the way to fucking do it.
So I commission maybe 3 or 4 dynasty best ball teams and leagues, and those we do 1 waiver run just about now before the season starts, then every 4 weeks through the season, and then over the off season it expands to 30-man rosters, and then you have to cut back down to 24 before the season starts. And I really like that. I think you keep the trades open all year so people can make differences between the roster. They can trade and it keeps things active at certain points. But yeah, finding that balance is definitely nice. And then, to be honest, most of the dynasty leagues I'm in are quite deep rosters, so waivers are rarely worth doing, but you can just get through them quickly. But yeah, like, fuck, man. I mean, like, Tuesday night for me, with the time difference, it's always right. Just before I go to bed, I remember I need to look at waivers for 20 leagues, and it's a bad time.
Not great, Bob.
Yeah. PPRTyler, how many leagues you in?
I have to do the math. I was waiting to see if they drop another contest before I do all the math, and then I get pissed because I have to do it over again. But I think I'm in around over 600 this year. So I was in like 560 last year. I keep track of how much I lose, how much I win, mostly lose. But so I think I'm in like that was a long way to get there, but around 600.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah.
What?
What about redraft?
Oh, redraft? Oh, like I don't know, 4 or 5. Mostly friends, mostly like home league stuff with redraft and dynasty. Like I'm in like 2 maybe like industry leagues for dynasty, and I don't think I'm in. And then I'm in Scott Fishbowl, but like all my dynasty and redraft stuff is pretty much like home league friends type stuff. So that's been fun.
How about you, Kev?
Like managed, I can't handle a lot, but I still ended up because I can't say no. That's my like fatal flaw. So I'm in I guess 20, but like, and then throw a few at the FantasyPros championships and stuff like that, and then best ball. I did a lot less volume this year. I think I only did like 200. Like more.
It's kind of hilarious. Like
I did like 500 last year.
That's a sick thing to say.
Pre-pandemic, saying I only did 200 drafts. Like, there's guys in my home league who just do 1 draft a year, and at one point one of them was like, "Admitted, Tom, you've done at least 30 best ball drafts this year, haven't you?" I was like, Oh yeah. So K Dotton's going to be the wide receiver. McMillan's there.
Ooh,
Do we want
double
to?
tap, baby. Let's go.
Windmill.
McMillan's ADP is 180. Are you fucking kidding me?
You motherfucker,
can't
slice
say that.
bread.
What? You can't do that. You can't say
we're,
that.
We're just gonna do Otten then.
Like 20 picks ahead of ADP, but like
No, sliced bread. Fucking show yourself, you fucking coward bitch.
say K Dotton. Just
Yeah.
I love K Dotton.
Jesus,
I mean-
fuck.
Right, okay, so we've got a 1472. In this room at 171, there's something which I'm not going to talk about, but running back wise, Antonio Gibson, Marshawn Lloyd are all close there. I need to upload my latest rankings because Elijah Mitchell should not be sitting that high. Demario Douglas, Demarcus Robinson, Greg Dortch are all here. Tight end. Unfortunately, Rashad Bateman does go, Tyler, so we won't be able to take him again tonight. Luke Musgrave continues to fall. Motherfucker! Derek Carr goes off the board. 15 picks ahead of ADP, who I was going to suggest. We have
Drake May
18.
time, baby. We can't risk it.
Yeah, we can't push it really anymore. We gotta just.
Yep. No, I'm
Yeah.
good with that. And
Yeah,
then
let
if
me
Sam
finish-
Darnold,
Let me finish
Go
your
on.
analogy, Dr. Evil. Sliced bread is the worst thing since the fucking Black Plague.
Oh, dark.
yeah, I
Throw,
mean,
throw it back over across the pond way back when.
Okay, so
Oh,
I have
man.
a quick
like
question. So,
Jalen
this is-
McMillan and Derek Carr. Sorry, PPRTyler, go on.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, so like, this is my first. Like I said, you guys just took my DK virginity. So congrats, you guys got to show me the ropes. You know, take it slow. Is this like normal to see this many QBs like that? Like, is this just another walk in the park, or is
Yeah,
this like an
it's-
actually absurd room?
It's
Um,
QB thirsty as fuck.
I mean, the weekends are much worse than weekdays. Like, it's very much one of those. I know Leone talked about it on the Underdog Best Ball Manifesto that weekends, it can be a slight advantage to draft against some of them.
Hoosier, what the fuck does this mean?
But yeah, the weekend drafts, I don't tend to do many Millie Maker drafts on the weekend because you get shit like this. Normally I live in the cheap drafts and just try to scoop whatever value I can find there because this, I mean,
Can
this
I-
is just
Can I
thick.
pitch the rare 4 quarterback build where we hand cuck the Pittsburgh quarterbacks?
Well,
We can
I
just
mean-
go Fields and Gardner.
It's like the bar at 155. I mean, it's looking pretty damn good right now.
I think, yeah, we might be heading that way. There's still a couple. I don't know. I mean,
Baker skinny with Drake is not the worst thing in the world, but like, God,
no, I mean, we need to go 3 with that on DraftKings. PPRTyler, like, where are you at on the Pittsburgh quarterbacks? How do you deal with them?
I'm gonna take Fields, man. Like if I need it, if I need just anybody, it's Fields is like that guy where like you got destroyed at QB, and it's like, okay, I might have like a Warren or a Najee on my team. I don't even necessarily have to have like a. I usually draft for a lot of farming, so I usually ends up feeling okay. But it's like having the Fields, it's like you can make the case where like it's just like is Russ really gonna play 17 weeks? I don't care about weeks 1 through whatever. I
Neither of them are gonna play. Yeah. I mean, well, Kev, like, what's your opinion? Because, like, for me, it's like, it doesn't matter when Justin Fields gets in. It's going to be incredibly volatile week to week, and I haven't taken huge amounts of either of them, but I draft a lot with Colm Kelly from RotoViz, and he's very high on Fields, just on the off chance that he's playing in week 17. Is that where you've been with it, or are you just kind of
I'm not
trying
touching.
not to?
I'm not touching Russ. I'm really just taking Fields. So I mean, I'm just waiting to see that flash of red, and we just revisit the tilt all over again.
All right, hold on. The webbed toes was the soliloquy from Dr. Evil, and I have to do it. Very well, where do I begin? My father was a relentlessly self-improving boulangerie owner from Belgium with low-grade narcolepsy and a penchant for buggery. My mother was a 15-year-old French prostitute named Chloe with webbed feet. My father would womanize, he would drink. He would make outrageous claims like he invented the question mark. Sometimes he would accuse chestnuts of being lazy, the sort of general malaise that only genius possess in the insane lament. My childhood was typical. Summers in Rangoon, luge lessons in the spring. We'd make meat helmets. when I was insolent, I was placed in a burlap bag and beaten with reeds. Pretty standard, really. All right, go ahead.
You have the script in front of you for that, right? There's no way you memorize that.
Oh, I have to look up the script.
Yeah, okay,
Right.
thanks.
Sam Darnold, who we could
Fields.
take Jalen
He called his
Naylor
shot. I respect
Oh,
it.
Daniel Jones, 9 seconds left. Either of those guys or Justin Fields.
Coward.
Somebody shout out
Fields.
5.
Fields.
Fields, you coward.
Fields.
He did not want to take him.
I just think, like, Fields
As aura.
Fields is, you know, the high upside with Justin Fields is absolutely there, but I struggle taking a 16th round pick thinking that he's probably not going to play for 7-8 weeks.
But what if he gets in there by week 3 or 4 because Russ has
Then
a
he'll-
tight cap, you know?
And then he'll be out of the lineup by week 10.
We don't know, Tom. We got sniped. We're just going to play Fields is good. All right.
Back up. So we're on a 3-4-7-2. We could probably do with a running back before they dry up. Tyrone Tracy, Tank Bigsby, Justice Hill.
Tank for me.
Kev?
I'm Tracy, but I'm fine with Tank. I don't have a lot of them.
Do we
Tyler,
have
split it.
correlation? Tank correlates with Las Vegas. I guess we go Tank.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Let's do that. Kev, who are your kind of like late round go-to running backs in this range, then?
I mean, it's Tracy for me. It's also, you know, lately the steam up Pirine because there's 50 targets at least in that offense, and he's going to play week 1. It looks like he's going to be active. So, you know, let that high floor Jerick McKinnon role go over to Samaje Perine, who can do that. I feel like even better than Jerick McKinnon. And you're getting him in the 17th round here. People steaming him up. Kitchen drafted him in the 11th round on the Swolecast. Like,
I mean, if we're going,
granted, he's blindfolded.
Yeah. Hartman's saying Tyron Tracy, it's PPR. Look, Tank Bigsby though is incredibly plus EV because he turns the ball over, which then scores more points and forces more points in the game. So
and we're getting the name equity too.
Yeah.
Can I finish the soliloquy from the movie?
Yeah, of course, Tyler. I don't want to cook you.
At the age of 12, I received my first scribe. At the age of 14, a Zoroastrian named Vilmer ritualistically shaved my testicles. There is nothing really like a shorn scrotum. It's breathtaking. I suggest you try it. There you go.
I didn't like it. Not great. You sound like an idiot. Stop talking.
Go back to bed, Sleepy Joe. You're rambling. No one knows what you're talking. Shaved balls? I don't. What is Belgium?
Tank Bigsby, big guy. I said one of the biggest I've ever seen. Big guy.
Folks, they say PPR is about receptions, and I say, why not score touchdowns? A touchdown, 6 receptions. Do you math, guys? It's simple.
Absolutely tremendous.
This Tank guy, he's the best. He's super big, not at all small. Big hands, folks. The biggest hands.
No one runs the ball like Tank.
That is actually factually true.
Yeah, where are the lies?
No one catches the ball quite like Tank. It goes backwards, folks. It's the wildest thing. Fantastic.
Crooked Travis Etienne.
Look, I'm not even going to say a single player's name.
Yeah, no, we can't. I'm convinced Sliced Bread is one of these motherfuckers being shit ass bitch.
The best picks on the board left, guys. We got a smash pick left on the board here.
Ooh, yeah, Dalvin Cook, guys. I heard he's taking Zeke's job.
Dude, Malachi Corley. What are we talking about, guys?
Ooh, Allen Lizard King. Am I right?
Bronco in every draft. Otter Guesstimate.
Ooh, I like Estime here too. I do like that too.
Estime probably slips a bit more at the minute, but yeah, Malachi Corley.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
Yeah,
him or Naylor is fine. The rookie's probably the better bet at this point in the chaos.
Yeah,
you've been drinking, bud.
Me?
Do your breathalyzer real quick. I need you to breathe into the nut real quick for me. Yeah, you're pretty high right now, bum. Go sober up.
Look, if I'm gonna sit here for 5 hours, then yeah, I'm gonna have a few beers.
I hope you realize I was looking at Olaf, by the way, Tom.
Apparently, I've been drinking too much. So, what if we wanted to tight end here? I would like to campaign for Tucker Craft, be great sleeper tight end. For
Did our boy Estimate go?
Yeah, Estimate went.
Damn. See, this is why I hate DraftKings. Like, you have to like flip between the board to know who the fuck. Like, I just
As opposed, I mean, you know.
I know what I said. I don't like how it feels, Tom. It feels different.
Tipsy Tom is definitely better than Shirtless Tom. The people of
disagree. We crushed. Did you see the numbers we were pulling in the wallet for Shirtless Tom? My God.
I mean, we're closing in on 1,000 views since we started, so shout out to everyone who's been with us. I don't know, Tyler, what do you want to do? Do you want to go back to Underdog after this or stay on DraftKings? I was planning on going to bed soon because it's 10 to midnight here, but
yeah, if you're bouncing, wait a minute. Actually, hold on. Let me do a little tomfoolery here.
Okay. No pun intended.
I mean, yeah, drafters is in play. We got Neil Orfield and Rob Coakley coming on for our final draft of the night.
How much is your the age cliff gradually going up as a reason. 40-year-old. Now we're getting up to Neil.
I know, yeah. I mean, Neil, we were just happy that it wasn't past his bedtime, let alone mine.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Me and Neil live in the same city. It's 6 o'clock here. We should be good.
Oh, the secret comes out. Mr. Night Owl is up because of the time zone.
Cup of warm milk and,
Tom, how much is the Millie Maker? Is it a 10 or is it a 20?
It's $20, but Tyler, if you don't have an account and sign up, when you draft your first one, you get a second ticket free.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, if we stay on DraftKings.
I mean, can I give you a referral code?
Give me a referral code, Timothy. Put it in the chat. I like calling him Timothy. It makes me laugh.
Let me dig one out.
Dig it out.
Okay, guys, 20th round, last round picks. Make an argument for players who might still be there at this point in the draft.
I got Trey Palmer. Trey Palmer stacks up with our Baker. I don't know. He had some good games last year. I think I don't know, just an interesting guy. Interesting pick. We only have two. We have 3 tight ends. Never mind.
Yeah, we can also take a dusty New England bet.
Kendrick Bourne.
Kendrick Bourne.
Yes. Oh, it's Kendrick Bourne.
Is Osborne gone?
I hope to God.
Right?
Osborne's the pick over Bourne, personally.
I mean, if the cover's gone for Osborne when Alan Lazard goes.
Okay, we're back on the clock. KJ Osborne is there, as is Kendrick Bourne. What are we saying, KJ Osborne or Kendrick Bourne?
I say bet on the guy that didn't tear his ACL, personally.
That's non-derogatory fair, unfortunately.
Kev?
Yeah. That's fine. Non-derogatory.
This is what happens when you snipe our quarterbacks. It just kills your spirit.
Yeah.
Let me see. So DraftKings, you can get $20 bonus cash when you sign up, and also when you draft your first one, you get your second Millie Maker entry free, which is fairly plus EV given that it's going to be massive overlay. Let me recap our team for us. 3-5-9-3, Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, Devontae Adams, Sam Laporta, Kenneth Walker, Jaden Reed, Roma Dunze, Brian Robinson Jr., Jalen Warren, Jacoby Myers, Jalen Polk, Ty Chandler, Baker Mayfield, Cade Otton, Drake May, Justin Fields, Tank Bigsby, Malachi Corley, Tucker Craft, KJ Osborne, PPRTyler. What are you saying?
I'm saying this is going to take it all. I mean, we got KJ Osborne, the best pick on the board. He's this year's Puka Nacua, except he's 27.
How about you, Kev?
Justin Fields, get ready to start in week 2, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Done by week 6, but it won't matter. Give us those spike weeks, get us out to a nice early lead, help the advance rate.
It's cute of you to think that Mike Tomlin can wait that long.
Neil's only 41. Neil, I feel like you've set yourself up here for somebody easily to surpass.
It's still the gradual cliff. I just turned 40, so look, if by the letter of the law.
Yeah, I'm going to start going around saying I'm the oldest European to draft 30 DraftKings drafts this year and make that my mantra. Look, we can all do this with our age.
I turned 25 in like a month. Excited for that.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Those
All due respect, obviously. Not
back in my
derogatory.
day.
So, look, we've got a bit of contention in the chat. Drafters or DK?
I've got one request for DK and then just 3 very big drafters. So I guess the chat has won.
I'm going to put a poll in the chat now, and the chat can decide where we take the last one of the night.
It's not like drafters, but yeah, y'all are more than welcome to drive. Looks like I'm ripping a fucking DK one this week regardless. So single silver bullet time, baby.
There you go. So let me just figure out how remember how to put a poll in the chat.
Kev, what you got? What you got going on for Labor Day, bud?
Not a damn thing that I know of. Not working, that's for damn sure.
The American dream right there.
Might be the first time in years that I actually haven't done anything and don't have to do anything. So it's nice, not gonna lie.
I'm working.
Back some sours.
I'm working tomorrow. NutriShop Maple Grove. We got a sale going on, Labor Day sale. So come hop on in if you're in Minnesota. I'll hook you up with some 10% off the protein. So there we go.
Go down to Ty's NutriShop, right? He's Minnesota. You stick it in the bag, all right? You grab a casserole on your way home after you say hello to the nice boy Tom. I did pretty good. I gotta say.
Better be tater tot casserole.
Oh my God, Tom. Tater tot casserole, Tom. It sounds so good. Kevin, why'd you say that?
Tater tot. Tater tot hot dish.
Or a hot dish. That's it. Sorry, I'm technically an East Coast elite that moved to North Dakota. So
I was gonna ask if you were from North Dakota.
No, I'm from upstate New York originally.
Gotcha.
So
gotcha. Hey boys, I have to hop off. Unfortunately, I had to hop on a call for got a game plan for week 2 high school football.
Appreciate you, and anyone who hasn't subscribed to Tyler's channel, check it out in the description below. I mean, the man is absolutely churning them out. But yeah, cheers for jumping on, man.
Thank you guys for having me. Have fun the rest of the stream. I'll make sure to tune in after.
Appreciate you, bud.
We've got basically a 50-50 at the minute. 50-50 on drafters DK, the poll in the chat. Look, you got a couple more minutes to get them in before I leave it to Tyler to decide whether he wants to draft on DraftKings as I bounce out of here or stay on drafters.
You didn't hear? We're doing the OnlyFans Millie Maker. It's $5.69 to enter, $1 million to first, and you have to draft a nude.
I mean, you do what you want to do at this point, Tyler.
Apparently, if you just beat him down enough, 5 hours in, he'll just go with whatever.
I mean, they just they wilt at some point.
Now the poll's up to 62% DraftKings, so definitely swinging back towards DK. Sean saying,
all right.
Sean, how many drafters have you got left to do? I know you're cranking through them.
I mean, I could make both happen simultaneously for the Truly, nips up for Tom.
Nips down, man.
The overlay is sweet, Sean. The overlay is sweet.
Kev, what are you doing? Are you getting out of here? Are you sticking around? You're welcome to stay if you wanna.
I actually do have to jet. Got to get some. I'm an old man. I got to get some grocery shopping done because I kind of hate people. So going at 6 o'clock at night reduces the amount of people I wanted to hit with my car. Non-derogatory. So.
No, That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, but
So-
it is fair. That's what before. That's the first time I've ever used that. It's fair. So I might have to start using that a little more liberally.
So, Kev, we'll let you get out of here. And how about we let our next guest decide where we draft Tyler? And then I'm going to finish my beer and get out of here shortly.
Thanks, Kev. Have a good one. Happy Labor Day,
But
bud.
appreciate
Thanks,
Kev
guys.
and
Thanks.
everyone who's not. Go and check out Kev's in-season content because the man truly knows ball.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Much
See
love,
you
bud.
later, man. So, Rob Coakley, bring you in. Last time Rob was here, he asked us to pass on a message to John Daigle to shit talk him. And then we've also
Gave him
got
double birds.
we've also got Neil, but something's going wrong on these settings, and Neil's been hidden. Let me there we go. How you doing,
Yeah.
Neil?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Yeah, all
It's
good.
the last hour, Tom. Let me intro these two.
All right, sorry.
All right,
I'll just mute myself. Like,
It's okay. Yeah. I'm gonna put you down here. Oh, bye. Thank you. Tom, no, I can't. I'm just.
If you're gonna intro us, we can't have the
Wait.
porn music on. I need something more.
Oh, you know
upbeat.
what? Yeah. Hold on.
Like I
Let's-
need like wrestling entrance music.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Un momento, por favor, señor. Hold on.
I've been enjoying the porn music.
I mean, it's fine, but it's just not. It's
Did you
not.
just call this
I
porn
wouldn't-
music?
Yeah, this is definitely porn music. Is this not porn music?
It's not my porn music. Not hashtag not my porn music. Hold on. Here we go.
So best ball.
Welcoming two gentlemen to the Fantasy Sanctuary Marathon Stream. In the corner, we've got Rob King Coakley, a ghost of a man. Don't let it fool you. He should be feared in all the best ball streets. And in this corner, weighing in at the oldest man to do Best Ball Mania 150 live stream just Orfield.
That was great, and I
was
do
not
want
bad.
to congratulate Neil on being old. That's
Thank you.
good, too. You're welcome.
Means a lot.
That was fun.
All right, we can go back to the porn music, but that was the
It's a
correct.
little intense.
That was the correct move in terms of introducing us.
Oh, and I like your porn music. That was kind of intense. Pick a lane, Neil.
I was fine with the porn music. I said I liked the porn music.
That's true. We do like the porn music. It's called night driving. Good. That's true.
Yes, I heard way too much of night driving yesterday.
Oh, then let me change
Yeah.
that for you. Hold on.
yeah, Rob, how was your marathon stream?
I'm dying. It was 12 hours.
12?
Yeah, I did 12 hours almost by myself. I had Dean Shavelson and the aforementioned John Daigle join me for the last like hour or so. But yeah, I did 12 hours coming off of an overnight investigation the night before. So it was
Is
a
that
hell
what
of a
you
day.
are calling it these days?
Where was the investigation, Rob?
So we did this place in Weymouth, Massachusetts. It is not overly well known, but it's just come into the hands of like new people, and it's a historical building. You'll love this, Tom, as a red coat. It's a historical house that was made just like Mount Vernon. So it was built as a replica of Mount Vernon, like a few years after Mount Vernon was built, which is where the American hero George Washington lived, if you were wondering. So when he defeated all of the redcoats.
Neil, you've been obviously putting the hours in streaming wise. Was there a sense of real relief when you finally hit that last entry and it was like,
Yeah.
I can't wait to draft some teams not on
I mean,
camera?
Mostly because this past week was so intense because I took 3 vacations in August and just left so much of it for the end. So
Humble
it was like
brag.
it was a huge relief because it was humble brag. But it was a huge relief because I put so much off to the end. I think honestly I don't think 150 stream drafts would be that difficult if you just like spaced it out correctly, but I did not. So I was definitely a huge relief.
Tyler, I can't hack that music that loud like at this point. Like, that's too repetitive.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let me get you something less repetitive. Let's see.
So whilst Tyler looks at music, I'm going to jump off very shortly because it is past midnight here in the UK. The debate was raging in the chat about whether to go with Drafters or DraftKings for the last draft of the night. What are you guys thinking?
My personal thoughts is the best tournament remaining is the Drafters tournament, but the most fun tournament is on DraftKings, and it's hidden. I don't know if you guys have found the hidden secret tournament on DraftKings.
The week 1 to 4 one.
Yes, the September only DraftKings tournament, I think, is one of the more fun ones.
Sounds like we should do both.
Sure.
If you can make it happen.
Neil, are you good with all that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Where's the secret tournament?
That's why, because you can't find it.
Yeah,
That's
difficult
why
to
it's the
find.
secret tournament.
That sounds like
So-
a fantastic tournament.
You need on the app. It's kind of much more hidden than it is on the website.
Yeah,
But
on
on
the
the
app,
web-
you got to go into the NFL tab and not the best ball tab. And then from the NFL tab, you go to that best ball tab. And then there's the week 1 to 4 thing. So
What's it called?
it's September Survivor or something to that effect.
Okay.
I can look it up. We do not have to do it. I was just pointing out that it's a whole different tournament.
I'm
It
done
says
with
2 weeks, which is kind of interesting. Do you see it, Tyler?
How far down do I have to... I'm looking for it.
So what I see on my phone, I go to NFL, then go to best ball, and then there's just 3 options.
Yeah.
On my
I see
phone.
a shitload of options, so...
So Tyler, if you're on the website, go to lobby, and then
I'm in the best ball NFL one. I just don't know what it's called.
in fact, let me chuck it in the private chat, a link for it, and then you should just be able to click that.
September Survivor, NFL Best Ball 100K September Survivor 2.
That's the one.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Right. On that note, I'm going to bow out. Appreciate everyone in the chat and everybody who's been on tonight. This has been a lot of fun. Rob, Neil, sorry I didn't get to hang around with you guys, but time difference. We'll draft again at some point in the future. If it's not this year, it'll be next year.
Oh, yeah.
Just keep an eye on Tyler for me, yeah?
We'll do what
I'll do
we
my
can.
best. Yeah, there's only so much we can do.
That's what we all heard. Thanks, Tom. And, hey, everybody, round of applause for Tom. Pop his titties out for 2069 in his garage at 11 o'clock at night for the chat. What a fucking trooper.
And on that, see ya.
Later.
Later, Tom.
Up this
So
shit.
this tournament's fun because I've drafted a few of them, and people that aren't playing the first 4 weeks are getting drafted heavily in this tournament. So there's a huge edge in this one.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Jonathan Brooks goes like round 11 still or whatever, and you're just like, he can't play in this tournament. It is the first 4 weeks. He literally cannot play. So
That's fantastic.
yeah, it's a great one.
Here we go.
But they made it hard as hell to find on the app. They were like, we are not going to show you where this thing is at all.
I think I entered the first one a few times because somebody in my Discord mentioned it, but it was like right at the end when it was filling.
Yeah,
I didn't know there was another one.
Yeah, they will fight you to make sure that you don't find it. I think
Yeah,
that's-
apparently.
they send somebody to your house. Looks like we got 1 out of 12 on this. That is awesome. I know that everybody in the chat wants to do this. I know they're probably looking for it right now. They can't find it, so let's give them a few minutes as they try to navigate the doldrums of DraftKings to find this particular tournament.
How do I does it just like go to the window once this starts or what? I've never drafted on DraftKings before. This is exciting.
Oh, they
You've
kind of
never
do whatever
drafted.
they want.
What's that?
Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, unpredictable, very unpredictable.
So like there's no like
Sometimes they'll throw you in the lobby. Sometimes you have to refresh it. Sometimes you have to, do a mail in.
What's the musical vibe we're hoping for, gents?
I'm fine with whatever.
Same.
Neil, you want something more low-key?
Something Neil can freestyle to is
Yeah.
what I would probably.
Definitely. I do a lot of freestyling, but you got to find the right music. This isn't quite right.
No, I know that's fine. Oh my god. No, that's the stupid shit, dude. The let me see. No.
One thing that we do have at Spike Week that's nice is my best friend is a musical producer, so I was able to upload a bunch of our own tracks over there instead of doing the StreamYard specials there.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about adding some music to my channel, but I haven't yet.
Yeah, you just got to be careful because YouTube is so.
Yeah. Well, so like I found some royalty-free math rock that no one but me likes, and that's all I've uploaded so far.
Did you say math rock?
Math rock. It's a genre.
Math rock.
I've been roasted about this. Roast me, chat, you bastard. Fucking do it.
Math rock, like
No,
addition, subtraction.
It doesn't it does not stick to a certain time signature, and it plays around with time signature. It's very nerdy. Let me see.
I thought we were just gonna hear about equations and stuff in the lyrics. I didn't know what was going on there.
I think it's math indie. Let's see.
But yeah, this tournament's fun. Drafters has that tournament that is a ton of fun. I drafted 14 of those in a row yesterday.
14 in 12 hours. Was that the timing?
Yeah, 14 in 12 hours, which slight spoiler, maybe. I don't know. I was trying to time out like what I could get done, and because I might try to set my own record next year. But I don't know. I'm considering it. I'm really
on
old
drafters.
and
Interesting.
well, I use drafters as the experiment.
Yeah.
Whichever best ball company is willing to compensate me for my time, energy, to set a world record, I will shill for anybody.
Will shill for money and
I think I'm the
We'll
only
shill for
person
money.
doing best ball content who does not have any kind of affiliate with Underdog. And yet
No, that's me as well.
150. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I have no affiliation with Underdog. I mean, I love a lot of the people that work there. There's a lot of great people, but I have no individual affiliation with them.
Yeah. Same.
I also do not have individual affiliation, sadly. I will shill for Big Daddy Underdog. Give me merch. And
I will send them my bank account and we can talk money, and then I will wear a shirt. I actually took my Underdog shirt off before I came on the stream.
Oh, spicy Lena. Neil, how you doing, bud? What you been up to?
I'm doing well. I went to the Minnesota State Fair earlier, which is kind of a phenomenon. Like people know about the Minnesota State Fair outside of Minnesota. We deep fry everything.
Yes, you do.
My niece is in 4-H, so they had arts in musical for like half-hour thing. So we went to that to start. It took us about an hour and a half to get there. We live like 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes from the fairgrounds. But we did we drove out to the park and ride, and then that was full. Even though online it said it wasn't full, that's like 20 minutes away. So we drove all the way home. Then we got an Uber, and then it was like crazy traffic, and it was a whole thing. So it was a very short time at the fair, but I got some there's good Baba's hummus, good hummus. Got some deep fried pickles. Yeah, it was a good experience, but totally crowded, just packed.
All right, I would imagine. All right.
I don't know if I've ever been on a stream and not talked about food. So,
Dude, okay, let's talk about food because your boy hasn't eaten all day. I'm very excited. I just put in an order for pickup for Indian right down the road. Very excited.
Ooh,
Did a feast
what'd you
for
get?
two. Feast for two. Let me read you off what that entails, and then also got the added gobi Manchurian, which is like spicy, breaded, sauced cauliflower. It's fantastic.
nice.
Got an email. Ooh, did I get a text? Right now,
My wife and I have like a standard Indian order at the Indian place by our house that we just love. But I want to hear what
Feast
you're.
for two is basically like a little bit of everything, like chicken and all the apps and stuff. It's like a shitload of stuff for two people. I'm very excited. Pickles, all that good stuff.
Do you have a beef with sliced bread? Is that what I was hearing earlier?
Yeah, fuck sliced bread. Do you know sliced bread?
Oh, I didn't know what the reference was. I was like, does he just not like bread? Like
No. Use your sliced bread slice it every fucking turn.
Oh, so I
With
heard
the
that
person.
way out of context.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, Tyler really doesn't like sandwiches, man. Like, that's
I mean,
fine.
I do kind of like. I'm kind of like an anti-bread guy because I just feel like empty calories and like
Yeah.
I'd rather fill it with meats and shit. But good bread is good. Most bread sucks. That's my take on real bread.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Like when I was in Europe, the bread there made me hate the bread here even more. It's not fucking bread. It's just sugar.
Do you like naan?
I love naan.
Okay.
Guys, I thought I put an order in for this Indian food. I'm not saying a receipt, so I'm glad I realized this now before driving to this fucking store and not getting it. That would have crushed my soul.
They say we are not saving lives drafting best ball teams, but I feel like we just saved your life, Tyler. So
You saved someone's life that I run over in the parking lot.
I think we are. My hottest food take on Spike Week that has not died yet is I just let the world know that soup is mid. Like, it's the most mid food.
Thank you.
It's
Soup is so mid.
the most mid of mid. Nobody actively wants soup ever.
Yeah.
Have you
No,
ever?
I have the same take.
Have either of you ever, or have you ever heard anyone say, "You know what, babe? Let's go try that new soup restaurant down the street"? It's never happened.
I have a buddy from Michigan that fucking loves soup.
I know people who love it, like
They
pho.
are-
Even I don't even really love.
Okay,
pho,
well,
to be
no,
honest.
easy killer. Pho is delicious.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay.
It-
But soup,
yeah.
like the only
what?
soup I like is tomato soup with grilled cheese. But I have to have grilled cheese with it. Then that's like a meal that I get excited about.
I'm
Like
so
soup
glad-
on its own. Yeah, no.
I'm so glad it went far enough. You'd be like, tomato soup with grilled cheese, pretty goddamn good.
I mean, have you had it? It's good. It's good shit.
Have I had grilled cheese and tomato soup? No, I haven't. I'll have to try that sometime. Where do they sell that at?
That's also the oldest thing you've ever said on a stream, Neil. So that's your second record.
Yeah.
You're not helping. Yeah, bud. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god, I didn't hit checkout. Holy shit, I got distracted taking my shirt off for stream. That was almost devastating.
Clip that.
I'm so glad we saved you.
Guys, there were a lot of man titties on this show today. Thank God. Guys, y'all saved my life. That was close.
I can't say that I'm sad I missed that part of the stream. Or
I
being
mean-
on that part of the stream.
Each your own. Each your own, you know what I'm saying?
Mine are too colorful to show anyways.
Ooh, you heard that, folks?
Now I want to see them. Now I
Listen,
really want to see them. I mean, if you just like don't say anything, nobody's gonna be that interested. But you have colorful nipples. That's.
I mean, dude, I'm
Oh, okay. I see.
I'm very colorful.
Dude, is this still not filled yet? Seriously?
This is, dude. I
Because
told you
nobody
this
can
is
find
the
it. Nobody
this
knows
is
how to
the
find it.
secret tournament.
Jesus Christ. All right,
That's why
look,
it's not filled.
hop in this fucking September 1 through 4 so we can draft this and the drafter simultaneously.
And talk about how soup is mid.
Soup is mid. All right, hold on. Let me pull up this this bullshit for you. Let me see.
Like, it's a food that you eat when you're sick.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like that's
Alright, we're gonna make
when
this
you
pick.
want soup.
We're gonna make this big.
Basically, it says if you count guisado and chili as soup, then you are just wrong.
Chili is not
Chili
soup.
is not soup. Chili is not soup. What are we doing?
I know you're talking like puerco guisado, like a Mexican dish. Puerco. That's the only guisado. When you say guisado, I think of puerco guisado verde,
Ah.
which is delicious.
Yo habla español? Who do we want to hear the 1-2 turn? Or, yeah.
I was fine with Puka until yesterday. Daigle really scared me on him.
I am a little scared on Puka. I don't hate Marvin and Cup. Okay, you go London.
Yeah, sorry. 5 seconds. I
Fine
didn't
with
want to
Gibbs.
London's fine.
I do wonder if we should be going away from ADP more in this contest.
Maybe Nico.
Maybe not quite this early, but yeah.
Nico or
would be good.
Debo here. Maybe Nico. London Nico feels a little more unique for this contest.
Yeah, let's do that. I haven't given a ton of thought to this contest, but I do wonder, like, the combinatorial stuff that I like. I've sort of gone away from caring that much about it in standard best ball, but I do think that it makes sense in a tournament like this, where like getting unique combos really does make a bigger difference because you're playing for the full season against everybody.
Yeah.
Right. No, great point.
Yeah.
Great
that's
point.
It's one of my main things in all tournaments, but like you said, this one specifically. And that's why I really do like, not to shill our own stuff, but it's very helpful to have our tools up because we can see our combos with all of our different players. Usually I have it set up for my first 3.
To answer, yes to tools, yes to combinations, yes to attacking structures to uniqueness. The feast for 2 that I ordered is vegetable pakora, tandoori chicken, malai kebab, reshmi kebab, sek kebab, lamb kebab, tandoori shrimp, chicken tikka, shrimp curry, stag paneer, basmati rice, naan, and basun burthai.
Wow. I think I heard you sort of like skipped in the middle there, but I think I heard both palak paneer and chicken tikka masala, which are the staples for my wife and I.
Behold my delicious feast for 2.
That looks, I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, you better win a best ball tournament if this is what you're ordering for dinner right now.
Yeah, for real.
I'm not, this is, hey honey, I know I was gone for 7 hours today streaming best ball. Let's get some Indian food.
Updog is close in the chat. He says cereal is soup. That is almost correct. It's not.
Yeah. It's more like a stew, isn't it?
Oatmeal is.
Stew.
Oh, we got the 101 in DK. Do you see that, Tyler?
Oh shit! How do you know
According
that?
to chat. According to chat.
We're on the clock. Wait, what?
I think we're gonna take Christian McCaffrey in this draft.
It feels that way.
Sorry guys, I had a lot of tabs open. Thank you for telling me it's filled. Oh, purple yo.
Oh, we're on the clock now. We just got on the clock, so we have 30 seconds.
Yeah, we have 30 seconds to
who do
talk
we
about.
want? Who do we want? Who do we want?
Is McCaffrey our guy for the? I haven't really looked at the weeks 1 through 4 schedule. Rob, you've done the most on this. What do you think?
I've done like 3 of them. I think
I've only done 2, so you've done the most.
So I think he
Trent
takes.
Williams is out. I think that bumps him down.
Who's out? Oh, Trent Williams. Yeah.
If Trent Williams sits for 2 to 3 games, the entire offense is going to see a reduction in offensive output.
So take CD.
I took Reek. Sorry, I have 20 seconds.
Reek's fine too. Probably. I mean, I don't think you really go wrong in the week 1 to 4 with any of them.
I think that's fair.
This worked out well, huh? Getting on the ends in both of these drafts.
True. Draft board. Oh, it's a 12e. Okay. All right. So shout out to Steampunk Mario's Purple Yosh, Star Kindler, Hoosier, GM Shorty Stuff, Polite Hater. Polite Hater, I think, has been in almost every fucking draft we've had. Okay, I'm gonna swap back over to drafters, and we're gonna just multi-table with friends, y'all. That's how we fucking party.
Multi-tabling, multiple sites. Some are saying it couldn't be done, but yet here we are.
Some people asked why, and we said why not.
And we said because we have to find a way to feed Tyler and his wife $300 meals every single night.
I don't want this narrative getting out that I eat expensive meals all the time. I already get enough shit for being a pretty fake cowboy, so let it be known this is the date night meal. Okay, otherwise.
Wait. Are you a fake cowboy? I thought you were a real cowboy.
No, I'm saying I'm getting roasted for being a fake cowboy because I'm too pretty and I don't have enough dirt on my face and blah blah blah.
And you're not drafting by a campfire, which is what I think a real cowboy would do.
I do. Look, if I win Best Ball Mania, I go buy a barn and I draft next to a goddamn fucking gauntlet and make a goddamn chili. I'll do ASMR. I don't give a fuck. But like,
do you even watch Yellowstone?
Yeah. Do you even have an ox?
I'm an ox cord. What do y'all want to do here at the turn?
See, this is where I think it might be worth it to get a little bit different than ADP. With that said, I don't see anybody I love. I mean, where does Rushy Rice go? Has he gone already?
Oh, he's
probably he went at 29.
Yeah, the chief stuff is really hard to do now on all sites, especially this one.
Yeah. I mean, we could just build out the Texan stack with Diggs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Unless y'all want to do a little like
Josh Jacobs, I'd be fine with.
Rob, what you thinking, bud?
Diggs feels fine for the first pick. I'm trying to think of how we can get this a little different than others.
Trey McBride, would that be somebody unique here?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's do McBride. I think everyone would grab Laporta usually in this spot.
Yeah, that's a good shout because we also good shout. We passed on Marv. And we're back.
All right, I'm gonna pull up the week 4 schedule. I'm gonna be helpful.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Three Kebabs. Three Kebabs was the name of my college indie rock band. Okay,
Nice.
Nelson's gonna see this as well.
So the Titans, Dolphins play the Titans in week 4. Just
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, so Tyreek was the right choice.
So this is Rob. Am I correct that this is every week is a new tournament? Like that we're
No.
playing against these teams just 1 week? No, is it 2?
It's the first 2 weeks are against everyone in your pod.
Okay.
Top 2 advance. Week 3 is a playoff week. Week 4 is the finals.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Cool.
which I think is a ton of fun,
Yeah, that is fun.
and it's something they can do. Well, I don't know. Well, it works really well for the first 4 weeks. There's no bye weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if we do if they're going to do October ones or stuff. That gets real game theory at that point.
Yeah, it's
because
tough.
it takes teams out of the entire equation. Can't
No
draft
final in
anyone.
week 8, which is nice. Right? There's no buys in week 8, right? So
Oh,
there's at least
maybe.
that.
So maybe they could do it October 1 and
They
get
could.
real.
You still have some buys in there, but it would be
Yeah, that might be interesting. I was planning
Yes,
on
we
not
were
drafting for a few months.
Wait, all rise for the drafters tools.
Everybody's tools are up.
I mean,
That's right.
full 3.9 tool season, famously. And I wanted to say, shout out Bandle's second link, which is legalese.
Yeah.
Allegedly. 20K to first. But yeah, I don't know. I guess so. That's what it says, huh? All right, players. So it looks like this ADP is pretty similar to, what Rob was saying. This just looks like the Million Maker ADP, huh?
Yeah, if it's not the same, it's close to the same. Like I said, you'll see guys that are on pup get drafted frequently in this tournament, which is wild.
Okay. I have an idea of one guy I definitely want on this roster, I think.
At this turn or a later turn?
Potentially at this turn. Are we up? What the fuck is... Okay, we're on the fucking clock, apparently. Rashee Rice?
I'm fine with doing the Rice Mahomes stack if we want to do that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Mahomes. I'm also okay with Allen. I'm also okay with any other player. I really don't have a strong preference on how we want to stack that up. So I'll just bleed the clock and hear you out.
Kansas City plays the Chargers in week 4, and we got the Bills are playing the Ravens. So,
Ooh. What do you want to do?
if you want to do that, I'm fine with that as well. My take in this tournament specifically is if you get an elite quarterback like Allen or Mahomes, you don't take another quarterback.
Yeah, that's my thought. Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand why you would. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's do Allen. And we're going back over to drafters. All right, we're on the clock. All right, we have London, Nico, Diggs, McBride. We got Stroud. We could try to push to the next turn, or we can take him
is
now.
it Kyler time? Or-
Is it Kyler time?
I'm fine with Kyler.
Okay. Buys us some QB cover, and then what are we going to do with this other pick?
I would be probably. I mean, my guy is Jaden Reed, but I'd be fine with Rome. I'd be fine with any of the receivers.
I like Reed. I like Keenan. Yeah, I'm fine with any of that. Thoughts, Neil?
Yeah, let's go Reed. I don't really.
Okay. Yeah, let's get some
feel
youth.
strongly.
Let's get some youths. I like just targeting the year 2 players to way outperform ADP in a cumulative scoring environment and potential top 10 offenses.
So
Shout out to Purple Yosh at the grocery store drafting on DraftKings. I'll draft an underdog team on mobile from the fucking grocery store. I'm not doing. Actually, I say that, and the app's been crashing a lot on me, so I've actually been pretty fucking pissed about. One of my last 2 BBMs was at the grocery store. in a text argument with my wife, and I drafted a 9th receiver, and it was Luke McCaffrey, and I totally didn't need it, and I was so fucking pissed. So if that team wins, shout out to distracted grocery store shopping.
But also, Underdog, if you decide to pay us, we will say that you will have the greatest drafting experience of all time. Anytime you go to the grocery store, you can whip out your Underdog app. It will never crash on you. You will get every single notification. You will be able to draft only 8 wide receivers. Luke McCaffrey will not be in your queue. You will be able to take your 3rd tight end because Underdog has the best technology. And
is what we would say.
That's what we would say if you paid us. But for now, be careful.
Money, please. I'm just gonna walk up.
That was a great promo. I gotta say, Rob was made for this. Like he's just a natural.
Rob's a
doing
pro.
the reads.
Rob's a pros pro. Rob's a pros pro.
I hate doing reads. I had to do so many reads at Stochastic, and I was like, I'm so bad at this, and I hate doing it. But,
Katie says, literally changed cities and took her grandma out for her birthday lunch, and you're still drafting. Hashtag stamina. Hashtag young man stamina. Hashtag happy birthday, grandma. Hashtag thanks, Katie. And hashtag hit the like, hit the subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment after the video, guys, because we're doing a road to 3K, which we hit. Thank you all very much. We want to give out some cash. Leave a comment. Give yourself a little entry. We appreciate everybody hanging out for our marathon stream. Grind, don't sleep.
We had to do
How long is this marathon, by the way?
We are right up on 6.5 hours.
I'm not even impressed. I did that on my own. Rob did 12 hours.
I did 12 yesterday.
What is this marathon shaming? I'm not trying to set a world record here. I'm just saying thank you for joining us on this marathon. And these dick measuring assholes gotta come here and shame me.
You don't even have an oxen. You don't even have one ox, you're not even a cowboy, from what the chat's saying.
That's what
I didn't say it. The chat said it.
Not even a real cowboy.
Yeah.
Doesn't even watch Yellowstone. Which is like step one of
I don't
being
need
a cowboy.
I don't need to watch cosplay, okay?
You're not even an extra in Yellowstone. Are you even a cowboy?
I almost got cast on Love is Blind. Does that count? True story. Over LinkedIn. That was funny.
Nice. 2 of us that almost were on reality shows. That was great.
Which reality show were you almost on?
There was going to be a poker reality show back in the day.
Poker? I barely know her on. Yeah.
So it was with like Dan Bilzerian, Antonio Esfandiari.
Oh, nice.
And I got selected for that show, and then Black Friday happened for poker, and everything got canceled. So that was great.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting dangerously close to overlapping on both fucking platforms.
Let's go.
Do we potentially want double stacked Stroud to have Kyler Stroud and shut it down at quarterback, or?
I think we're gonna want to probably. My thought process here is we're probably going to double tap RB.
Okay.
I don't think you want to push 0 RB quite as heavily as you can on other sites on drafters. Personally,
I've been doing it okay, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think we need a double tap, but I don't mind definitely getting one. I'm keeping an eye on both.
Stroud goes. Who Hames? Did it to
Who
him.
Hames, you bastard! You got him sacked up with Diggs. I'll never Tank Dell. I'll never forgive you. Okay.
Saving us from ourselves, to be honest. I'd be fine with the double tapping RB unless there's like wide receivers we like.
We're on the clock at the same time. We gotta make up our minds.
I'm Ramondre on drafters. I'm Kincaid on DraftKings if he's available.
He went.
I mean Andrews.
Do Andrews. Hell's
Oh, that was just a tight end. You all want Andrews though?
Yeah, take Andrews. That's fine.
Okay. And then we swap over.
This is stressing me out so much. I can't see what's happening. All right. Stevenson.
Yeah, double tap running back.
Sure.
And we're back. And we're back.
All right, just select the player and let the clock run.
Diggs is still there.
Yeah. Do you want Diggs? Do we want a running back?
Well, early season points matter more here. Just remember that.
We took Diggs. Okay. All right, so to recap, folks, while we're stressing out our guests, because we're drafting on the fucking turn, and you assholes are picking just fast enough to time it up at the same time.
We had it so good for a little while. What we really need to do is just like draft really fast on one of them and then let the other one go slow. Let the clock run
unfortunately,
down.
I was trying to like milk the clock either way.
Chad is saying that a real cowboy would be able to wrangle 2 drafts. That's just, I thought I read that somewhere. I don't know if you said it.
That's really smart. Chat. Good call. Good call there.
I'm gonna smack the shit out of Rob with my bedazzled dildo. I swear to God. I'll do it. Don't you fucking. Let's see. We already had QB. I mean, it's fine. It's fair. It's cumulative scoring. It's not the same thing as Best Ball Mania. Star Kindler says, my girlfriend way back in New York City tried to convince me her going to The Bachelor was good for a relationship. I mean,
that's exactly what Tyler tried to convince his wife.
Yeah. My fiance said no. But, okay, hear me out, though. Hear me out. An engaged man from NASA goes on Love is Blind, makes it to the wedding day. He's engaged, and they're getting married instead. We've rug pulled all the people. That's just good TV. That's good TV.
That would be. You could be such a villain. You would be such a villain.
That's the thing. I'm a lovable scamp, and then I rug pull all of America, become total villain heel immediately. Rob knows that's like WWE shit.
Yeah. You need a good heel, for sure.
Gotta have a good heel.
A good heel makes the story.
I'm so hateable. It's perfect.
Well, I think me and you are probably the 2 most hateable people in best ball, from what I've gathered.
Agreed. Yeah, I kind of hate both.
God damn.
Thanks.
I was joking. Jesus Christ. Chat. My self-esteem is at an all-time low. Be very kind. Be very gentle.
I threw myself in there. Like
Yeah.
I jumped on the landmine with you on that one.
I think
Or
it's hard to
grenade.
hate someone as stupid as me. Like at the end of the day, everybody just thinks my bit is like be horny, say dumb jokes. So I mean, it's pretty hard.
That's fair.
Let's see. All right, let's swap over to drafters because we're coming up fast.
Are they trying to set a record for how quick we're doing this draft?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Katie wants you to be topless again, Tyler.
Money, please, and then I'll take my top off. God damn, y'all. I thought we established this. What do we want to do here? I'm okay with Addison. His receiver gets a little shitty, although we could 130s.
Oh, is Taysom tight end eligible here?
He is. Do you want Taysom?
Interesting. Maybe. I don't know. What do you think, Rob?
I'm fine with Taysom. I don't love Addison on drafters specifically.
Okay. Do you want to go receiver? Or do you want the running back here?
This is our Kyler team, correct?
Yeah, Kyler, Stevenson, Mostert, London, Collins, Diggs, Reed, McBride, Taysom.
Zach Moss, I'd be fine with. Rico Dowdle.
I'd probably like Moss. The only thing with Addison, as much as I'm usually not like worried about suspensions, it's that he's hurt.
Yeah.
And there's the suspension looming. So how many games do you actually miss?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with running back here. Yeah, that's for season long. That's totally fine. Totally fair. Katie, I will say, yes, you did miss the topless draft. I was topless during our fan speak draft, and topless for a little bit after that with Rich. Black cowboy hat. I busted out the emo cowboy look. And then Tom popped off his top for $20.69 in his garage at 10:30 at night, despite me. I told him to name his price. And guess what, guys? He fucking skirted the question, and then I named a price, and then our lovely chat obliged with the price. And, you know, he's a man of his word. My word for him. But that's what happens when you don't name your price. Just saying.
I will get topless.
Damn crying.
I will get topless for the price of Tyler's dinner order. Whatever that
same.
$80. $80.
Was it $80?
after tax and tip. After tax and tip.
Jesus.
That's for picking it up too. You're not even having that delivered.
God.
Damn.
Guys, a feast for two and gobi Manchurian. That's like 6 fucking meals.
Are you even riding a horse to get this food?
I'm riding your mouth.
I don't know. I've been drafting all summer with money bags.
Careful, she kicks Tyler.
What do y'all? You take your wives and girlfriends to fucking TGI
McDonald's,
Fridays,
Arby's, you know.
Yeah, of course you're an Arby's, bro.
Plenty of good options around
I'm
here.
sorry, I take care of my wife's been mad at me. Okay, this is a nice dinner tonight. I'm just saying, this is how you get a doghouse. Brandon Ayuk should learn a thing or two for Kyle Shanahan. Take him out to nice Indian food. All right, this is our Josh Allen, Tyreek Hill, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Mark Andrews 4-week sprint contest, seemingly.
All right, so I'm not opposed. Are we on the clock right now? I can't see.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. That's a great question. I don't fucking know. We are on the clock.
I'd be Aaron Jones here. Remember, this is only the first 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get a ton of work.
Yeah,
And-
Jones, Zamir, Najee make a lot of sense. I'm fine with it.
I like Jones. Yeah.
And then who's our second pick?
I actually think Godwin's good for the first 4, but
I think Godwin's really good for the first 4.
Yeah. I'm kind
Godwin
of
and
a Godwin
Deontay?
in general.
And Godwin's got the Eagles. So we are.
Oh, yeah. What's playing the Eagles?
Yeah, which, they all get drafted in the first.
All right, that's good with me. That is good with me. Glad we could be making Katie cry. Happy tears. That's what we do. All right, I'm going to catch up on the chat as we... God, don't show your orders to folks, apparently. God forbid you pay $55 for a feast for 2. Because, all right, you know what? I'm not done with this. Texas-sized portions, motherfuckers. This isn't fucking French tapas. This is like a shitload of food. It's 3 curries, 4 kebabs, 2 appetizers for $55.
I mean, we saw the order. That's a lot of food. It does look like a lot of food.
It was $80 2 minutes ago.
After 20% tip and tax.
You're tipping 20% on a pickup?
Yeah, I support local business.
I'm just giving you your props. That's a hell of a pickup tip.
I don't skimp on it's 20% flat for everything unless you're a fucking asshole or you straight up just don't give me my food. That's it. I'm pretty my entire family worked service, I'm very I'm a man of the people. I've been homeless twice, you just remember that the next time you call me Moneybag. I'll get your ass.
You've been homeless twice, like you left your house twice?
I'll kill you, you motherfucker.
Real cowboys are never homeless. They can live off the land.
That's right, exactly.
That is literally
the land is the home.
That's the most white person thing you could have said. The land is the home. Because you have voting rights, asshole. All right, what do you want to do here at the turn? I think wide receiver here makes a lot of sense.
I don't hate Mooney.
Ugh, all right. I'll give Mooney. What else?
He's exactly the kind of player that I would like and you would not like.
Yeah, 100%. What are we doing here, folks?
Is this our Kyler team?
This is our Kyler team. Yeah.
We do have double Atlanta now if we wanted to go Cousins.
Cousins makes sense. Benson was what I was going to mention.
Benson. Yeah, I was thinking about Benson too.
Yeah, let's do. Yeah, Ramondre, Mostert, Moss, Benson. If nothing else, no team that's taking Ramondre and Mostert and Moss is also taking Trey Benson. I feel pretty strongly about that from a combinatorial ownership perspective.
This is a way that I've been building a lot of teams lately too, where we've been kind of calling it the sandwich method in our Discord, which correlates with the sliced bread discussion earlier. But you start sort of with your layer of wide receivers, and then you get all your ingredients in the middle, and then you're getting more. Then you're pounding wide receiver at the end. So that's sort of a method we've been doing as well.
Yeah, I think on cumulative scoring it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Let's see. What a kind thing to say.
This tournament in particular, this September one on DraftKings, when I have been drafting it, I've been doing a lot of taking players I normally wouldn't as well.
Wait, is that actually Casey's wife?
Yeah, Casey and Katie are a lovely couple. I
didn't know that.
In LA. They are fantastic, gorgeous people, and I would die. Bobby, I don't know.
You met Casey at an Underdog event or something else?
At the ship chasing Vegas thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
And I can't wait to see them again this year in Vegas. Yeah, I may have met them for the first time looking like a male stripper or a prostitute. Looking back on it, it was quite the first impression.
We'd expect nothing less at a ship chasing event.
Zing! Let's see. What do we want to do here? Almost on the clock.
I mean,
I would say if I was paid by Underdog to say that worst UI in the biz truly makes my eyes bleed.
But if you were paid by DraftKings, you'd be like, there is
This is
no
a great
interface that is better. You get this field in the background. It's great. It makes you part of the atmosphere. You feel like you're on the field, able to draft Javonte Williams with our very next pick, because Denver is going to be playing Javonte the first 4 weeks to see what they have at him before they even think about going to Audric Estime. So he's a great pick in this very exclusive tournament that is only on DraftKings.com.
Love that.
DraftKings, where we make winners, is what I would say.
That's what we would say.
Yeah, I'm very down for Javonte. Yep.
And I think Coleman makes sense as well.
Oh yeah, this is pretty late for Coleman, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess not on DraftKings.
Not on DraftKings. Yeah.
According to this ADP.
Yeah. And we have this is our Josh Allen team, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do that.
Okay, I'm good with that.
But I am open to all suggestions.
I guess the weeks 1 through 4, maybe people don't want to take rookie wide receivers as much, but like he could just be the number one.
Yeah.
from
I
the
mean,
get-go.
yeah. He gets maybe like Samuel might not sit week 1, so I don't mind going like Moss or Robinson
And
here.
we probably want to stack Allen
Let's
in
stack.
some way. I feel like it's pretty late for Coleman.
Let's stack.
Yeah.
And we don't need him all 4 weeks either. We have if Tyreek Rasheed isn't working out, we're dead as it is. So
True. And we're jumping back over to Drafters, who, if gave us money, we'd say prettiest colors in the biz. Look at that layout. Wow.
Drafter's the best slow drafting interface in the biz.
Is that right?
And that's I think so, because all you do is you go to this screen right here, and as you can see up top, you can just click between all your teams as you're drafting.
Look, I'm sorry, I just gotta tell y'all's friend, that bartender. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Built like a goddamn shit brick house front and back. My fucking god. Shout out her name. I don't remember. Great time. Yeah, what are we doing?
Women love being compared to something you shit in. It's just
Shit
their
brick
favorite
house.
thing.
That's what I heard.
All due respect.
His
Downs
Kirk's-
McMillan.
Cousins is gone apparently. Okay.
Yeah, Cousins
do that.
went right after our pick. We have 6 seconds, guys.
I'm
Yeah,
open to down.
I'm fine with those. Yeah.
And McMillan. We're at a 1-4-6-2. I kind of like being
your guy.
done.
Before
I'm okay.
Can we scroll?
I'm okay with right. We can also scroll. Yeah, I'll scroll for you a little bit.
I think this is fine. I think taking McMillan's fine here.
Okay. I think we're gonna like getting to hammer the running backs right afterwards.
Yeah.
Dude, this whole like, Jesus Christ, refreshing the board to refresh the page and crashing. I would say it's a feature, not a bug. If you were paying me, and I'd be like, it's good to make sure you have the most accurate information.
Yeah.
By freezing every 5 goddamn seconds. Benny just ripping them in to give us a. She is a brick house.
Some are saying
Lindsay from
DraftKings is-
Ohio. Shout out. Only in Ohio. The only worthwhile thing from Ohio.
the worst state in the country, by the way, Ohio.
Second only to Oklahoma.
No disagreement here. We're all on the same page.
Yeah. Ohio, the state's so bad.
Fuck Ohio.
The most astronauts come from Ohio because literally they can't wait to leave the planet because of how
Yeah.
bad the state is, folks.
That makes sense.
And the only thing that Ohio's ever produced greater than an astronaut was that ass and titties because they were out of this world. Respectfully.
Ohio,
Is
the
this
worst.
their
you can get
friend? Is this
pizza in.
Casey's friend? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's their friend bartender at the Circus Sportsbook.
But like, was it a bartender that they met at this event, or like their
No,
friend who
they
brought?
go there regularly that they know the bartender.
Oh, I see. Okay.
See.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Rob, you were on a soliloquy about Ohio and how much.
Oh, I was just saying it is the worst state to get pizza in by far. You cannot get good pizza. in
Yeah, I
Ohio.
would imagine. It's worse than to get most food in, I think.
That is also true. Also true. Pizza specifically was a tough find. And that's
When I was in Indiana, the Mexican food offended every sensibility I had. It was so bad.
Yeah.
Being told Qdoba was pretty good made me want to commit violent acts against fellow men and women. As someone that is a native to Houston.
We
I
don't
was
have
just in,
great Mexican up here.
I was in Chicago, and the our Uber driver on the way, like right when I got there, kept on going on and on about Portillo's, which is like a chain that's in Minnesota. Like we have it in Minnesota, and he was just like, "You got to go to Portillo's. It's so good."
Oh
like,
no!
And it was like I was like trying to like converse with him from the back seat, but he was just like hard of hearing. Like I was like shouting up at him, like, "Oh yeah, I've been there." And he just like could not hear a word. He was like the most Chicagoan Uber driver. He referred to it as Uber. Oh yeah, people love to get a Uber, and just it was
Uber.
incredible.
Your hubris.
Oldish guy.
That's fantastic. That's some white people shit as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, Warren is a smash here.
Oh yeah. What else? Do we want to stack up the just take 2 shots of Buffalo, or do we want to do something different?
We don't want Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, I think double stack makes sense. You good with that, Neil?
Yep. Well, you said we don't want Curtis Samuel, didn't you?
If you guys both want him, go for it.
Oh, then okay. Call your shot.
No. I've constructed the last 3 picks. Go for Curtis Samuel. I'll vomit a little. I'll act like I ate Ohio pizza, but you know.
Is there anybody else you would want here, Neil?
I mean, not really. I'd be fine with Tyjae Spears, Gus Edwards, or Curtis Samuel.
You know what? 4 weeks. What if they just give him all the touchdowns?
Yeah.
Should you go with Gus Edwards?
Yeah, I think we went with Gus Edwards.
Wait till you hear the dusty running back I'm going to pitch you in the 20th round.
Sounds like a really good pickup.
Please not Delvin Cook. Do not try to pitch me on Delvin Cook.
No, it is only for that tournament.
Only for this tournament? Okay.
It is only for that specific tournament.
Okay, I guess I got to check out. We'll make this pick in drafters on the turn, and then we'll check out what Bobby Cobby, who's inciting violence in the chat, apparently, is up to. Also, I gotta say, group multi-table streams, this is great. The chaos, fantastic. The riffs, 10 out of 10. Folks, I'm so glad we're shutting it down with these 2 lovely gentlemen. Pros, scholars, gentlemen, cultured motherfuckers, some might say.
We didn't even pay him to say that.
Is this your final best ball stream, or are you doing your Monday stream tomorrow with Tom?
I'm not streaming on fucking Labor Day, bro.
Okay.
I need a break. That's why this is going on. Yeah, I think this is finito.
I'm gonna do a couple more drafter streams. I think.
Nice.
I'm
done. I have so much DFS work to do.
Yeah. Do we want to set up a little Bo Nix anything?
I'm always down for Bo Nix.
Bo Nix makes sense.
I think running back here makes sense after Bo.
Take Bo and take Estime.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Yeah. How are you guys feeling about Samaje Perine? Are you drafting him much?
Yeah, just because he hasn't been drafted that much for the most part. And if he's going to be active, the news was he's going to be active week 1 for Baltimore. CEH was not at practice today. So I'm like, he's going to have a shot from week 1 to consolidate some of the pass down work. And I'm down to fuck around and see how much that is, because it seems like a small miss big win at round 14 on.
I think it's the way that you can stack Mahomes now too. Like just alter your Mahomes stacks with just how much that ADP shifted across that team in general. Yeah. So you can get a late pick with him.
All right, yeah. Bobby Cobby goes Taylor, Nico, Jacobs. Jesus fucking Christ. Stroud,
which tournament is this in? The DK one?
Yeah, this is the DK.
Can we see?
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Thought I got to share. Thank you. If I could just click tabs and it would auto. Anyway, yeah, so Bobby Cobby. God damn it, why does it have 2 separate scrolls? That is a feature, not a bug, if you were paying me. Yeah, Taylor, Nico, Jacobs, Stroud, Murray, then decides he needs Goff and Williams and Rodgers. And 80 Mitchell and Cooks and Goff. This is DraftKings as hell, huh?
We gotta beat 11 teams in this.
Do y'all know if DraftKings
2 out of 11
has,
advanced there.
Positional limits?
I don't know if they do.
Yeah,
sure you can.
Yeah, like I just like default. I know like Underdog won't let you like.
Oh,
draft more than
yeah,
five,
like
right.
default
And I don't.
limits? Yeah, I don't know.
Does DK just let you draft like 16 fucking quarterbacks?
I've never tried to draft a shitty team, so I don't actually know.
As a cowboy, I
was-
would expect you to know that this is the wild, wild west.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just curious about. Which team needs Miles Sanders? Jesus Christ!
Best
Is
ball
that Rob's
moderate.
guy? Is that Rob's guy?
Oh, Neil and I will veto the fuck out of that.
Yeah,
You
can't
gotta-
make
you
me.
gotta think
You
of
can't
it.
make me.
You got to think of it through the lens of this tournament. The
True.
lens
I
of
think we
this-
can find better levers than fucking Miles Sanders.
in the
yeah?
20th round.
In the 20th round, he's probably right. It's probably a great pick in the 20th round.
On this tournament, it is probably one of the best 20th round picks. I hate saying it. It makes me want to vomit. But
You
he's going
sound
to
you
get.
sound glee saying it. That's why I'm having a hard time
He
believing.
does.
It sounds
It
so
just
glee.
it just makes sense. Is the problem? This
Our dog
tournament
says they have a limit
specifically.
unless you're using the queue. Okay, interesting. All right, we're almost on the clock. Brown falling makes sense. Zeke is interesting. Let's see. Lockett's probably out. Williams starting week 1 is interesting. Not my favorite. What are y'all thinking? What's our
We're on the clock right
We're
now.
at a 1-4-5-1 for the record.
Is no.
We're on
I
the
mean,
clock.
Polk, I think is one of those picks that's falling because he's a rookie, but could also
Yeah.
be the number one, similar to Coleman.
I like that. What do you think? Is there anything else screaming at us like a Dortch?
Ooh, you know I'm Bateman build. I know you hate Bateman, but that's
God
my guy.
damn it.
I think Charbonnet is the other pick. I think we take one of whatever receiver you guys like, and I think Charbonnet is the other pick here.
I'm fine with that.
Am I
Except
missing?
that I don't get to force Tyler to take Bateman.
Oh no! And we
two drafts in a row.
Yeah, thank God. My vibes. I'm barely surviving having 7% in my BBMs because of fucking get and getting owned by Pete for it. All right, here we go. We could do a third quarterback here if we want. This is probably our last chance.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any
Yeah.
correlation that breaks anything. We want May and then whoever. Do you want to do Fields, Darnold? What do you want?
If we're doing a third QB, I'd want to do Fields. I'd want to shoot for absolute upside because this
Yeah,
team
let's
does
do that.
not need a third
Okay.
quarterback.
I like that. I like that a lot. And then
I mean, we need somebody to
Quarterback.
correlate with Knicks too. Are there any wide receivers that we like?
Yeah,
Dolchich?
Dolchich. I like Dolchich as the
It's
correlation.
Dolchich and Reynolds. We could try to do double stack.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Okay. Which one would you feel worse about missing out on?
Neither. I'd be fine missing out with either of these guys.
Yeah,
Dolchich it is. All right.
just take Dolchich because
Yeah. That makes more sense for this build. So, for folks following along at home, our drafters team is Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, Justin Fields, Ramondre Stevenson, Mostert, Zach Moss, Trey Benson, Audric Esme, wide receiver Drake London, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Reed, Darnell Mooney, Josh Downs, Jalen McMillian, Matthew Berry, calling him McMillions. Come talk, brother. Come talk. Let's fucking talk about branding. Trey McBride, Taysom Hill, and Greg Dolchich. Overall on DraftKings, as the board fucking reloads itself for the 20th goddamn time, we start for our 4-week contest. Tyreek Hill, Rashee Rice, Josh Allen, Mandrews, Stephon Diggs, Aaron Jones, Chris Godwin, Javonte Williams, Keon Coleman, Jalen Warren, Gus Edwards, Jalen Cole, and Zach. Nice glass of Charbonnet. We're doing pretty goddamn good for multi-tabling in one wonky ass fucking tournament.
has Bobby Cobby taking another quarterback? That is what everyone wants to know.
Oh, let's check in on Bobby Cobby, enemy of the chat. He has not. Weirdly enough.
You have to let everyone know somewhere if Bobby Cobby advances over us, we have to quit.
We
best
will
ball.
never speak of it again, actually. My thought is to bury this at the very end of the stream for a reason.
Nobody will ever clip it.
Don't you
No one-
fucking clip the chat.
No one will be like, you remember when those idiots, Rob, Neil, and Tyler, got beat by a guy that drafted 75 quarterbacks in a 20-round draft?
It was unique. It was an exploit. It was riddled with exploits, actually.
Charles Nelson wants the porn music back.
Oh, okay. Well, if Rob can stomach a few more minutes of porn music.
I can stomach the porn music. When we were doing the intros, you don't intro to that.
That's fine.
Now, are you going to are you going to get your sensual voice on for this? Are you going to host in your suave,
I'm going to do that the best I can. I just want everyone to know I have a cleft palate and a speech impediment. There is nothing suave about a high nasal, congested fucking voice. But
the caveats.
Rob, I'm going to need you to eat my ass with a ladle. Thank you.
Can you say that in a more suave voice, please? Really sell me on it.
Rob, welcome back to the Power Hour, where you're going to eat my ass with a 12-inch ladle.
That was pretty sexy.
Yeah. Do you like it when I talk about eating my ass?
I like when you talk about eating Rob's ass.
Rob's ass, we call the Philly cheesesteak with onions.
We've named this team the Human Centipede, and we're on the clock quite soon.
Welcome to 3 men drafted best ball team. Oh, fuck. We're about to be on the clock in 2 fucking things.
And Bateman is still there. Love that.
Oh, it would be a shame if someone sniped us on Bateman. Do we want to set up the last 2 picks here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Receiver, running back, one of each, or what do we want to do?
I mean, we can take stabs here. I know we want production in this tournament. We could.
Can I assume P. Ryan is long gone? Yeah, Franklin.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I don't see him on the screen, so he must have gone pretty early.
Yeah, P. Ryan went 186 ADP.
Yeah, he must have went 14th round.
You could go Vaki.
Vaki's fun.
Get Davis's guy.
Rob, thoughts?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Hold on. Get over here. We have 10 seconds. Huh. God damn it. Wait. Did I just...
Oh, we just double
Did it
auto
pick?
What do we
What
do?
the fuck?
Did we get Bucky Irving?
We got Trey and Bucky. What the fuck?
That could have went way worse.
Yeah, I mean, getting Bucky there.
All right.
That could have went way worse. Franklin.
God damn it. We got Diamond Brown.
That was the least smooth thing
All
I've
right,
ever
so
seen in my life.
I own that. DraftKings randomly going to an auto pick fucking 1-2 turn was like ridiculously not cool.
You mean on Underdog? What are you talking about?
On DraftKings, I
It just
literally go
autoed
to
up.
pick and it snap picks.
Oh,
both.
I see.
I
see.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay.
Jesus. All right, hold on. We gotta do a little. We can still salvage this. We can salvage this with this. All right, people are screaming for reasons in the chat. Why is that?
I would guess that it was you talking about eating Rob's ass with a ladle. I'm just
Oh,
guessing.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah, eons ago. Something like that. 30 minutes. Featuring Bobby Cobby at the rear. Bobby Cobby sounds like a dude that eats ass. Can we all agree to that?
100%.
Bob on the comm. Okay. It was a little bumpy, but we finished with a 3-6-8-3. Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, Justin Fields, Ramondre Stevenson, Raheem Mostert, Zach Moss, Trey Benson, Audric Estime, Sion Vaki, used to play safety, Drake London, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Reed, Darnell Mooney, Josh Downs, Jalen McMillions, Diami Brown, Trey McBride, Taysom Hill, Greg Dolchich Sounds.
I know we took Diami, but one of my favorite late round picks now is Noah Brown.
Yeah, that's what I was scrolling to find, but let's see. Did he go? That would make me feel better.
I would assume he went a little earlier in this tournament. Yeah, he went the 18th or 17th? 18th.
Yeah, okay. 2-11. That makes me feel better. Okay. All right. let's get
I feel
back
like I was
over.
drafting him in the like big board pre-draft stuff. I feel like I had a lot of Noah Brown.
Yeah, he was.
I wonder
he
if
was
that's actually true.
Yeah,
because he felt like at that point a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, people were like, "Oh, you can't get a better pick than that." And I'm like, I don't know. Wide receiver 4 on a team. I feel like there's better picks.
I looked at some of my big board exposure yesterday, I think on stream, and LOL is
Same.
all I
It
can
is
say.
bad. Yeah.
Oh, wait, can we
Although
end this
it's like
thing-
Kenneth
can we end
Gainwell
this
is like my
thing
highest
during
owned, like
exposures?
could work out still.
What did you say, Tyler?
I was like, do we want to end the stream comparing like top 10 big board exposures? Because that'd be fun.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I've
let's
got
do
a,
it. We should do it.
I've got a banger of a number one, brother. A banger.
God, I wonder if we have the same one or close to the same one.
I bet I would guess that at least 2 of the 3 of us have somebody who's in my top 3. I would guess that some of us have a lot of that. Everybody has a lot of this one player.
Everybody has a lot of this guy.
And we looked at the name and we laughed, and then we realized we're going to be poor.
Oh, guys, we got an Underdog 20 entry contest dropped at the end of our goddamn marathon stream. Hope, not gonna lie, you're a super cool homie. Feels a little fucking purposeful because we asked if you were gonna drop anything this weekend. You're like, probably not. And then it's at the fucking tail end of the day. God.
Wait, what did she drop? A puppy or what?
German Shepherd 2, $5 entry, 20 entry max, 10K to first.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. 212, 210, 212, 124 seat final. Hold on, I think I have a visitor. Come here, Papa.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Hey, look at that guy.
Miss Dad, come here.
Wait, what is your dog's name?
This is Moose.
Oh, Moose. Looks like a moose. Big albino moose. Hey
Moose
there,
is
Moose.
adorable. Dogs
Are you
hate
shy?
cameras. They hate cameras.
They really do.
My dog also hates cameras.
Mine does too.
He's like, I haven't seen you for 7 hours. What the fuck?
He's like, all right, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How much does Moose weigh? I want to know.
Definitely more than my dog.
110.
110, damn.
110.
My dog weighs about 13 pounds.
Oh wow. I
Yeah,
thought you
he's
were
a little
fat.
guy. You thought I was fat?
No, I was looking at the dog when I said that. I apologize. He's
A little bit rude, but also true. So kind of fair.
he is hiding under the desk here. As you can see, his paws spread.
Nice.
Aw. You got a husky, yeah?
He's a Pomsky, but like the bigger version.
Gotcha. Okay, we're on the clock. Let's see. Juwan at tight end is interesting.
I like Juwan a lot.
Okay. Let's see what else we got. We got
Yeah.
Parkinson.
Is Yoshivas around still?
Probably not, but good. It's only
What about,
Yashovish.
here's a name that you're probably going to hate, but this is weeks 1 through 4, Matt Collins.
Yeah.
Like we have
Ooh.
Josh Allen.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, I like that.
Can someone tell me how to spell goddamn Yashovich?
You got iOS, IV.
Yeah, he must be
I'm
gone.
not seeing him in the player pool, so I guess he went.
Yep.
Take Collins. That
Okay.
works.
Cool. Let's see. So we
Not that
got.
anyone cares, but this is what Gotham looks like.
Oh, that's a good boy. Multicolored eyes, different colors.
His right eye is like 25% brown, and the
Okay,
rest
that's
of it
cool.
is so like you can kind of see it in that picture, but
What is that, a husky or what kind of dog is he?
he's mostly husky. He's like his mom was a full blown husky, and his dad was a half and half husky Pomeranian.
Okay.
So
His
he's
mother was a hamster, and his father smelled of elderberries. Yeah, gorgeous dog, gorgeous pup. Yeah, poor guy. We had him at the Petco this morning, and then Dad disappeared into his office for several hours. And what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
You got dogs? You got pets, Neil?
I got a dog. Actually, I just went to find my picture, my screen, and I realized I accidentally changed my my background photo again. It is still him, but it's
Oh,
he's very distinguished.
yeah, he's a good looking boy.
What's his name?
I got a DM right as I'm showing it. Casper. He's
Casper.
a rescue. He already had the name when we got him, but it's also my wife has apparently a Casper in like she's very German in their like lineage. There was a Casper, so it kind of worked.
Nice.
I like it.
I got both of our dogs from the Houston Humane Society. Same one, actually, hilariously. Like 2 years apart, I think. Nobody likes big 2-year-old dogs, and they're fantastic. You like dogs? And Bendel's talking about cream for reasons unbeknownst to me, and I have a dildo 3 inches from my face. Oh, Rob didn't see this yet.
I've seen pictures floating.
Is that a light up dildo? That's a good looking dildo.
I don't know why it's just not on all the time.
Yeah, why do you turn that thing off?
Yeah.
Guys, I've been trying to set the mood lighting, and every once in a while that includes not having your Jedi cock lit up, but point taken.
Yeah. You need the mood lighting. Literally.
It's right in front of the Money Shot comic. Great comic if you haven't read it.
Oh wait, I can't see it. Money Shot comic.
Oh, here.
Is it like in X-Men? No. Comic XXX series. Okay.
Yeah.
Are
Written
you a
by
collector of
former SNL writer Sarah Beatty.
Oh, really? Funny.
Yeah.
I think I used to follow her on Twitter 100 years
Yeah,
ago.
we all did, brother.
Yeah. I didn't know that she was an SNL writer. I thought she was just like a funny Twitter person.
Yeah, she some of her jobs were SNL writer, comedy writer, and then she got together and did this line of Money Shot comics, and then has disappeared into the public ether.
Oh, maybe that's why I don't follow her on Twitter anymore. I just knew the name sounded familiar.
Yeah, she's been off Twitter for like 2 years now, like totally AWOL.
Wow.
Dreams.
Yeah, I mean, she was not all. Never mind. I'll just leave it at that.
I almost had to leave Twitter after my Garrett Wilson tweet like 3 days ago.
Yeah, man. You do you have the check mark? Because that should have done like 5 million impressions.
I don't remember the tweet.
I just
that was a good one.
Please don't. We don't need to do this again.
Yeah, we're doing it again, brother.
I had to mute that tweet.
How did you not mute it within the first 2 hours?
I should have, but I was taking side bets on
Rob.
it.
Yeah, you're a glutton for punishment at that point.
Yeah, then I had to mute it.
All right, hold on. I gotta look for this. Oh yeah, my God, 170 bookmarks. That's incredible.
Wow.
This having nothing is just fucking hilarious.
I know.
Because I did the same thing whenever I did the same fucking thing. Hold on. Browser. Can you also hear the
That's
music?
pretty good.
Yeah.
People lost their minds.
Yeah, I did that one time where I said something and people were like, "You're a fucking idiot." So like, I gave it like an hour.
What you did that one time, Tyler?
Zing, motherfucker. And so I replied to it and I'm like, if you think I'm a fucking dumbass, come draft against me. I posted my link, previews, and I'm like, fuck you, Elon. God damn it.
Yeah.
Suppressing linked tweets. That was my chance. Get a bunch of fucking signups.
I waited too long to link that tweet too, but
Yeah, that was a while.
it was too late. But it also like hit 12 hours after I posted it.
Yeah, and that was definitely a For You page pop.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
All right. Let's see. I think we got like what, 4 more rounds?
Dawson.
Oh, last
Dawson
three.
Knox
Last three.
makes sense here.
God damn. What'd you say?
Dawson Knox makes a ton of sense for this team.
That is fair.
And the Marshawn Lloyd news is good.
Yeah, Lloyd's interesting.
See, we got the
Those
sharp
fun-
drafters in this one because Jonathan Brooks didn't get drafted. He gets drafted every time in like the 11th round when I'm doing
Yeah, I think
these.
most of the room is friends and family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can punt
People
one,
that you taught about this tournament. Just an hour ago.
True.
I also think Alec Pierce is interesting for this tournament.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's mostly wind sprints, but I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree. Roshan or Marshawn Lloyd?
Let's take Lloyd.
Yeah, I think Lloyd. All right, cool. We got one more pick left. Pull up the board. do this.
That Garrett Wilson tweet. My favorite argument that everyone was bringing up was that Garrett Wilson and had 2,000-yard seasons, like 1,000-yard seasons. I'm like, that is like the worst stat to judge wide receivers on now. They play 17
counting
games.
stats.
It's just so it's like, yeah, that was great in 1974 when they played 12 games, and threw the ball 15 times a year. Like that's it's such a different metric now.
Yeah. You're not a big Mike Evans guy then? Because that's his whole thing. It's like, 8 consecutive night. I don't know how many.
Yeah, but no one else has done that. To be fair,
I mean, it is really cool. Like to be that consistently, it's good.
Being able to contextually say that he's been able to do that despite the ghost of Tom Brady, the rotating fucking Baker, Trask, Winston, fucking era, pretty goddamn good.
It is pretty goddamn good.
It's more impressive because he's made of glass. Have you ever seen an NFL player pull himself off the field more after catching a football because he's hurt every time?
Yeah,
than Mike Evans?
Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle last year, yeah.
Jalen Waddle makes sweet love to the blue tent like OBJ used to make sweet love with his feet to the fucking kicking net.
Do either of you watch basketball? It reminds me of Anthony Davis, but I feel like he's not doing that as much these days. Like he used to be just so regular.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis to the locker room.
Well, Mike Dub is kind of like that too.
Who?
Mike Williams.
Mike Williams.
Oh yeah.
His are catastrophic injuries.
Yeah, they're actual real injuries.
No, they're catastrophic. They look catastrophic and they're not. That's what's wild. He's like your kid running into the. I presume I don't have kids. Running into the wall full speed, and you're just like, holy fuck! And they're like, they bounce up and they run away, and you're like, what the shit?
Yeah.
Just give me flashbacks.
Do you have kids, Rob?
True, that's insane.
No, absolutely not.
No.
Oh my god! Wait, did Evans really have to deal with Josh Freeman as a Buck?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
No way. He's been long.
Oh, Evans is old, man.
No, I know. I know. He's what, 30? But god damn.
Neil, doesn't it feel great to say that and knowing we're 10 years older than people that we say that
I know,
about?
fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Right. old man Mike Evans. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Is there a list of? Oh, okay. Here are the quarterbacks he's had 1,000 seasons with. Mike Glennon for 3 years somehow. Oh, 7 games. Josh McCown, never forget his stretches. Jameson Winston. Ryan Fitzpatrick. God, we miss you. Blaine Gabbert for 8 games. Oh, that can't be right. That's got to be just spot start shit. Then Brady, then Baker.
Jonathan Brooks did get drafted, so just so you guys know.
Sick. Who drafted him?
I don't know if that's our.
Oh, buddy. I think that's the consigliere.
Oh no. It's an auto.
It's gotta be an auto.
Oh, talk about
Did
hoarding
Chubb?
star.
Someone take Chubb?
Looking at the board.
I don't see him. He might still be on the board.
Let me check Chubb's still there. Do y'all want to do receiver or running back with the last pick?
What are our numbers at? One quarterback, 8 running backs, 7 receivers, 3 tight ends. Probably receiver, but unless we want to get Rob's guy.
He already went. We talked too much. We
Oh,
said
thank
too many things.
Oh no.
Yeah, the 20th round, there's so many receivers that still make
Is
sense.
Juwan Jennings still on the board?
Yes. I just don't know how much 11 personnel they're going to run with if Trent Williams is out, which was our whole thesis about
Yeah, good call.
CMC,
I like every name you put in the queue, and I even like Calvin Austin as well.
That's fun. That's not bad. Yeah.
And when I said I like every name, that does not include Traylon Burks, even if he is a week 4 stack.
That's more of if Hopkins isn't ready week 1, he's just a dart at potentially full-time routes. I don't like it either.
If you want a real fun take, the week 4 matchup for the Green Bay Packers is also the Minnesota Vikings. So when you're doing this tournament, you can just be like, oh, it's the same as the week 17 matchup.
Yeah. It's a good one.
That is good.
Matchup.
All right, let me make sure we're not on the clock yet. We are somehow on the clock. My spidey sense was tingling. All right, who's our preferred receiver here?
I think I like Pierce.
Okay.
Yeah, Pierce is fun.
Pierce, Calvin. Yeah, it's probably Pierce.
Pierce makes sense.
Okay.
You probably just need a week out of him, you know?
Yeah.
I'll do a final recap for the folks.
Remind them that this is a first. This is only September. First 2 weeks. Then you advance to week 3, which is a playoff. Week 4 is the finals.
Nice. All right. In this 4-week tournament on DraftKings, we went Josh Allen, Aaron Jones, Javonte Williams, Tyreek Hill, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Mark Andrews, Chris Godwin, Keon Coleman, Jalen Warren, Gus Edwards, Jalen Polk, Zach Charbonnet, Trey Benson, Bucky Irving, Juwan Johnson, Mac Hollins, Dawson Knox, Marshawn Lloyd, Alec Pierce. Despite the autoing of 2 rookie running backs, I don't hate it at all.
Yeah.
I want to play try to guess the other people's top exposures. Like I want to guess we'll do top 10 for each of us, but like you go until you get one wrong, like some kind of a
I like that. I like that. Like horse.
Yeah. Although if I start guessing yours, then you're gonna be like, oh, those are just yours. Like you're gonna know their minds. So
we're talking big board.
Yeah, big board.
I
just did every contest in that, which is might just be 151.
Pre-draft. I'll just call it pre-draft.
192. Yeah. I have
chat can. Hold on. They know my dirty little secret. And my number 1 overall embarrassing exposure.
I would guess that your number 1 is my number 2.
I highly doubt my number 1 is anywhere near y'all's top 20, to be honest.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Interesting.
We're doing top 3 or top 5?
I mean, should we just read them off? Just screw the game? I don't know. It's going to be a tough game.
Let's try to guess everybody's top 1. I think that'd be fun.
So the one that I had in mind for you, Tyler, was Israel Abanikanda.
Oh, you think I'm a leg up slappy?
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
I fade the leg up slappy dusty guys. So I was actually you know what? I will say
dusty guy in year 2, Abanikanda.
I have 3.4% Izzy. I right at the tail end got a little worried. Maybe I was wrong. But I was like, I think it looks like the coaching staff hates him and doesn't want to use him.
Yeah.
So I don't want to draft a bunch of this guy. I think that's a good guess given like where you think rankings are. Rob's is pretty. Rob can get pretty gal-brained in the 20th round.
Yeah, I have a late round pick that I feel like Rob might have liked at one point.
I'll give you my percentage of them. How about that? Well, I'll tell you how much I drafted.
That's actually helpful, yeah.
I had 38% of my most drafted player in the pre-draft.
My guess is Johnny Wilson. Were you a Johnny Wilson guy?
Tyler, did you guess?
No, I'm about to. It's got to be like a 20th round guy.
Yeah, gotta be late.
40% of who?
When you don't get it right, Tyler, I'll give you guys like a hint.
Okay. Search your feelings, Tyler. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go with a rookie. I'm gonna say Javon Baker.
It's not Javon Baker. Neil, you had the right team. He ended up on that team. Well, ended up on the team that Johnny Wilson has also ended up on.
Oh, you're Jahan Dotson?
No, wrong position.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he's saying a rookie that ended up, or maybe.
Yeah, rookie that ended up.
Yeah, okay.
So
Shipley.
Oh,
okay.
Shipley. Okay.
I was like, it's got to be a rookie. You wouldn't go 40% on some dusty shithead.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate Shipley.
Would be a good bet,
honestly, that much Shipley seems fine to me. Like that's better than a Abonaconda. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's not the one I'm super worried about. My second one, I love that I got 37% of.
Speak on it.
So I got Braylon Allen 37%.
Damn, you and Davis
Yep.
fighting the Braylon Allen wars.
That'll work.
But then I got his teammate Malachi Corley at 33%, which I don't love. So
Yeah, that's tough. If Mike Williams was missing the first few weeks, he'd have a little bit more runway.
and then it's Tony Pollard for me at 32%, Troy Franklin at 32%, Khalil Herbert, Bijan Robinson, Ramondre.
Didn't feel good, Charles. I'll be honest. Didn't feel good to not get McMillan. We got McMillan on drafters.
Yeah, we got drafters. McMillan, I think. And I had Izzy at number 10. Mahomes was before him. It was Ramondre, Mahomes, Izzy as my top 10.
Nice.
How much Mahomes do you have?
27%.
Neil's number 1.
My number 1.
Can you give us the percent?
I'll say this. I hope that Rob's number 1 does not work out.
You went that heavy on Saquon?
No. Kenny Gainwell.
Kenny Gainwell.
Oh, I have a lot of
Sirianni loves him though.
Yeah,
fucking loves him.
Could still work out.
Yeah, it could. It's not worth much. I fought Spags about like he was the same way. Spags was like, no, Kenny's a good fucking pick. I was like, he's not gonna matter. He got half the work last year and somehow it did not fucking matter.
Well, he only got half the work late in the year. I don't know.
He got it to start the year off.
He was getting more goal line work later in the year, as I recall. I don't know. There were reasons to think that they might just run with him as like the 1A running back in a committee kind of thing.
Yeah, no one saw them signing Saquon. That's totally fair.
He was number 11 for me. So he just missed the top 10.
Yeah.
27% Kenny Gainwell.
All right. Well, I will give you my one and only hint because I'm sure the chat's gonna blow their load on it if they haven't already. It's not a rookie, and it's at 42%, and it's shameful.
Not a rookie, 42% shameful.
Is it Deshaun Watson?
Good shame guess, but no. It's a running back.
Anthony Richardson? Just kidding.
Lamar Jackson.
No, this is on Neil. It's Neil's turn.
Okay. To guess. Let's see. I'm thinking.
Yeah, some of you already blew the load way, but thankfully they haven't been reading chat earnestly.
Now I'm reading chat. Is it Rashad White?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea.
It's Kareem Hunt.
Kareem Hunt. No, I was never going to get there.
Hunt?
I told you it was shameful.
How did you get to Kareem Hunt? I'm just curious.
I did a lot of 0 RB and big board, which is really fucking risky.
Mhm.
So I just hammered, and then the more and more I heard about it was like how bad the rookie class was going to be, and they looked like draft capital and profiles like a lot of. So I was like, fuck it, let me just draft all these free vets. So I ended up with 42% Kareem Hunt, 35% Monty, 32% Ezekiel Elliott, 32% Singletary, 30% Jerome Ford, 25% Chuba Hubbard. Like I was like, give me just the cheap vets at like the last 3 rounds, and then I'll mix in the rookies as I got like combine info and a little bit of like draft board stuff. So a lot of Zach Moss. I just played it through the vet running backs if the rookies were going to suck.
But based on your process and the names and the numbers you just gave out, it sounds like you mostly hit on the strategy. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
the
I think
Kareem Hunt one sucks, but like everything else you did sounds.
Well, yeah, Kareem Hunt sucks until it's like your 20th round pick's probably gonna be dead as fuck anyway.
Yeah.
And the best part is like Chubb's on the IR. There's multiple teams with only like 2 running backs. Dalvin Cook just got signed. I'm like, I don't know. Kareem Hunt, week 8 might save my big board. From
People are gonna go down. The Chargers situation could just go to absolute dog shit. Like teams like that, and immediately, I wouldn't be shocked if we get a Kareem Hunt signing.
Yeah, because then in like the 20%, it's like estimated 20%, Achane at 20%, Lloyd at 18%. Brooks at 18%. So yeah, I feel pretty good about how that worked out but like you see that name at the top and it's just like I got trolled relentlessly, which is totally fair. It's Kareem Hunt, but yeah, process wise, it was pretty sound.
Yeah, not bad. All right, so you just read off all yours. So are we done with the game? Should I just read off my?
I mean, those were my running backs.
Okay.
If y'all want to play receiver game, that could be fun.
All right. Yeah.
We've
So
all
my
learned a
top
little
running
something
backs.
about each other.
I'll just tell you my top running backs. I'll read off those. Kenneth
Yeah, go
Gainwell, 30% Abanaconda, RIP. 26% Antonio Gibson, which seems fine. 23% Julian McLaughlin, 18% Jalen Warren. So
that's pretty
overall
nice.
not the worst.
Yeah.
All went pretty late.
Yeah, that's where I got most of those guys. Were like 200s, 180s, 190s.
Yeah.
Kareem Hunt to New Orleans is the most like, yeah. They just cut Kendre and sign Hunt and just crush every fantasy player's dreams.
Yeah.
He also feels like a Raven.
Oh, dude, he is such a Raven ass.
He's such a Raven.
Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Oh my god. A Bennett Cannon don't one. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, receiver. I'm torn on that one because like I remained heavy on my number one receiver all off season.
Yeah. And we're supposed to guess who it is.
Yeah, we can make this kind of.
I'll go Lad McConkey.
Oh.
I guess he wouldn't be torn. You would feel great about that.
I came around on Lad after he crushed the combine, so
Yeah,
I was
okay.
a late bloomer.
Oh, is it just is it the other rookie? Rob, do you want to guess the one that that Emo thinks he nicknamed and deserves all the credit for?
Oh, is it
A lot of fucking shade tonight.
Is it Neighbors?
Got to. This is our last stream together, probably
Yeah.
before the season.
Yeah.
No,
It's-
McMillions.
Oh, McMillions.
I was also a late bloomer to him. I mean, how much McMillan's do I have?
Is it McMillions? Oh, okay. Late bloomer.
I have 10% McMillan in pre-draft. I ended up with 40% Amari Cooper.
That's not bad. Take that.
I think it's fine. Judy's not my favorite addition to that, but I
True.
also
Do
I'm
you
not
want to
a-
guess how much Amari Cooper I have?
Yes. I'm gonna say 5%.
I'm gonna say 2%. That was
Yeah, I had a
close to
feeling.
guessing
I
zero.
had a feeling he was a big fat fade for you.
Yeah, 0%.
Yeah, you like the youths. I like the youths too. I like
some of the olds.
I tried to target some of the nuke week. Like when Jameis Winston signed, I was all in because I was like, worst case scenario, Watson sucks. He sit his ass for the playoffs, like to actually make the real fucking playoffs. And Winston and Cooper is fun as fuck. And I also wanted to be heavy on like the mid-range rookies, not the expensive rookies, overweight wise. So you just take the guys with locked-in wide receiver one roles.
Yeah,
I think that Winston thing is going to play out really well for you. I think that this Watson situation is
It's
careening.
got bad vibes and weirdness all over.
Yeah.
I think it's careening to like.
Would you
a
say it's
nightmare.
Kareem hunting?
Good Kareem hunting. Yes. Yeah,
All
no,
right.
I think that's what's going to happen there.
Folks, I think it's time to shut it down. I have a food order to be picked
Oh,
up.
hell yeah.
I'm very excited about it. Rob, Neil, thanks so much for joining us. Tell the people what you got going on.
You can go ahead first, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing a ton of DFS content, 4for4, fantasy points, roto grinders, my own channel. Yeah, if you want to go find my channel, the Flaniverse, I'll be doing showdown content Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night for each slate. So a lot of showdown
Hell yeah.
content. And you can find me on Twitter at PlayerQDFS.
Hell yeah.
Very cool. Don't know if I'm doing any roto grinder stuff this year. I have so much going on, but you can always catch me over at Spike Week. We'll be doing a couple more drafts, probably for drafters over the next few days. It is also September 1st, which means that it is spooky season. So if you have a wife, girlfriend, a significant other that is into the spooky stuff, go to the Hometown Ghost Stories channel where we cover all the ghost stories from different towns throughout the United States. We're also available on podcasts, but we have a lot of fun things planned, including we are hosting an entire weekend on an island this coming October.
Ooh.
So
sick.
if you're looking for something really spooky to do, we're going to be doing that on Block Island for a weekend, doing some ghost investigations, drinking some drinks. It's going to be a lot of fun. Catch us over there, Hometown Ghost Stories.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. The only thing scarier than that is spending 7 hours with me on stream. So I hear.
I was watching
But,
you auto draft 3 picks in a row.
Right.
I am gonna beat your ass with this dildo. Anyway, enough. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. I legit had a blast today, and y'all made it fly the fuck by. We definitely this trio needs to run it back. That was a lot of fun. And what I get the sense is that if we combine all three of our pre-board exposures, we got something cooking.
Yeah, we can lose a lot more money.
That's right. Yeah. Bonaconda, Kareem Hunt. It's just great.
On the boats, hey, that helps avoid the triple Brees, Isaiah Davis, Braylon Allen condom picks that we all ended up with.
Yeah.
True. Thanks everybody in chat for hanging out. Had a blast. Don't forget to leave a comment afterwards so you get entered into our cash premium membership content and merch voucher giveaway right before week 1. This is our last show of best ball season. Thank you so much for joining us. We had a blast. Thank you so much for getting us to 3K. Can't wait to bring y'all more content every week. And with that, enjoy week 1 football, everybody. Enjoy Labor Day weekend. We'll catch you around.